It's my duty to please the booty.
And Murls got mad at me, the coach said, he goes, Jesus Christ, why don't you just wear 2 9s? And I went, okay.
I'll switch the call.
Please never do that.
Yep. So...
What is up, folks, and welcome to episode 524 of the Spittin' Up on Yourself podcast. I mean, the Spittin Chiclets podcast. We'll get into that in a little bit.
Christ.
I'm with Murls. I'm with Biz. We got a bunch of special guests this episode. Army will be joining us, amongst many others. And what an incredible weekend in London, Ontario for the Chiclets Cup. Now, first, we do need to talk about Pink Whitney right here. That's why this show is presented by New Amsterdam's Pink Whitney. And this is the 1.75 liter bottle, Biz. It's an absolute wagon. It's almost as big as your nose. They look very similar, but everyone was enjoying it in London. Drinking age there is a 19, is a little bit different than the States, but it was a hell of a weekend thanks to Pink Whitney. We had a Pink Whitney party. We had a great time at the meet and greet, and it was a blast, and it's all because of New Amsterdam and Pink Whitney. So everyone, thank you for support and drinking that. And check out the birdie buckets. Check out the buckets. I'm getting a lot of message about people running into the buckets. But Biz...
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's a sad day, and it's a great day for G, and it's a great day for Murls, and we'll get into that, but it's a sad day for the Big Deal Selects. KC has struck out again, the mighty KC at bat, and the Big Deal Selects are not the Maple Leafs. They're the Boston Red Sox from 1918 to 2004. You guys can't win the big one. And it was very unfortunate to be a part of, and it was a hell of an effort, but you lost again. You didn't even get to the finals again, Biz.
Would you admit that that was the best team that we've assembled? And in that semifinal game, the saddest part about it too is like the people, like locals can show up. It's open to anybody. So people are showing up expecting that we're going to be in the finals the past 2 years, and we haven't even made it out of the fucking semis. So we ended up putting 40 shots on this team. This goaltender, I don't think anybody knew his name. They don't know. He might have been one of the crackoons our Army was talking about in London that was keeled over downtown that they just picked up. Didn't even wear a jersey in net, and he put up 40 stops in that semifinal game where I think that they had 10 shots. And they just figured us out. They blocked everything, and
they had Radko Gudas.
That's
they
true.
had this dude. He was just a shot blocking machine. He was actually good. He scored some big goals too. And yes, I actually went in and talked to the team quick. They probably hate me considering I'm chirping them nonstop on the podcast. But it was an unreal effort. They played great. The guys you brought in were phenomenal.
Well, that was all Terry. The adjustments he made and some of that JP, how do you say his last name? Mokwine? Machine. He was a handsome bastard too.
Yeah,
looked like he was a
handlebar mustache.
It looked like a starting quarterback on Friday Night Lights, just like absolutely slinging it in London, Ontario. Hide your kids, hide your wives. But we just can't find an answer. We spit up on ourselves, much like Don Sweeney said.
The Spit Up on Yourself podcast. The worst dad joke of all time.
We spit up on ourselves when we get in any type of controversy or any type of big game come Chiclets Cup time, and it's sad. It's sad. I don't know what the answer is. Now, there's even more rumblings coming in that like Jans is a big hater of the Big Deal Select.
Hates him.
I was reading a lot of the comments online. Like we have, like people are calling us the Toronto Maple Leafs of ball hockey.
The frauds.
We have all these good players, but just can't win the big one. Can't even get out of the semifinals. So we're going to be going in the next Chiclets Cup with, I don't think many adjustments, but I think that it might be a loser goes home, as Jans is talking about even maybe putting in his own team where he's saying, I'm so sick of these prima donnas coming in and being highlighted all over your Instagram and Twitter page where I'm going to put my own team in. We're going to wax you. That's what he said. We're going to wax you, and then you're done. No more Chiclets Cups.
Loser goes home.
I'll make Jans this promise. He can put in a team next year. We'll be in the same division. My hope is to expand to 16 teams, given the amount of professional ball hockey players that are showing up. And you see a lot of people also commenting online with like, oh, it's ball hockey. Who cares? You fucking assholes, put in a team and come see how you fare at the Chiclets Cup.
Well, I will say, like, some friends at home are like, well, I want to put in a team. This isn't street hockey. This is probably the most intense off-ice playoff NHL, AHL hockey I've ever seen. Cross-checks, hitting along the boards, butt ends. Like it's vicious. It's very like the security Danny and Jordan with us from Barstool. They were like dumbfounded. Like, how is nobody getting killed out here? I say, because these guys are tough. They're all in shape. It is very fun to watch. You can chirp online and say what you want, but it is not like, if you're a street hockey player at home, this is not street hockey. This is like, it's like UFC basically in a little rink built by Brad Jones and crew. And I think that after seeing the effort you guys put forward, while you were frauds and you lost again, there isn't much to complain about. Like, you guys played your hearts out and you ran into a great goalie who collapsed as well. He collapsed, and they had that extra timeout, which is a goalie timeout, but it was about 10 minutes, and people were chirping. I was like, let's go. And the guy's like, he's
having a heat stroke.
Yeah, he legit, and I guess he like completely collapsed 2 years ago.
That's
so we don't want a death on the hands of Chiclets Cup.
Not only is the hockey hard, but the elements are hard, because sometimes the sun's beating right in your eyes. I mean, even when we had Trevor Gretzky play net in Vegas, he almost had a heat stroke as well. One thing we do have to mention, though, or maybe some of the distractions coming in to the tournament for the big deal selects, like, I had Terry Ryan losing it on me on Wednesday night, thinking that he wasn't invited to some team party
that didn't exist. And I'm yelling with him on the phone. I'm like, you're supposed to, we flew you in a day early before we even get going, before the live show, to get some rest. And now you're all fucked up downtown. He's like, I'm not fucked up, I'm on shrooms. And I'm like, well, that's kind of the same thing. It doesn't really matter what substance you are, whether it's booze or shrooms. You should be in your hotel room, 11 o'clock curfew, getting ready. The other one was Con Man. And we're gonna have to be very sensitive about this, because he was upset about, kind of like some of the comments coming in. Jokes.
Yeah, but he ended up sitting out the first game. He said, "Fuck you! I'm in salary arbitration. You want to call me out on your podcast? Every time you do so, I'm getting 500 texts from buddies. So fuck you." So he actually sat out the first game. So we rolled 9 forwards, which I thought, or 9 players, excuse me, which I thought we looked really good with.
Yep.
And then we ended up losing that second game when he reinserted himself. So a lot of drama surrounding the big deal selects, but nonetheless, a valiant effort. Very impressed. 40 shots in that semifinal game. We ran into a hot goaltender. No excuses. Play like a champ. And the last distraction, and I'm sure we're going to get into it soon, was Don Sweeney trying to throw a curveball at me. And considering I didn't even make the comments about how he can't pay Sway. You need to pay Sway.
Pay him.
Pay Sway.
We'll get into that. But quickly, Murls, a D division champ, buddy. Easy living, easy cruising. You and Rob Schremp on a D division team. Kind of amazing, considering Rod Schremp's one of the most skilled players I've ever played with. Oh, Mur can't hear us.
Yeah, Mur just something happened to his headphones.
Mur's out. You know what, Mur? We love you. We could fill in. Mur won with, I think it was the Upstate Stars, maybe?
Upstate Stars. D
division, but his buddy, Big D, it was his 40th birthday. He played goalie, so that was great for Murls and all those guys, and I can't imagine the 7-hour ride back to Troy, New York those guys had today.
Robbie Schremp was the best roller hockey player I think I've ever seen in my life.
Robbie Schremp, I said at the live show, walked so Trevor Zegras could run. Robbie Schremp, if he came to the NHL these days, I think would have a lot different career. That it's just a different game, and he was I think he was like tortured a little bit, like trying some of these moves that are common now. When he tried them, like it was more than like, don't ever try that again, even if it worked. Do you remember how we kind of were raised and came up in the game biz? Like, anything flashy was
I think he said he even dealt with it a little bit in junior. When he first got to their team from Mississauga, he threw like a saucer pass. It was 20 feet in the air. Like when he was last guy back, and he ended up setting up a guy, and then I think he got back to the bench, and Dale Hunter was like, "Yeah, we don't do that here." But I think he still kind of continued to do it regardless of what Dale told him, and lit the lamp for over 100 points in junior. But he was incredible. He didn't look down at the puck.
Never, not once.
I don't think he knows what a roller puck even looks like, considering he's always got his head up. He's always got that peripheral vision buzzing, and just an absolute ringer. And it was just great being able to do a sandbagger with him and Prusty and spend some time with him. He's doing a lot of this video breakdown.
Skill work.
He's doing the stuff that Daryl Belfry's doing, Adam Oates. I don't know if they all do very similar stuff, but he's been helping a lot of these young kids, come up and learn the game, especially from an offensive standpoint. And every touch matters, especially each level you get bumped up. So if you can sharpen your tools with getting everything as far as video and breaking it down and knowing what you're doing out there on the ice with every second, it's huge.
For him to play in the D division too, I thought it was hilarious. I walked up to the 9 a.m. game. Murls is playing against Colby. Some kid's like, dude, we signed up for the D division and there's 3 NHL players who were good players playing against us.
Well, Murls' team was down 6-2 in the finals. So, I mean, obviously there was some sort of competition for them. Came back, got a big dub. G, congrats to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And our first 3 games, we only won by 1 goal. So there was no sandbagging. It was fair competition. But I will say,
welcome back, Mur.
Next year,
Nice
I used up all my luck this weekend in the championship games. But next year, we've already talked about it. We're going to be men of honor, and we will move to roller C.
Okay.
Since we won roller D.
Well, it doesn't count till you win in the A division, as Biz said. And
I was hard on Grinnell, but he got it done in the A division.
And you know what he did?
What?
He came in the room. You weren't in there, and all the boys from Big Deal Selects were down, sitting there, just kind of having beers. And he came in, he goes, "You fucking losers." I was like, "I won, you fucking lost." And
I said,
like,
I thought of it,
and I
created it, and I won it, you fucking losers.
Dude, I actually said, "Fuck you, Grinnell."
I kind of like it.
I know he was Razor Ramon.
They need a kick in the ass.
Well, yeah, be careful. Some of them are sensitive. You don't want to do it too hard. You don't want any of them to quit. But I don't mind that, G. Hopefully it lights another fire under their ass so they can come back bigger, better, and stronger. And you deserve it. When you win, you could talk smack, and you look great out there. You guys had great jerseys. Were they sponsored by CCM?
Team CCM. So that I got free gear, gloves, stick, helmet, like everything. It was awesome.
Yeah, Lazarus was on the team. He's on Cup of Hockey with Colby Cohen, a hockey daily show during the season. He was actually good.
He's incredible.
I know he played like at UMass
and Mercy.
But he was like really good at ball hockey. I was watching a couple of their games. So it was a blast. It was an amazing weekend in London. And I know some people are like, "Oh, enough with the Chiclets recap." Well, this was our lives the past 4 days, and we had a great time. I actually flew in, and Jonesy took me to play Hamilton Golf Club. Like, I know people that are listening that aren't maybe Canadian, even Canadians. This place, it blew me away, this course. Now, the greens were a little messed up. They had to fire the greenskeeper, but it was site of the Canadian.
Greenskeeper Willie?
It was
He
site
got
of
canned?
the super Dunzo. But the Canadian Open was there this year. Unreal course. Then, like you mentioned, the Sandbagger, we were lucky enough to play Red Tail, which is a exclusive, very private, I think 100 members, beautiful course in the middle of nowhere in London. I'm talking, we're on dirt roads going through farms, and you pull through these gates. We were like, holy shit, people were shocked we were allowed to do a Sandbagger there. So thank you so much to them. I think people are really going to enjoy this video. A little back to our roots on the Sandbagger with like a bunch of just hockey stories with these guys. Great dudes. We had a lot of fun. Thank you to Red Tail. But I have to mention that Jonesy then took me. I hit some balls. I actually hit balls on Sunday morning or Saturday morning before your guys' semifinal game at London Hunt Club. And then he drove me around this course. I think it's one of the most beautiful tee to green golf courses I've ever seen in my life. I didn't even get to play it. And like, I'm not like Red Tail. Thank you so much for having us. But if you're talking first tee to 18th green, you cannot compare these two courses. That's my honest opinion. A lot of people agreed with me. Some people didn't. But
any of the boys members there?
Doughty's a member. Perry's a member. Savret's a member. There's a bunch of other guys. But dude, this course looked unreal. I drove around. I think I drove like I saw 15 holes, but blown away. I can't wait to go back. We will have Chiclets Cup in London again, and I'll definitely play the London Hunt Club. But how about the lowest moment of my weekend? I mentioned this to you. This one was tough, and we talk about Pink Whitney, and we appreciate everyone drinking it, and we had our Pink Whitney party, which was a blast. I actually went to get a drink and then stood, and my feet moved like 360 degrees for an hour and 45 minutes.
That was at Joe Cool's.
It was nuts, and I was moving around. So then we went over to another bar when it ended, like, all right, let's just kind of decompress, and I think it was Delilah's. Cool spot. Now, granted, it's a younger spot. It's a college town, but we had our little table in the back, and it was 11:30. I was kind of a little tired. I was like, I got to go pee. So I go up and I take a piss. And I'm sitting there and some kid's like, Whit dog. And I'm like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, holy shit, I love Chiclets. I love Pink Whitney. Thanks. Can we get a picture? Yeah. Can I finish hosing, dude? Yeah, sure. So I go out, and as I'm walking out, he was with like 5 or 6 guys, and they had like 3 or 4 girls with them. And I don't know what was said to this girl, but it must have been something like, that's the Pink Whitney guy, or like, that guy's from Spittin Chiclets. But I didn't hear that. All I heard was this girl say, that fucking old guy? Dude, I
Shriveled.
felt
this
big, the ugliest, oldest. And I took the picture, and I walked directly downstairs
And left.
and I looked
Right
at you
home.
guys and I go, see you later, boys. And I walked right out. And I actually didn't walk right out. I missed the exit and it was so nuts to butts in there that I went all the way to the end. And the guys said, you can't leave here. It's back where you came from. So I had to go back and all these people are like, oh my God, we're a little old to be in here. I was like, I'm going to fucking jump off a roof when I get back. I was just feeling very down on myself for being an old man. But it was a great weekend.
It was unreal.
So thank you. We have a bunch of thank yous.
It was the first ever Chiclets Cup in Canada as well.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for, agreeing to do that, as well as the sponsors. Sometimes it's hard to, like the cross-border stuff. So shout out to Body Armor, Kraken, Pink Whitney, of course. And that's it. Those are the three major sponsors. And we have a lot of thank yous, obviously, for setting all this up, whether it was Jonesy's team or, of course, the Barstool staff, who they put so many hours into this. We've also mentioned before, it was originally G's idea, but it takes a lot of people to put this thing together. And just even all the locals showing up, it made it a very special weekend. I got to see my sister, her kids, and my brother-in-law, Paul. Yes, my brother-in-law is named Paul, if you're a new listener, and I've already explained the story, so you're going to have to go back and listen.
I've been asked not to bring this up ever again by your sister.
Yes,
Paul.
I walked in on Paul thumping Natalie
She literally is begging me not to do it, and you're doing it.
when I was there for brunch.
I met the Paul I met was not the Paul that was crushing her, but it was another Paul, her husband Paul. So I don't want to go there, Biz, but you just brought it up, and I can't help myself now. Quick thank yous. I do want to give out a bunch of thank yous. I know Biz just said that, but Taylor Ray and Mariah, Brad Jones, Joe Cool, Centennial Hall, the City of London, Pink Whitney, Body Armor, Kraken, Avid, donors who bought G, Murls, and Army. We auctioned off G, Murls, and Army. I believe Murls and Army went for right around 1,000 to 1,100.
1,400.
Okay.
I want to say that Murls went for 1,300, and then is it who bid on you? What's his name again?
Big D, Dan
Big
Ellis.
D. They bumped up their donation to match what Army was bought, so $1,400, and the Terry Fox Foundation, which apparently all across Ontario and maybe even Canada, they're having kids participate where they're starting to do these runs every day. So getting the kids more active, and also to bring more awareness around Terry Fox, because some of these younger kids have no idea who he is. This guy's a legend. He might be the most famous Canadian ever based on what he did in order to provide, money and fundraising for cancer research and running across Canada. It's just insane. So a great cause. And I know that we were getting maybe a little bit of flack with for at least online, Instagram, these people are lunatics because we talked we're going to donate $1,000 for every time that Ovechkin scored a goal to the alumni program, which goes to a great cause. So they were like, oh, how about
close to our hearts?
That close to our hearts. So we figured, hey, why not switch that donation up and go towards the Terry Fox Foundation? So I'm sure they'll find a way to rip on that too. But nonetheless, both great causes.
And also like Breast Cancer Awareness Month is next month. So we're doing a ton. We have a ton planned for merchandise. And so we're gonna take care of cancer. We're gonna cross that bridge.
We're gonna snap it around to a lot of different
Exactly.
funds.
There's a lot of people we can help with our platform, and we're gonna do that.
I love
Stop
that.
trying to bring us down, guys. Jeez, we're just trying to help different groups of people.
That's it. That's all we're trying to do.
I guess that kind of wraps up Chiclets Cup. An awesome
I got
weekend.
one more.
What's up,
give a
man? I
thank
love
you
that.
to
I figured you have something.
Brendan Muir gave me this chain. I think he made one for the Big Deal Selects too. Unbelievable. It worked perfectly. Once I won the trophy, I had this on. I don't know if you guys said it already, but the boys from Upstate Stars from Troy, New York, we took the cup out last night. We were out on the town. We had, I think, half of London drank out of the Roller D Chiclets Cup last night. So great time, great event as always. It's the best event Barstool has. Is it like the best event in the world? I can't think of something that's even better than that. Like hockey, good people. There's never any problems. Bunch of drinks. It's amazing. I love it.
Well, there's problem on the Big Deal Selects, but other than that,
I was going to say there's plenty of problems on one team I know of.
Says the three guys who won a fucking championship.
Yeah, exactly. The only loser here is Biz once again. Although I was technically somewhat of a coach. I'm a loser as well. I couldn't do anything to help. A lot of people are like, why don't you play, dude? Because as I said, the pace and the physicality, I wouldn't make the team.
I didn't get one shift.
At least I know that.
I went in as a healthy scratch thinking maybe I would get in the game. And given the competition, because we've been talking about it all these years, it's elevated. And I didn't even end up getting one shift, me and the on the bench guy. So we were there filling water bottles and just being peasants.
Biz, can I ask if you do this competition with Jans at the next Chiclets Cup, does he have to play, and are you going to play in the next one?
We'll see. We'll talk about everything that's going to happen with that next podcast, because actually Game Notes is going to go off next podcast and prepare for the launch of their season, which will be coming to you every Friday. I want to say at noon, or we decide 11 o'clock. So it's noon every Friday on the Spittin Chiclets YouTube channel. So next week, Jans will be joining us, and we're going to have a full-out Donnybrook.
You're going to have a discussion. You're going to have a discussion. Well, I guess that leads into the main story for our podcast this week besides the Chiclets Cup, and that is a GM, a general manager being Don Sweeney, deciding to really make fun of us and say that I'm not credible and I don't know what I'm talking about, and renamed our podcast with the worst dad joke of all time. So why don't we throw it to that clip and then we can discuss.
What specifically inaccuracies are
Go ahead and ask me a specific one. If you got knowledge of it, like that we haven't offered an 8-year deal, or we haven't, we're not willing to compromise, or we haven't moved on things. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not talking about specifics. You're just not gonna get it. But the fact, I did reference one, as a matter of fact. I think it's bullshit that somebody says, I wouldn't return a call for 3 weeks. That's inaccurate. Was it written? Was it said? Was it written?
that one? I'm not sure.
Well, I will tell you, I don't listen to podcasts. I said my son loves biz, thinks he's fabulous. I think he's a great entertainer, okay? But at the end of the day, they're inaccurate. And that's okay, because that's all part of the business nowadays. It's okay if you turn around and say it's your opinion or your belief and such, but don't report it as fact. That's all. Listen to everybody, bark at you for doing things right or wrong. You have to put the earmuffs on at times. I laugh because my son loves the Spit Up on Yourself podcast, and I did that on purpose, Joe. You're right, because I'll go back to the inaccuracies of what everybody's reporting, and it's great entertainment. It's great entertainment, but at the end of the day, it's not a lot of fact checking going on there. So that part of the business, you got to recognize this city is awesome for that, because they want their teams to win.
Well, there it is, folks. We're making waves again. Preseason. Babcock last year, and now Don Sweeney, the Harvard nerd, coming at us, coming at me, and in a way, making what I thought was an obvious mistake, that Biz had mentioned the 3 weeks no discussion and the contract offer when in actuality it was me. Well, it turns out he knew it was me. And I'm not going to share any info, because Paul, that was a conversation you had. But there is a legitimate what is the word?
Gripe.
Conflict and gripe between Don Sweeney doesn't like me. And I'm not a big Don Sweeney fan. I'm just going to be honest. I'm not. And I respect the hell. I believe since he's taken over the Bruins, they have the most points in the NHL since he became GM. And he's made some great moves. And they haven't won a cup, but they've been very close. And they're consistently a top team in the league. So I will not judge his body of work, because they've had a really good team. Their prospect pool is very bare. But I knew Don Sweeney, or didn't know him. I met Don Sweeney a long time ago, and he wasn't very friendly or very nice to me. Now, I was training and I was working out right as I turned to be a professional, and I was working out at a gym with Hal Gill and Sean Bates and Jay Pandolfo and a bunch of other guys. They were all very friendly and very helpful to me, and I actually understand Don Sweeney was a hard worker that played a long time as an undersized defenseman in a day and age when that was hard to do. So as a player and as a general manager, he has made a hell out of a career for himself. But he wasn't the friendliest guy, so I really don't care. I don't really care at all that he doesn't like me, and that's obvious. But I will say this. I gave that report, and I got that report from a very, very credible source who's been correct on a lot of things he's told me that I haven't always shared, and he's been early on a lot of those things, okay? And I got that report, and I gave it out. And now if you want to talk about delays and with a player and his agent and a team in contract and not talking for a little while, and delays and talking to one another, I understand that throughout the course of a negotiation. What I thought was very, very weird and odd, though, was that I never caught any flack, or nobody ever fought back on the offer that was given, which was the offer. But for some reason, he's saying that I was incorrect on the 3 weeks. Now, I sometimes or somewhat think it's kind of semantics, in that I maybe he didn't indirectly not return Jeremy Swayman's call, but I will say this entire negotiation was fumbled from the beginning. That is my opinion on it. It was fumbled from the beginning when you decided to trade Allmark before you had to deal with Swayman. You decided to not take Swayman to arbitration, right? That could have locked him up for 1 or 2 years. You could have punted this down the road, but none of that happened, and all of the leverage was put into Jeremy Swayman's camp. And this guy, I do not think personally he's going to give in. I don't know where this goes from here, but his agent also represented William Nylander, and when did he hold out till, Biz?
December.
Right around December.
Around there, yeah.
Right around December. So now I think Don Sweeney's taking out his frustration on really fumble-fucking this entire negotiation on me a little bit, and indirectly on you, because he didn't even want to say my name.
No, we're buddies.
That's fine. Yeah, you guys are buddies. But I just don't understand not talking that long to a camp. And I stand by what I was told, right? Like, he's going to call me a liar. I think he's fudging a little bit the truth. Now, who knows, right? I guess maybe the truth's somewhere in the middle, but I knew the offer, and it was a low ball, slap in the face offer. And this is a players podcast. I like discussing what helps players, and Jeremy Swayman was very open in discussing he does not want to ruin the goalie market. So I don't see this kid giving in. I really don't. I think 8 times 8.2, 8 times 8 gets the deal done, but it seems like that is not on the table on the Bruins end.
And it seems maybe if the frustration from Sweeney and kind of showing his cards that he is frustrated, but probably will hurt him as far as a price tag even more moving forward. Would you not agree? Like, so much is riding on this start for Korpisalo. Like, if Korpisalo has a tough first 10 games,
they got a tough schedule in October.
The noise of that fan base is going to get so ridiculous that they're going to have to cave in and probably give Swayman what he wants. And I mean, if you're going to try to, you go to arbitration last year, and I think we should even back up even further. People are probably wondering, like, why did they deal Allmark? There was a reason why they dealt Allmark when they did, because at that time, if July 1st hits, his no trade list of teams could have changed, and they thought that they wouldn't have been able to get as good of a deal as they were getting with Ottawa, which surprised me a little bit, considering that you're supposed to worry about your team, whereas if you wanted to lock in Swayman for the number that you wanted to, you have so much more leverage with Allmark, because even if he is sitting at home to December 1st, you got a Vezina winner in net from 2 years separated as a Vezina winner. Yeah, Swayman was the better goalie last year, but Allmark still had a decent season. Like, we can't throw that off.
That's my thing, is that this team has been built the past few years on great goaltending. And yes, it's been a tandem. So you decide to trade one of the really good goalies, and you let your new number one drift in the wind throughout all summer. I understand being a GM is very difficult. I would never even really get how hard it is, because you're balancing all these different players and egos and contracts and agents. But when your number one goalie is drifting around without a deal and there's not much communication, let it be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 week, I don't know. I'm standing by what I said. That is crazy to me. It's crazy when your team has been built on defense and goaltending. So that's why I say this negotiation has been fumble-fucked. And now
I'm also surprised that they wouldn't have thought that it wouldn't have been as easy, given what we heard about the arbitration hearings, where I think that Swayman really left those feeling like he wasn't confident maybe he would be in the organization long based on what they were saying about him. Right? Like, I feel like there was a little bit of tension here so we always joke around with the small cock, bad breath, like, you know, two pump chump, teammates don't like him, about what they're throwing at these players in order to get their confidence down. So maybe they cave in to a certain number. Man, they probably could have locked in Swayman last summer at like a 6x6.
Well, because they're coming off Allmark winning the Vezina too.
Well, that's true, but you still know that you have a young prospect goalie, and then you only have Allmark for one more year remaining on his contract after this year would have been up when you had to re-sign Swayman. So 2 years separated. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. But okay, so you
want to go to my conversation with Swayman or with Sweeney?
With Don?
Yeah, so he called me twice the one day. I didn't know whose number it was, and then I caught wind that he was trying to reach out to me, and it was a mass number. It wasn't a long conversation. I'd say the first 10 minutes was me trying to beg him to get Phil Kessel a PTO in Boston, and then it just transferred over to like him saying that he didn't really want any smoke with me. I said, I don't really want any smoke with anyone, especially a GM in the National Hockey League. But some of the comments that he made kind of made me feel that he just doesn't like you.
Oh, I think he hates me.
So I had no idea that there was like a prior riff. And
there was never I didn't know him. But he, like I said, he's working out, and he's this dialed in, like, undersized defenseman. And a lot of guys work out and they stick to themselves. That's what he did. But I just think of the other guys that I'm friendly with that were awesome veterans. So he didn't owe me anything. But I'm also like kind of a prick sometimes myself. And I was like, oh, this guy's kind of grumpy. So I never really rooted for him. And I've never really rooted for him as the Bruins GM. And that's just kind of how he's a Harvard nerd. Now, I don't care at all if he doesn't like me. I really don't. It's not like I don't like the guy, like personally, like I want something bad to happen to him, dude. It's just like,
you wouldn't dab him up if you saw him in the hall.
It's just like whatever. Don Sweeney, I don't care. Like I had news about this entire contract negotiation, and you're so mad about it. I mean, how mad was that guy in that press conference? He flipped out of nowhere, and I stand by what I said.
What do you think the rest of the round table? Because we often talk about, he's the GM and he's ultimately making the final decision, I'm sure. But he's probably consulting with guys like Cam Neely and the rest of that round table. What do you think they made of that outburst after that press conference? That was probably unbeknownst to them that he was going to bring up our podcast and maybe take a personal shot at me, but actually you.
I don't know. I who knows? Like these teams and these guys are so calculated, not the Bruins guys, like all these GMs and presidents.
But there's nothing being calculated about going after a podcast when you haven't signed your number one goalie. Like, there's some idiot Bruins fans who are like, oh, these guys are always reporting fake news. Well, yeah, sometimes we do rumor boys for fun. Like, everything you said was basically correct, other than the discrepancy about the fact that he maybe didn't return his call for 3 weeks, where there was radio silence. Still just as bad, the fact that you're not talking to your star goalie for 3 weeks, but nonetheless.
Yeah, and I think that Swayman now on the bright side of things for Bruins fans, I feel like these type things, they can like end, boom, all of a sudden something switches, something flips, and the team comes or the player starts panicking a little bit. Because while Swayman holds the cards right now, there is worry for him. Like, say the Bruins are like, no, I don't care, we're not giving in. Like, then he's like, I gotta play hockey this year, right? Like, there is some risk for him, but from the fans and from the Bruins fans I've talked to and seen, like, they are like, sign Swayman. You traded Allmark. You haven't signed Swayman. We signed Zadorov. We signed Lindholm. We're all dialed in to have a really good team again, and you don't have your goalie signed. And not only do you not have him signed, you gave him an offer that is a slap in the face. And that's why I do wonder, along with the arbitration where you said it was kind of like with the arbitration hearing, like maybe they don't really have the trust in him for the future. Well, now, how would you change your opinion on that with the offer they gave? Like, what signs have they showed that they really believe in him?
That's what I think. I think that's what's going on. I feel like they believe in their team and maybe the system that they can plug
could come
anybody in there, and any goalie's going to be good. So they're confident with Korpisalo. They're confident with the D-core. They know that's like that system. Every goalie's good there whenever they go there.
Okay, so that maybe that's it, and that is a great call by you, Mur, where they're more like, it's like what NFL? I'm trying to think. There's a team that's like a system team, like San Francisco 49ers. Like, people say like anyone could play QB on that team, right? Like, maybe the Bruins with Monty's system and Bob Asedzna. I can't say his name. I'm sorry, Bob. Maybe they're like, we don't need to pay Swayman what he wants, but Bruins fans would disagree with that right now.
Oh yeah,
and that is, I guess we can kind of wrap this thing up. So,
you got anything else, Mur?
About the Bruins?
Yes.
About the Bruins, this whole situation, I think it's hilarious. I think we had a couple good ideas going. We were going to make a bib. What's that on there? The spittin'.
We did release a shirt.
It's going to be interesting when we go to a Bruins game this winter, and the reaction Wick gets. He said he would get dragged out of there and go dead body. So I thought that would
if
be
they tried
funny.
dragging me out, which I don't think they would. I think we're making this sound a lot bigger than it is. I would go Portnoy dead body. And like, why and Ryder, why is my dad dead body getting dragged out right now? But
the Bruins did reach out after the fact, after all this happened, and we're like, we love you guys. This is between Don and you guys. Like, we love you guys. We're still willing to give you guys players to come on the show. And
I also think
I think we need you and Don with the sumo outfits on at center ice at a Bruins game.
He's pretty ripped up. Like,
he's jacked.
He's jacked. I don't know if I want a piece of that, but yeah. So it's also GMs bringing up our podcast on like pre-training camp meetings with the media is amazing. So Don, thank you for the clicks, baby. Thank you for the clicks, even though you hate me.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on from there. we can go, I guess, to Detroit, staying in the Atlantic. And also, this is
teams that can actually lock in their superstars? That's a good transition.
This is a Central Division preview show, but some big news out of Detroit. Woo. And that news is that they signed up 2 of their future and current stars to long-term deals. That's Lucas Raymond to an 8-year contract with an AAV of 8.05. So that's just over $64 million for 8 years. And then a couple days later, Moritz Seider, the machine, to a 7-year deal with an AAV of 8.55. So amazing news for Red Wings fans. This is what Bruins fans wanted. Is right before camp. Let's get our guys signed. Let's get this star defenseman who's never missed a game, and Raymond, who popped off last year and is a very high pick and going to be a star in this league. Let's get him signed up and we're ready to go. We got Tarasenko in. We got Kane coming back. It's Larkin signed up. Boom. And it happened. And I love both of those deals. And Biz, I think you said it best. That's what an 8x8 should look like. After those seasons, you're saying.
Just absolutely. I mean, you just touched on Seider. He's played all 82 games all 3 years. So as far as durability, he had 50 points his first year. He ends up winning the Calder Trophy. The last 2 years, he's had 42 points. Like, I still think there's room to grow for him from an offensive perspective. But even if it doesn't happen, his durability and his toughness at both ends of the ice is exactly what you want in a defenseman. He's a throwback, in my opinion. Is he as tough and as mean as Chris Pronger? Absolutely not. But from today's standards, in my opinion, I could see him being that type of tough and that type of player moving forward. He's a foundational piece on the back end. That is a huge fucking contrast to lock up. He gets 7 years. And obviously, I think that he deserved a little bit more than Lucas Raymond. As a defenseman, he's playing a little bit more minutes. We talked about the fact he's played all 82, did win the Calder. And yeah, the reason that 7-year contract happened and it wasn't 8-year is they wanted to keep the number under Dylan Larkin. So Dylan Larkin, the captain, I think he's pulling in 8.7 AAV on an 8-year deal. So showing respect to the captain and not wanting to make more than him. As far as Lucas Raymond's concerned, the reason that I think he deserves it, his first 2 years were fine. But last year, especially even when Larkin went down, he was controlling the play out there. That second half of the season, he was dominant. He clawed their way close to getting into the playoffs, and he was their star player. He led their team in scoring last year. Probably wouldn't have happened if Larkin wouldn't have been out with that concussion, but nonetheless, a 30-goal guy. He had 40 assists. He can make plays. He can put the puck in the back of the net.
He's hard.
He's an incredible skater. He wins battles. Like, these are foundational pieces, and if I'm a Red Wings fan, I am so thrilled to get this done and over with right before camp. You're going in with that jubilation and that excitement. Maybe this is the year we end this playoff drought and we get back in there. We got our guys locked in. Let's fucking go. So I couldn't be more pumped for the Yzer plan and everybody in Detroit. And these are 2 guys who really deserve these 8x8.
Yeah, they've done enough. And Seider, you mentioned, didn't miss a game. Raymond's only missed 8 games in his career. So he was 82, 74, 82 in terms of games played his first 3 years. So, like, what's the best ability, Biz? Availability. Yeah, that a boy, Mur. So
yeah, I love it. 0 distractions going into camp for them. And just think about that. If Seider keeps progressing like we think, to have him in 5 years for $8 million, that's when number 1 D are going to be getting 12 or 15 million by then. So what a move. Same with Raymond. A 30-goal guy is going to be worth 12 million in 5 years, and they're going to have him for 8. Great things ahead for them. They just got to find a goalie.
You think Moritz Seider could be a 60-point defenseman, maybe like a 15, 20-goal guy, 40 assists?
I feel like he could be a headman. You know, he's out there. He's doing everything, power play, penalty kill, logging 29, 30 minutes certain nights for you. So that's a guy I always will pay. And for $8 million now, it's going to be an awesome deal.
Also, you got like this Simon Edvinsson, like this kid's coming, and this is another top 10 pick that can fly. That's about 6'6". Another sweet. So like Detroit is in a good spot, but just having them locked in is it's an amazing feeling for their fan base is what it is.
And I think that there was probably, especially coming into this season, maybe a little bit more pressure on the Yzer plan. I think this loosens the collar a little bit, right? Now there's a reinstilled even more trust from the fan base. Like, hey, we believe in this guy. He probably had great meetings with their agent, locking these guys into fair deals. Because if we're being honest here, I think that both guys could have held out and got more money. Like, let's just be real here, right?
Yeah, I would think maybe, but that's like,
Buddy, Brock Faber just got 8.5, and Moritz Seider's making the same amount. I think from a body of work perspective, I would take Seider all day long over Faber. Minnesota Wild fans and even Billy G, who's coming on later, might scald me for that. But nonetheless, man, that's a great deal.
yeah. So I mean, look at their. We won't even get into them. The Atlantic is next week, but a nice top 6. But Murls did mention goaltending, little bit of a question mark, but we'll see. We will see. Another signing and a no holdout situation is in New Jersey. So that idiot, lunatic, psychopath Pasha was celebrating in our face at Chiclets Cup. The Devils re-signed Dawson Mercer, and what a deal this is for the team. Also for the player, it was a 3-year deal for $12 million. This is a guy, hasn't missed a game, has played this season, struggled a little bit, I think, okay? Like, obviously, with the injuries to the Devils and what happened offensively, it was understandable. Everyone struggled a little bit there. But now you got this guy. I was thinking it would be a 2-year deal for a year at 8, but then the Devils and Fitzy got in that other season, that 3rd year, where that's probably the year that you'll see like, wow, this is not a $4 million player. It could happen this year, it could happen next year, but definitely 3 years from now, what I've seen from Dawson Mercer, the smarts, like we always talk hockey IQ, he has that. That's why he played in the league as such a young player. All of a sudden, you got 3 seasons from now and he's playing for $4 million. And that's already not even included with Jack Hughes making 8. That Jack Hughes is the best contract in the league now. So awesome work by Fitzy. He had a great quote this week too. I think it was his training camp media availability was asked in what they were looking for this season in their signings, and he just said, no dickheads. I don't want any dickheads. So I do get a kick out of that. Some GMs come at us, and some GMs just say, I don't want any dickheads on my team. I don't want any dickhead podcasters talking about me in terms of Don Sweeney. So I think that Mercer's a nice deal. I think the Devils are in an awesome spot. We already went over the Metro. They're my favorite to win that division, and this just got rid of any distractions. Now they're just ready to go, ready to get into the season, and Devils fans were fired up for that signing.
I couldn't agree more on that, and getting that 3rd year at that number. I think that with the height of expectations, if you kind of look at like Tampa, can he be that Anthony Cirelli? Could he be that, maybe that in some cases, maybe 2nd line center, maybe 3rd line center who could just really dominate and chew up other teams' 2nd or 3rd line. So just a great signing, and yeah, that's going to help them moving forward here. They got an absolute juggernaut. Murls, how much did you like the signing?
Yeah, he's awesome. I love that guy, and I think this is going to help him. I feel like he maybe had some pressure last year. He knew the contract was up. He didn't play the same way as he did before, but again, 2 or 3 years from now, it's gonna be laughable that he's making $4 million when he's scoring 30, 35 goals, and he could be a Stanley Cup champion by then too. So
no shit,
great deal. Good job, Fitzy.
That could actually line in perfectly with him really crushing. Like, I think he would be UFA at the end of that 3 years, I'd guess. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe you can look that up, G. But Palat, Heischer, Bratt, and then Meyer, Jack Hughes, and Dawson Mercer as possible top 2 lines. Look out this year in New Jersey. I guess also with the signing news, now we are talking the Central, but there was a couple Central signings, one of them being kind of shocking news, and that was Utah signing Dylan Guenther to a long-term extension after how many games played, Biz?
He had a tough training camp last year, and they actually sent him down at the start of the year, but he wasn't poopy pants. He didn't sulk at all. He went down to the Roadrunners in Tucson. He played great, and then got called up, I think, halfway through the year and put up some really good, impressive numbers.
Yeah.
And just from like, I went on that hike with Bedard. I talked about, did the gross grind with him. He was like talking about him like, man, this guy is going to be special. Any guy you talk to on the Coyotes last year, they absolutely love him. A great locker room guy, and just has an incredible shot, a great one-timer with good release. He's just a crafty gamer. That's the only way to describe him. Probably not the biggest guy, and has to put on some size and some weight and get a little bit more muscle so he can compete in the corners, but he's a guy who has World Junior experience. I want to say, did he score the game winner in the World Juniors?
Yep.
Yeah, he scored
overtime winner.
Overtime winner. So he's played in some high level situations, and he's just an absolute gamer. Giving that type of money to a guy who hasn't even, I don't think he's played 82 games yet in his career. There's always a little bit of risk involved, but I mean, if this guy gets to where everybody expects him to get, this is going to be an absolute steal. But I can understand some people saying, hey, you're being a hypocrite because you're saying, oh, handing out these 8x8s for nothing. Well, this is a prime example of it, but if Billy Strongarm thinks this is the right move, this could be a huge catalyst for this team moving forward with guys like Logan Cooley and some other young studs in the pipeline, like those Russian defensemen they drafted a few years ago. So they got a good base. They got Schmaltz and Kells on that first line, Lawson Krause. So they have some good foundational pieces in Utah, and they lock up another one. So as much as some people were surprised by this, I think that people who know what his game is like and where it's going to head to aren't, and they think that that's a bargain.
It's just it's a risk, and it's very calculated. And if it hits, it's amazing, but you need it to hit.
You got it.
You cannot have these deals turn out to be bust where players don't ever turn into that type of like scorer getting paid that much money. But you just got to trust the GM if you're a Utah fan. And I think that when we talk to Liam O'Brien, we'll be dropping that interview in a little bit. He talked about Dylan Guenther and what his shot is actually like. So I think from like hearing from a teammate is a little more valuable than like talking to maybe media members and stuff, because this kid's seeing it. He's seeing it in practice. He's seeing it right now in their pre-training camp skates. And it's like, all right, I get it. I completely get it. And if it does hit, like the Jack Hughes one, you are laughing for the next 8 years or 7 years.
And I know it's not NHL competition, but even aside from the World Juniors, he's won 2 Western League titles. So he's been playing a lot of playoffs over the last 3-4 years in big games, and he's able to produce. So I forget who the first Western League title he won, but I think he went to Seattle and then won one with them. So I mean, this guy's won 3 championships. He's proven that he can play at the NHL level when he gets his feet underneath him. And once he gains that extra half a step, look out. I think he's going to be a very, very special player. And I can't reinforce this enough, kind of like Fitzy said, New Jersey, no dickheads, a great kid. I think they have so many good people in that Utah organization, and including Coach Bear, and he's going to work with them, and he'll be a full-time NHLer and producing. My assumption would be this year, I think he's going to get 30 goals this year. Bedard said he could be a 50-goal guy in the NHL. I would say he's going to get 30 and 30 for his first year under this.
Buddy, he had 18 and 45 games last year.
I know.
So that
I think
is not
he's getting 30. I think he's getting
reach.
30 guaranteed this year.
There was a couple other signings with Dallas. They extended the contract of Esa Lindell and Thomas Harley, which was enormous. We'll get into that actually a little bit more because that is another central team. I guess other than that, the Canucks signed goalie Kevin Lankinen to a 1-year, $875,000 deal, which is kind of Demko insurance, I would think, with his injury and the news about that, even though he is good to be skating now. And the Edmonton Oilers brought in veteran winger Mike Hoffman on a professional tryout. The team announced that, and this is like, I don't know if he could stick. I don't know, like, he'd probably have to be a top 2-line player for them. But you go back, and now granted, this was starting 10 years ago, but he went 27 goals, 29, 26, 22, 36, 29. Like, granted, the last 4 seasons, it's been a lot different. He's gotten older, but man, that guy can shoot a puck, and I don't know if he finds a place on the Oilers roster, but interested to hear that he was coming in on a PTO for Edmonton.
Yeah, I don't think he's got the best of boots. He's a little bit on the slow side, so to keep up with that Edmonton team and the pace they play at might be a little bit difficult, but who knows? I mean, I don't really.
He's 34.
He doesn't have a spot on that first unit. I think that's been solidified. So it might be hard to squeeze him in, but a good Jans loves him. Jans loved having him around in Florida. Yep. So he's a glue guy type guy. So maybe he'll fit in with that locker room, and you never know with injuries in training camp.
Everyone's trying to go to Edmonton. Everybody wants a taste of the cup. They know they're going back.
The times have changed. People used to be begging to get out of there, and now they're just loving life if the Oilers call you on July 1st. Skinner and Arvidsson, and God, we can't wait to celebrate that Stanley Cup. So with that, I think it's time to go to the Central Division preview, Biz. Do you have anything else for us before we go over there?
No, we got some stuff later on that we'll get into, more news. But yeah, we're going to dive into these the season previews for the Central. I'm looking forward to it. It's kind of a weird division. I'm interested to see who you guys got in and got out. Like, you know, Minnesota, that's a cusp team. There's some other teams in there. I'm curious. Utah, like, what do you guys think of them? So I think we're going to start off with the Colorado Avalanche, and actually we're going to bring in a former Avs player to help us break that down, in John-Michael Liles. This podcast is presented by Kraken, one of the longest standing and most secure crypto platforms in the world. Kraken is your guide to financial freedom, offering safe and simple access to crypto for all. Trusted by over 13 million individuals, traders, and institutions around the world, Kraken offers professionals 24/7 365 client support, along with the fastest, most performance trading platforms available. Kraken leads with transparency and trust, securing client funds, NFTs, and privacy through top-notch security. Not investment advice. Crypto trading involves risk of loss and is offered to U.S. customers excluding Washington, New York, and Maryland through Payward Interactive, Inc. View legal disclosures at kraken.com/legal/disclosures. Go to kraken.com/barstool and see what crypto can be.
Kicking off the Central Division preview now, we got John-Michael Liles, a good friend of the show, good friend of all of ours, joining in to talk about the team we're starting with. That's his Colorado Avalanche, and he's in his wine cellar. Go ahead, Biz.
I was going to ask, you got a glass poured right now? What are you drinking for this interview?
You know what? I did have a glass. I just finished it. But
being a pro,
I was being a pro. I'm holding off. We were camping this weekend as a family, so I needed to land the plane after 2 nights of camping.
Okay.
Yeah, camping's just like family talk for a little bit.
Wait. Where do you go camping? You set up the tents, or do you have one of those RVs?
We have a Sprinter van with like beds and kitchen and stuff like that. So we went to the Western Slope, so like 2 hours west of the mountains, kind of like Western Colorado on the Colorado River.
Oh, that's amazing.
And they fishing and
do you guys go hiking and stuff? You kind of teach them the outdoors, how to live off the land?
No, I'm the last person to teach anybody how to live off the land. But my daughters were fishing with their friends. We throwing the ball. We went in. There's a place called Palisade there. Really cool little town. Great restaurants near Grand Junction, and lot of beers and and a few other things.
And then right back to the wine cellar to talk some hockey.
Back to the wine cellar.
I love that. Well, quickly before we talk about the team, we can bring up the departures and the arrivals. Zach Parisi's gone, he retired. Andrew Cogliano's gone, he retired. Pavel Francouz is retired. Sean Walker's in Carolina. Yakov Trenin's in Minnesota. Brandon Duhaim's in Washington. Jack Johnson's in Columbus. Ivan Profetskov, goalies in the KHL. I don't know that. Caleb Jones is in LA. They brought in Parker Kelly. They brought in Calvin DeHaan, Oliver Shillington, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. Eric Brandstrom, who's the former first-round pick of Vegas. He could possibly replace Bowen Byram, I'm hearing. Jacob McDonald and Matthew Phillips. What are you thinking here, Johnny? What are you thinking? I think the big question that everyone's thought about or asked is, will Nichushkin play this season? Have you heard anything in that storyline?
Well, I think that he's more than likely going to play. I would be shocked if he didn't play in one form or another. I think it's a matter of, when he comes back in November, what does that look like? Is he, at the top of his game? Can he step right back in? And it's a big question mark, man. He was a huge loss last year against Dallas, and now that's a couple years in a row playoffs where they lose him, to circumstances that not an injury. And so, it's a big question mark. And, the other big one is Gabriel Landeskog. I saw him recently actually up here in Vail for Logan O'Connor's wedding, and he is absolutely shredded right now. I mean, he hasn't played in 2 years, but he's been working his butt off. He's skating. What does that look like when if and when he comes back? I don't think it's going to be right at the beginning of the season, but could it be sometime in November when Nichushkin's back? And is he a guy that can he play every night, or is it a 1 game on, 2 games off kind of situation? And how does that knee feel? There's a lot of question marks surrounding that, but I know he's working really hard to get back. So it'll be interesting to see. Definitely some question marks there.
Is it a situation like Thatcher Demko where they're saying that it's the possibility that he's going to have to just play with pain the rest of his career? Is that going to be a situation for Landeskog where even when he's practicing, he has to constantly ice it after practice and stay on top of it?
I think it remains to be seen just because he hasn't played games. I mean, I know he was in a tremendous amount of pain that year that they won the Cup in 2022 and came back for training camp and just couldn't seem to get through that pain. And they were trying everything they could. And ultimately, I think this is, pretty much a last resort for him. So, hopefully it's something that he can manage and the pain isn't too severe in this surgery. Yes, it's taken a long time to recover from it, but hopefully he can get back to a point where he he is able to play regularly and not have pain. I came into the league with Peter Forsberg playing, and he was practicing 6 times a year and playing games. So, I mean, that's that I guess that could be a possibility if it's something where, it gets inflamed or it bothers him, if he's practicing and skating too much. But if he's able to play, I mean, they'll take him any way they can get him because he's the guy that sets the tone. Yeah, Nathan McKinnon, obviously the MVP and tremendous player, but Gabe Landeskog is that guy in the room that everybody looks to, and he does everything the right way.
That's part of my understanding too. McKinnon's like obviously extremely intense, but he was the guy who would keep him a little bit more even keel, where you would have the good cop, bad cop. So with his absence, it kind of seems like maybe the tension levels are maybe a little bit too high in some cases. Now, that's nothing against McKinnon because we all talk about that MJ comparison where he doesn't give a fuck. You're bringing 100% day in and day out, and that's why we love the guy, and that's why he's the dog. Yeah. But in a world where there is no Landeskog and there is no Nichushkin to start the year at least,
and Lehkonen to start the year,
and Lehkonen, this looks like this doesn't look like a lineup that could win a Stanley Cup. This looks like a very average team aside from their top guys.
Listen, it's going to be, like you're going to have a lot more pressure on Nathan McKinnon without Val Nichushkin. You're going to have a lot more pressure on Cale Makar. I think, Cale Makar came into the season last year and he had some things that were maybe hampering him a little bit, and you could kind of see it. Just those little kind of escapes and explosions where it just wasn't quite what it was in years past. And hopefully that's behind him. I think, he had a good summer of training. It's gonna be hard work. Listen, I mean, like there's some great teams out there. Nashville got better. Dallas is still an absolute wagon. It's gonna take guys like Jonathan Drouin, coming back and Casey Middlestad, that they're gonna have to elevate their game, and hopefully you can get some guys chipping in. But I will say, Sid had his camp in Vail here a few weeks ago, and I mean it was McDavid, Crosby, McKinnon. The top 2 lines were McDavid, McKinnon, Tkachuk, Crosby, Hall, and Marner going against each other head to head. And McKinnon and McDavid, all those guys look unbelievable, but McKinnon looks really good. And every year I'm like, I don't know, can he get any better? And he just continues to get better. And he's so, like you said, he's so focused that it's just, nothing surprises me with him at this point.
Yeah, he's doing the pool tumbling. Everybody tell me he's doing these pool exercises, and that's why he got brought to the next level. Is there any truth to this? Have you been to the pool to see him do these exercises? Is he wearing water wings when doing this? Like, what the fuck is going on in the pool?
I have no idea what's going on in the pool. I've only heard stories about the pool. I've never seen a pool. I don't know what pool he goes to. I've just heard the stories. And listen, he's going to do, if he thinks it's going to make him better, if he thinks that not drinking for an entire year is going to make him, the MVP again, he's probably going to do that, right? And if he thinks going into the pool and doing tumbling and whatnot is going to make him better and allow him to bring it to the next level and that team to win and get into playoffs and have another Stanley Cup run, that guy is going to do it. And that's just how he is.
What's the weirdest thing that you've seen him do?
I'm not around the team on a day-to-day basis.
Spill the tea.
No, I haven't.
Is he drinking his own urine?
Not that I'm aware of. Oh man,
I've heard of guys doing that to get to the next level.
Imagine all the little kids.
I tried it just to get in the lineup. I couldn't even get in the lineup. I was drinking my own piss.
No, you did it with some riot date.
That's true. I got a golden shower. It wasn't my own piss.
Johnny, I got 2 questions for you. First involves Nichushkin. Second's about Rantanen. With Nichushkin, as a guy who played as long as you did, what's the worry and what's the maybe idea upon, like, can we trust this guy? Like, Biz talks about McKinnon and his leadership and him leaving them out to drive, his own decision 2 years in a row. Like, is he going to be welcome back in the room, in your opinion?
Well, I think he's going to be welcome back in the room. But yeah, I mean, listen, it's a delicate situation to say the least. And it's been 2 years in a row in the playoffs that it's happened. But when he's on, and
it's
when
incredible.
He's playing, and when he's incredible. And that year in 2022 against Tampa in the finals, I mean, the way that he played, I mean, he's so good. He's 6'5", he's shredded, and he can fly up and down the ice. He never seems to get tired. And like, they just don't build guys like that I was on a golf trip actually this summer in Eastern Colorado with Bednar, and just like what he was saying about it, like everything we think we know, like he has so much more respect for him than even I thought. And like all that stuff, that's all that stuff aside, right? Like, it hurt him. It hurt him. And it's going to take a little time for him to, get back in the good graces, I think, with some of the guys. But Bedsy said, like, when he's going, he is so valuable to that team. I mean, you look at the first round of the playoffs against Winnipeg, what 8 goals, 9 goals in the first round. I mean, like, that's just, he goes to the front of the net. You can't move him. He can skate up and down the wing. Like, he's not afraid to, like, it's not like he's like burying guys, but he's just not afraid of physicality either. And that's stuff that they need. They're not, Colorado's not a huge team by any means, right? When you look at, what they have, up front, like Nate can play a physical game. Nate can play a skill game. Mikko's big enough that he can do that stuff. But guys like that are guys that they need. And so to me, if he's back and he's, helping the team and seems like he's in a great place, I think they welcome him back with open arms.
Yeah, and I do see the side of certain fans or players that are like, this guy's let us down and really let us out to dry here. But there's also like, he has some demons and he's had some substance abuse problems. So you root for somebody to be able to beat that and come back and be the player that everyone's seen he can be. So a huge storyline. My other question involving Rantanen. So the last 3 years, we got 140 goals, 300 points, and in the playoffs, 50 points in about 50 games, if not less. So he could have been re-signed this summer. He could have signed an extension. That question will now loom. Similar how Edmonton was so thrilled they're not going to be answering the Leon questions all season. Have you heard anything about Rantanen's possible extension? It can be signed all season and what he would want, because he's coming off a monster deal and the number's only going up with how good he is.
Yeah, the number's only going up. He is. I mean, he's a tremendous player, and when he's on his game, he's really, really tough to contain. And that when you have the top 6 that the Abs do, and they're all healthy and they're all in the lineup with Nichushkin and Lehkonen and guys like that, it gives Jared Bednar some real flexibility. And he moves those guys around. He moves Mikko away from Nate sometimes. He moves them back with him. And it gives them some flexibility to match up with other teams that a lot of coaches don't have. They a lot of times it's like you have this set first line and you have this set second line. With the Abs, if they have all those guys in the lineup, it gives them so much flexibility and so much more depth. And man, Mikko his nickname's the Moose. And when you're that big, 6'3" and 220 pounds, he can still skate really well. And he came in the league and he was really almost a pass first guy. And now you see it, like you said, 140 goals the last 3 years. Now, like his shot, he understands how big and strong he is, and he's not afraid to shoot the puck. And so when you have him and Nate working the half walls on the power play and him going to the front of the net a lot of times at even strength, I mean, he's a tremendous player. And I haven't heard anything directly aside from this summer. There was some rumblings that extension was getting close, but nothing seemed to materialize. So I don't know. I think, the Draisaitl extension probably plays a little bit more where, maybe Rantanen's like, hey, my number was maybe here, but now it's kind of going up. And, I've got a cup. And, my numbers, maybe they're not exactly comparable to Leon's, but like they're pretty close. And you don't want to split up, Nate and Mikko. You want those guys playing, as long as possible together. So it wouldn't shock me. I mean, the Avs have a tendency to get things done, relatively early. Nate's extension was announced at the golf tournament. I believe it was last fall, which is, mid-September-ish. So it wouldn't shock me before game 1 for the Avs if there's a Mikko extension announced. But
Love
hey,
that.
I don't have any inside info.
Tweet it, G.
I don't have any inside info, but I'm just saying that's the way the Avs tend to do business is they try to get things done early. And I mean, Nate's extension last year is a perfect example of that.
Well, with those guys making so much money, obviously you guys need some bargoons. And the Jonathan Drouin experiment last year, how did you feel it went? I don't think it started out great. I think it accelerated a little bit through the second half of the season. And it feels like Nathan McKinnon and Drouin got a little bit of their chemistry back from junior when they played with Halifax together. So what do you think of him and what he can provide to the team? And do you like the fact that he's back?
I love the fact that he's back. He's a skill guy. And in the end, like the Avs, when you look at what they have on the back end, obviously Taves and Makar are unbelievable together. Arguably the top, D pairing in the league. I mean, there's definitely a couple other ones out there you could put right there. But Gerard Manson. But then you look at, you lose Jack Johnson, Bo Byron is traded. And so what they did is they brought in some guys that are still, they're not overly physical, but they're really good puck movers because they want to get the puck to their forwards as quickly as possible. And they've got guys that can jump into the play. Brandstrom, you look at Shillington, great skater, has had some issues, but could easily be a guy that plugs in on the back end and adds a lot with his skating ability. I think he's a little bit underrated. And, I think when you look at the Drouin re-signing, it started off a little slow. And he actually got healthy scratched. I believe it was in November last year. And December, 10th or so, all of a sudden, it was like a switch flipped. Him and Nate regained that chemistry. And Drouin he flipped the switch where he was like, I'm just going to skate. That's my, that's like, he's a passer. He sees the game really well, but ultimately they needed him to skate and be part of that up-tempo offense. And it was like, all of a sudden he embraced that and understood. And then he was a different player. And, Bedsy had moved him kind of up and down the top 2 or 3 lines originally. And after that, it was like he was first line or second line every night because he was contributing and he was making a difference with his feet. And it allowed him to fit in, on those top 2 lines and really contribute.
It drops off a little bit, like we said, without Landeskog and without Nichushkin. I was reading up a little bit on this. Nikolai Kovalenko played in the KHL, put up pretty good numbers in the KHL's last couple of years. Do you think he's a guy who can come in this year and make an impact? Like sometimes you see you get this Russians that you don't know much about, and all of a sudden they're fucking buzzing. Yeah. They get 60, 70 points. You think he's a guy who can help contribute offensively right away, or is he going to be an up and down guy?
Yeah, I don't see him being an up and down guy. I think he contributes. Now, I don't know if he's a 50, 60 point guy or maybe a 30 point guy here in his first year. Put him in one of the playoff games, and I think the speed kind of caught him off guard a little bit in that one game. But now he's had another summer. He's been in training camp. He's had the opportunity. He came right from the KHL and they put him into a game. He played a little bit in the AHL, I think, a handful of games, and then they put him right into an NHL playoff game. So, it's a little bit of kind of, jumping right into the fire, but he's a bit of a bowling ball. Like he's not overly tall, but he's really, really strong and just very, very thick. Not afraid to get into the corners and muck it up and throw the body around. And he's got some skill too. So I think they hope that he can be a top 9 guy. Another guy is Cal Ritchie. He's a guy that, was a high draft pick for the Avs. They've got a lot of hope for him. It wouldn't shock me to see him get, 8 or 9 games. And if he can contribute in that top 9, he was actually up at Sid's camp as well, as I understand it. So Cogliano's working for the Avs, the front office. And I think he called in a favor with Sid to get Cal into that camp. And he looked good. He's bigger. He's taller than you think. And he's got a heavy shot. And for him to be in that camp with those guys and the speed that they were playing at, I mean, it looked like a mid-season camp. Like those guys do not mess around. Matthew Tkachuk, day one, he's like, I cannot believe the pace of this camp right now.
I was at that camp once.
No,
I made that camp.
No.
I was at it once too.
You were?
Buddy, I was at that camp, and 5 minutes into the skate of the first day, I was like, what am I doing here? I was like, I got no business at this camp.
Okay, so what is going on at this camp? So can you kind of describe it like from top to bottom? So Sid obviously leads the way. I think he's been going to Vail since the beginning of his career, training at high altitudes. Yeah. So I'll let you explain what the hell is going on there.
Well, so as I understand it, now I don't know all of it. I was there 1 year. I think it was 2013 maybe. And that was Hort texted me. He's like, hey, come up to Vail. You're doing this camp. And I'm like, oh, okay, sounds good. I'll be there. But Sid, I know they've done it in different places. It's not always in Vail. This year was in Vail. I think they've done it in Florida in years past. But Andy O'Brien, he used to work for Pittsburgh. I think he works for Florida now. Great guy. He kind of sets it up a little bit. And the players in this camp, I mean, it's the top tier. I was laughing, but I had Matthew Tkachuk get a jersey for our alumni weekend a couple weeks ago, and we put it in our auction. And I mean, it's literally an all-star game jersey, basically. When you look at the signatures on that thing, and that's kind of Sid's thing, and it's Matt Duchene and McDavid and Marner and Taylor Hall, and I mean, like, just the list goes on. Tyson Barrie was there. I mean, so many guys that I either played with or against or whatnot. And like I said, they they jump in day one and there's no warming up, there's no feeling out. Like it's go for 3 straight days, and the pace is unbelievable. Like the McKinnon, McDavid, Tkachuk line, it was so funny.
How was
just
Tkachuk
watching those guys
catching up to those guys? No offense to Tkachuk.
Well,
I think I skate just as well as him. He's extremely efficient,
Yeah.
unreal net front, doesn't lose battles, but he's got some heavy boots.
Yeah, he said he was basically just going behind the net and doing puck protection,
Spearing
and those
someone.
guys are buzzing around, and he's like looking for them, but he's like, man, half the time I didn't even know what to do. They were going so fast. He's like, it was awesome to watch. Though I took my 9-year-old daughter. She's just started travel hockey, so I let her skip school to go watch for a day, and she was really, really happy. It was super cool.
That's awesome.
Speaking of superstars, let me ask you what you think. I'm looking right now at the over-under for goals scored by Cale Makar this year. Can you guess what that is? And I'm going to give you a little clue. I've hammered the over.
I bet you it's 18.
21.
21 and a half.
Wow.
And I think,
good guess.
I think he's getting
I'm going
28
over
to
too.
32. 28
I'm
to
going
32.
over.
He's
Yeah,
the
I'm going
decisive
over.
favorite to win the Norris Trophy at
Yeah.
plus 300. The next guy, I think Quinn Hughes and Adam Fox are both plus 600. I see after him not winning the Norris last year, it just being an explosion and him reaching somehow another level as McKinnon has all these years.
Yeah, I think so. I would say, I was going to say 28, 29. That would have been my pick for his goals this year.
I was going to ask you quickly about Bednar. He just seems like the best guy. Like, do you have a great
He's awesome.
relationship with him? Do you ever go grab drinks? And what's your feelings on him?
He's awesome. He's unbelievable. And it's super cool. Like I said, we had the other 2 guys that I do TV with, Kyle Keefe and Mark Rycroft, and actually Sakic. So we had a sixsome that went to Ballydale in Eastern Colorado. And we got to, just sit, smoke cigars and just chat. And, first of all, everything he says is very well thought out and very well spoken. And you see that in his press conferences. Everything is, and I think he said it yesterday, but somebody said, well, why isn't this guy getting a chance? And he's like, listen, this is the best league in the world. We're one of the better teams in the best league in the world. So if you want to play on one of the better teams in the best league in the world, you have to make your mark. You have to show up every day and you have to make an impact. And I just like that, to me, is the epitome of how he answers questions. It's not, 1 or 2 words or a half a sentence. He really thinks out those answers, and he's very well spoken. And he's an unbelievable guy. The players love him. And I just, I don't think he gets enough credit for what he does nightly with this group. And, it's not, listen, it's not easy to win in this league. And, his first year, they had 48 points. It's like it was the lowest point total of all time. And then to turn it around within 4 years and win a Stanley Cup. I mean, it's pretty mind blowing what he's done. And, like I said, I just don't think he gets enough credit. I have the utmost respect for him. I think he's a tremendous coach, and he's an awesome guy.
I think his calm demeanor complements McKinnon perfectly. Like, he always seems so calm. I feel like he kind of seems like a pothead almost, the way that he talks. He's kind of like, yeah, man,
Liles, they weren't smoking cigars out of that golf course. Well, I think that kind of wraps up Colorado. Let's wrap up Colorado right there. I love Bednar.
The last thing I was just going to ask you about, Cogliano's retiring. I thought that he was a huge ad at the deadline when they ended up winning the Stanley Cup. Just an unreal salt of the earth locker room guy. So that's going to be a tough loss and someone that you really can't replace.
Yeah, and listen, Cogs, we all know Cogs. Like, he's unbelievable. He's a guy that, one, there's a reason why he played as long as he did, right? Like, he was the ultimate pro. He could skate for days. He was smart, and he had the respect of all the guys in the room. And when you have that, and you're missing a guy like Gabriel Landeskog, he's a guy that can really step up, and his voice is respected. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of where that goes. You hopefully get Landeskog back sooner rather than later. And I know he's around the team quite a bit, but a guy like Cogs is going to be tough to replace in that, the fourth line, bottom six, because he's just willing to just go to work each and every night and do, the unsung things.
Wow, that was a big double wrister to the Colorado Avalanche. Yep. They deserve the time, though. They got the reigning MVP on their squad, the Dog. So we were actually going to keep you around for the Dallas Stars, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
That's
Sure,
one of their rivals
absolutely.
across the way. So I'll let you tee it up with.
Yeah, so Dallas, they finished first in the division last year, 113 points, beat Vegas in 7 games, beat the Avs in 6, and lost to the Oilers in 6. Departures, Joe Pavelski, that's a big one. He retired. Ryan Suter was bought out. He's now with St. Louis. Ty Dellandria's in San Jose. Chris Tanev's with Toronto. Wedgwood's in Nashville. Radek Faska's in St. Louis. Hakanpää's in Toronto. And Craig Smith's in Chicago. They brought in Matt Dumba. They brought in Ilya Lyubushkin from Toronto. They kind of switched spots, him and Tanev. Casey DeSmith from Vancouver, Brendan Smith from New Jersey, and Magnus Hellberg from Pittsburgh. I am very, very scared of the Dallas Stars as an Edmonton Oilers fan. The fact we got by them last year was a very big shock to a lot of people, but the craziest thing was it was just the beginning for the Stars. Like, they are in their window, not just now, I think the next several years in terms of being able to win the Stanley Cup. Let me quickly read you their top 9 as of right now on Daily Faceoff. Robertson with Hintz and Wyatt Johnson, Mason Marchment with Duchesne and Tyler Seguin, Jamie Benn with Maverick Bourque, who's going to come in and be a star, I believe, with Logan Stankoven as well. So you look at the top 9, you look at now having Lindell locked up, you got Thomas Harley locked up, which he had a monster season. Everyone talks about everyone talks about their goal, their defense, right? It's all about Heiskanen. Well, Harley's young and he can skate, and I think he had 14 goals. So in you seeing the Colorado Avalanche battling these guys so much. And Ottinger, exactly. That's the biggest thing. All these teams who need a goalie, like Dallas is here and they're not going anywhere. So I guess what is the best part of their team in your mind?
Well, listen, I think, ultimately, I mean, Pete DeBoer, the guy does it everywhere he goes, right? And it's pretty amazing. His assistant coach, Steve Spott, tremendous guy, unbelievable coach. I actually had him with the Toronto Marlies when I got sent down when I was with the Leafs, and like a guy that I have the utmost respect for. And I know that, he's kind of DeBoer's right-hand guy. And so I think it all starts there. And then when you look at Wyatt Johnson and Stankoven, like that's what you have to have in today's NHL. You have to have those guys on entry-level deals that make an impact. And they can, they not only crack your top 6, but they're really, really good players for you in your top 6. It allows you to have that depth where you're not right up against the cap trying to figure out how to fill holes. If you can have those young guys come in and make an impact, it makes such a difference. And Heiskanen, unbelievable. The guys, that back end, when you look at that back end, they just, I don't know, they're just solid. And they were solid against the Avs in the playoffs. They were tough to beat. And really, they're well coached. They don't make really high risk plays ever. If there's no play, it's a flip. Like they punted so many times against the Avs, and it was, hey, we're not gonna do anything stupid and have a transition goal against. And they did it to a T, and they it was hard. It was hard on the Avs. And then when you have Ottinger, you're not giving up grade A chances left, right, and center. He is so good. He's one of my favorite goaltenders in the league to watch. And the top 9, like there's depth. Right, they can score on any of that top 9, and that's a luxury that not a lot of teams have.
Well, based on production last year, it was basically like they had 2 first lines at the rate that they were scoring. You talk about discipline too. They didn't take any penalties, rarely took minors, rarely gave up any type of odd man rushes. So as far as structure and then what they have as far as firepower, it's unreal. And I know that it's going to be tough to replace Chris Tanev because of what he did when he came in there for playoffs. Like you saw that they had the amount of time he played, and I don't even think he had a minus. He might have had only 1 minus in that series against the Avs, but I thought they did a good job of replenishing him with the back end with Lyubushkin and Dumba. And then you touched on it, the entry-level contracts and the fact that you think that Maverick Bourque's going to come in and have that same type of impact that Stankoven did, and also not having to rush these guys as well.
Yeah, exactly.
For me, also the biggest key, and we've seen a kind of a resurgence of Tyler Seguin and Jamie Benn, where I think like 2-3 years ago, people were starting to write them off where they're like, oh God, they're going to have these anchors of contracts, where over the last 2 years, they've really stepped up their game and not only brought that leadership, but now playing more to the value in which they're making. But once again, those entry-level contracts and what those guys bring, it kind of just balances all that off. So I have them as one of the best teams in the Western Conference. Yeah. We didn't give our predictions, I don't think, on Colorado. I have them making playoffs. Obviously you do. And I'm sure Witt does. Yep. And then the Dallas Stars, I got them making it as well. They do not have many weaknesses, and one of the best, if not the best, scouting staff in the league. So look out for another surprise in Maverick Bourque, like you said, Whit.
Yeah, I think a lot of questions, Johnny, were like, they got to replace Pavelski on that first line and on the power play, right? His tipping ability, and he was great in the regular season, but it just his age.
What I'll say is in the playoffs, that was the first time I've ever seen Pavs look old. He never ever looked his age. He always played younger, and he was always impactful. Not to say he played bad by any means. It was just you have such a high expectation for him that when he wasn't at that level and he wasn't making he didn't have the impact that he's had in years past. To me, it was almost shocking, just because he's done it for so long. But yeah, you're going to have to replace him. He's a leader. He's a guy that he goes those dirty areas. He scores those greasy goals, but when you have a top nine like that, it's really hard. Like you said, you have essentially two first lines. It's so hard to match up against that. And so when you have that luxury and you can score in your top nine and your fourth line, it's just gravy on top. If they chip in, it makes such a difference for how you go in the playoffs, how far you go in the playoffs.
My one bit of criticism would be maybe Jason Robertson's playoff performance. I don't know if his game exactly translated over. Not as invisible as Pettersson, but just he's a little bit slower paced. He kind of likes to play at that with a little bit of type of flow that doesn't really equate to that speed that comes playoff time. Nor does his physicality. So I'm curious to see if when the going gets tough, where he's able to bring his game this year. I would assume last year was a big learning experience for him. Do you not 100%. Agree? Like I felt that he seemed a little bit invisible based on the way he's able to perform come regular season.
Yeah, and there was 16 points in 19 games, but even the regular season wasn't the same, and that's why this year I think he's going to pop off. He had 41 goals 2 years ago. Or three, and then the season before last, he had 46, and then this year it was 29, and then it was 109 points to 80. So it's like, I think that after last year, for him, disappointed in that season, disappointed how they lose to Edmonton, where he probably could have been a bigger factor, and now it's a man pissed off and possessed. And while Pavelski did look good in the regular season, now if you have Wyatt Johnson on that top line with him and Hintz, I think he's going to explode again. I really do. I think this team's unbelievable.
So good.
I think without Hintz is when he was struggling. That's when he was struggling the most, because when Hintz came back in from injury, I think he had 3 points that first night back. So that's obviously going to be a big key, is him staying healthy. So I think we pretty much covered it all for Dallas. I mean, this is a top team in the league.
Well, Johnny, I do want to get your kind of breakdown as a defenseman on how much you appreciate Heskin, and you get to watch Makar all the time. He's right behind him. It's barely any. But he's not Makar, but he's right there, and he's so beautiful to watch skate.
I think people would have had him as performing a little bit better in that series though last year. Heiskanen.
Yeah, Johnny, me and Murls and Biz were at a game, Coyotes versus Dallas last year for IceCon. Shout out Mr. Ice. And Murls was sitting there and he's like, he'd never seen him play in person. He's like, this is wild. He's floating around out there. And I have a stat right here that last season, while Heskin was on the ice, the Dallas Stars outscored their opponents is 716 to 490. It's just wild how much he dominates. If he's on the ice, the ice is tilted, and it's crazy to watch.
That's over the course of his career?
That's last season.
How many goals?
Heskinen is out there. Dallas outchanced. Jesus, not outscored.
I was like, that's a big number.
I said
no wonder they had two first lines.
I said outscored. Outchanced. Wake up. Wake up.
You're Oilers.
They're like, by the way, you're like, he was on the ice for 490 goals against. Fucking guy sucks.
What a loser.
But it's cool to watch him play. Let's go back with that one.
It honestly, it is. And, that was actually really fun last year, that series, because you had Makar and Heiskanen going kind of head to head, and you got to see those guys and what they bring from the back end. And I mean, Makar's an explosive skater. He, the way that he uses his edges to escape and make plays, and it's amazing to watch. And then you watch Heiskanen, like you said, he floats around the ice. It's like effortless. I almost look at him like almost like a Paul Coffey, like how Paul Coffey used to just kind of float around the ice, and he was able to just never really burn any energy because he was so efficient with his skating and so smart and just read the play so well. So yeah, I mean, just watching him play is a pleasure. And last year, I mean, unfortunately the Avs lost, but seeing Makar and Heiskanen go head to head for that series was a lot of fun.
Yeah, big hockey boner there for sure.
Yeah, a team that's just in a great spot, and I guess the question will be is can they get over the hump, right? Last year was the second most points the Dallas Stars had ever had in a regular season.
That's the one thing I think hanging over DeBoer's head is they say he can't win the big one, and I don't think it's fair because he's had success everywhere he's went, but he's one guy that I really like, and I hope that at some point he's able to lift Lord Stanley.
It would be cool to see because, I mean, he's done so much, like you said, everywhere he's gone. And Steve Spott, his assistant coach, it would be cool to see him win a Stanley Cup. Like I said, ton of respect for him. He got me back into the NHL and out of the minors. So it was I owe a lot to him.
I want to tire pump you too. You guys over at the Altitude Network, you guys do an incredible job. One of the best home broadcasts going. You guys keep it light and fun. So congratulations to you guys. And I look forward to tuning in this season. And you guys are the best. And thank you so much for joining us and breaking down these two great teams.
Thanks, Johnny.
Of course, guys. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. That was awesome.
Before we go any further, guys, I need to talk to you about Peter Millar. The dog days of summer are finally coming to an end, meaning cooler temperatures are on their way. With the changing seasons fast approaching, we want to tell you about our favorite pants from Peter Millar. The signature sateen 5-pocket pant bridges the gap between casual and sophisticated, meaning you can dress them up or down with ease. These pants have been the workhorse of Peter Millar's lifestyle offerings for years, and for good reason. The pants are made with an incredibly soft fabric that features the perfect amount of stretch for all-day wear in any situation, whether it's in the office, the tailgate, or a night out on the town. This season brings an all-new comfort waistband for an effortless wearing experience. Its easy-to-style colors paired with the perfect fit are for sure to make the signature sateen 5-pocket pant a must-have for your everyday wardrobe. Head on over to petermillar.com/chiclets to shop the signature sateen as well as the rest of Peter Millar's lineup. Thank you so much to Johnny Liles for joining us. Great friend of the show, awesome guy. And now we got one of our boys on, a man who was in London for the Chiclets Cup, to talk about his favorite team from last year, the Winnipeg Jets. Colby Armstrong, what's going on, buddy? How's the body feeling right now?
The fraud squad from last year.
I forgot about that. Oh, yeah. Body's
NHL
feeling all right.
player.
I got in late right after I took off like you guys. I know you guys are on the run right now. You're on the move. Maybe on the run too, actually. But awesome turnout. Awesome experience. Once again, met so many people. I was saying to myself, I think I talked for 5 days. It felt like, and Chiclets is the Chiclets Cup's only 3 days long, so it was just insane. All the events. I mean, it was a great setup where we were with the park we played in. Yeah, boys, great job by everyone involved.
Well, thank you, man. Really the fans love having you and love interacting with you. And from my understanding is there was a Winnipeg Jets fan. That's who we're going to be getting to, who came up to you at the Chiclets Cup. And considering they were your team last year and you were riding them, he asked you, he's like, what do you think about this year's Winnipeg Jets? What did you have to say to the guy?
I said, I don't know. I told him straight up. I said, buddy, I know I was believing in the Jets last year, like for whatever reason. I was right. I was pretty much right about them. I said they were going to win the division. They didn't win the division, but they were right there just behind Dallas, who I believe you guys talked about just recently here. But I mean, it's just a team that I think is just will determination. They've got the right pieces, and can they pop and do it again? I do have high hopes for Cole Perfetti, who through last year with injuries, boys, and some of these things. He's one guy that I'm high on, but just overall in general, I'm not sure what I think. And I don't know if you guys feel this way too. Maybe you're still on Fraud Squad. I don't know what I think of the Winnipeg Jets going into this year.
I felt like a fool. Well, let's quickly, Perfetti's not signed. Okay. So that is a big question mark right now. Mm-hmm. What does he want? What does he deserve? In the same way Bruins fans are like Pay Swayman, I think there are some Jets fans like on the other side, like Perfetti, you haven't really done enough yet to be holding out like almost like against the player a little bit. That's not everyone, but you want to see a guy be ready, be starting the camp. It's hard for guys to miss part of camp and get involved. We don't know when that guy's going to sign. He is a very talented young player. But for me, I felt like a fool. I was somebody dogging the Jets. And in our preview last year, I was like, I don't think they're making the playoffs. And Army, you stuck to your guns. And all year, you made us look like idiots. And then come the first round against the Colorado Avalanche, I felt vindicated. I was like, I was wrong about their season. Yes, they made the playoffs, but they might have been better off missing the playoffs with how they looked in that first round. So now I'm back to like, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs again. I think that Hellebuck struggled so much in that first round. That was shocking. So you don't think that's going to leak into the regular season with how good of a goalie he is. But you just wonder. I don't know if this team has what it takes to repeat the awesome regular season from last year, especially if they're going in with Perfetti unsigned. Right now, he's got no deal. And then the Ehlers drama, which he's going to be UFA after this year. There's all these trade rumblings, and some people think he'll be re-signed at some point this year. So I actually am going to have them missing the playoffs again, which I think's crazy after how stupid I looked last year. But if that first round hadn't happened the way it did, I wouldn't feel this way, if that makes any sense to you.
So you probably don't have them making playoffs?
I don't.
Wow.
I'm doing this again.
I had them as a cusp team. I was leaning towards no, but the longer I keep looking at this lineup, like I really like their strength on the left side and down the middle. I think, like you said, Army, that Cole Perfetti and him hopefully having that year where he comes in and he establishes himself as a 70-point NHL player where he can play on the power play and touch a lot of areas of the ice. I think that's going to be a huge factor, because if he doesn't, Velarde's had a little bit of a hard time staying healthy over the course of his career. Then you got Perfetti, who's essentially a wild card at this point. And on the third line, you got Appleton. Like, I really like that third line. I think they have a very solid top nine. I don't mind their back end, although it was a very difficult loss, losing who'd they lose to New Jersey? Dylan. They lost Dylan.
Love Dylan.
I love Dylan too. Great locker room guy. But I think that you're going to get regular season Hellebuck. And with regular season Hellebuck, that just isn't not a playoff team. So as much as I was leaning towards no playoffs to start, I think that they're going to squeak in a wild card. But I think that they have a lot of question marks coming in. And last year was such a high. They've lost some guys. They got a new coach in there. It's going to be a challenging season for them compared to what they did last year in riding that momentum of that early good start.
And the one thing I agree 100%. I agree with almost both of you. I'm kind of like unsure of what I think about them. The thing that got me as I saw them live. I saw them at ice level, how they play. I was between the benches. And I was just like, man, this team is they're big, they're huge. They play a sturdy, steady game. Like, they got players that even their big boys can play that style of game. They've got Lowry, their captain, who's on that third line with Appleton and Niederreiter, who's probably maybe one of the better third lines in the NHL. And Lowry has a big part of that. Like, he might be, I wonder if he's maybe a dark horse for Team Canada. Possibly,
I
some of the stuff he's able to do. Face-offs, big physical guy.
I could see him being a fourth liner on that team if they wanted to get you need guys who are used to playing that role in limited minutes compared to maybe all the high-end guys where all of a sudden you got a 22-minute forward playing 10 minutes and he's like, I can't get my fucking legs going.
Be like, Connor, we need you to block shots here. We're like, you need some of those meat and potato guys. So maybe a good thought, give him a little pump for that. But guys, the one thing about Winnipeg, they get shit on all the time. Their city gets shit on. Their team, guys are leaving, fleeing. They lost their whole D-corps a number of years ago. Like, everything was in turmoil. Their coach ran away to Florida. He's like, I'm done. I'm out of here. What's going on? All this dressing room drama. Everything was happening in Winnipeg, and they still just go and get it done. They still just go out there and play good hockey. I admit, Colorado series boys, I was doing the game and I said, this is a period right here where Hellebuck has to come out and have a third. Well, he didn't have a third. He just completely folded and they just ripped him apart.
Folded like a crackoon downtown London.
Folded like a London crackoon onto the sidewalk. And it was just amazing to see it, because he's the one guy you think you could put your chips in all in for, right? So I hear what both of you are saying. Witt saying no, you're saying wild card, and I'm saying really, I don't know. I got to see it, just because I think these last few years of the way they looked and the way they played, are they that same team? Can they still do that? I did go to NHL Media Day, little boys, Perfetti was there, unsigned. Kind of strange, right? Kind of strange that he still went on behalf of the Winnipeg Jets without a contract. And he was there. I was talking to him. He says it's going to get done. So we'll see here.
When he said that, did he give any details as far as a bridge? This reeks of a bridge deal.
It reeks of a bridge deal.
Which is why I'm like, why isn't it done?
Yeah, it reeks of a bridge deal. It probably should be a bridge deal.
Let's put it this way. If Dawson Mercer got 3 years at 4, there's no way that he deserves more than that.
Yeah.
There's no
I'd say
way.
it's right there. But I think he's due to be healthy, to feel good. He's good boys with Scheifele. They both like talk hockey all the time, like those true hockey nerd kind of guys. And the fit, I think he's poised for like a 30-30 season this year, like a 60-point season, if he could stay healthy, and they can get him signed. So I think a promising guy that's probably close to or ready to popping for this Jets team.
And I think that it's probably exciting for him when he does get signed, that obviously Bowness didn't see some things in his game he liked, where he only played 1 game in the playoffs. He was healthy scratched at times, and maybe Scott Arniel, just a different voice, him taking over with Rick Bowness retiring, as he had filled in for him when Rick Bowness was away, dealing with some personal things with his family. Maybe he gets a better chance and he doesn't feel like, if I make a mistake, I'm off a top line. You know, when it can be a certain coach has an idea of a player and you're just not playing loose and fast and you're thinking about what mistake may drill you to the bench. So that could change, but he's got to get signed first. Now, I look at their roster. Last year, they had 10 guys play over 75 games. They were pretty lucky with injuries. Velarde obviously only played 47. That was tough with the amount of games he missed, and Kyle Connor missed 17. So they were healthy. Overall, they had an unreal year. I mean, you look at, it was 110 points. They finished second in the division. You were the only person, I think, that saw that coming. It's one of those things that I just don't see it happening again. And maybe I'm bullish on this team not being a legit contender in this league. I just think that there's not enough firepower. I think I know that Kyle Connor's probably the most under-discussed player in the league. He's right up there, a true elite goal scorer. Scheifele's a great two-way centerman, but in that conference, like, they don't have 100-point guys. They don't have a power play that's going to light it up. I don't know exactly where their power play finished last year. If it was top 5, I'm going to take that statement back. I don't think it was, though. I love Morrissey on the back end. He's awesome offensively. It's just something about their depth and something about their lack of like true superstars in the Western Conference that worries me. So
I think the biggest question mark is that second line, because if you have Nemestikov as your second line center, I've loved what he's done. He's kind of been that
was your guy years ago.
Yeah, when he got traded to Colorado, I think he came over from Ottawa, and he's a good player. But when you're matching up in the Western Conference second line center against some of these other guys, like, that's not a name that really pops out to me. He's been a bit of a journeyman. It's nice to see that he's found a home in Winnipeg, but a lot of question marks with Perfetti currently listed on that second line. I could easily seeing him taking Velarde's spot on that top line on the right side, but also Ehlers, who I think Ehlers is he's a water bug out there.
I love watching him play.
I think, like I said, that left side is very impressive with Kyle Connor, 40-goal guy, Ehlers, and then you have Nito Niederreiter, just that big body. So between the first line and the third line, I like them. Question mark on the second line. I think maybe their back end is a little bit underappreciated. That Pionk's a solid player who came over in that Trouba deal. I don't know much about that Sandberg, but they got some young guys back there who can hopefully get the job done. But ultimately, with Hellebuck and net, that's a wild card team in my opinion. It won't be smooth sailing. Winnipeg Jets playoff team, market.
And I do think, to your point, Biz, Dylan is a big guy missing on their back end. Like, he did a lot of hard things for them. Like, he's a heart and soul guy. You know, he'll fight anyone too. He plays physical block shots. He can chip in offensively. Not having him there, makes them a little less deep, I think, on the back end. Yeah. So that's a big loss for them. And to your special teams comment, Whit, they were around 20th in the power play and penalty kill areas last year. So
and they still had 110 points.
Yeah, I know.
So, and also, Laurent Brossoit is not there anymore. In his 23 games played last year, he had a 2.00 goals against, and his save percentage was .927. So they bring in Kaapo Kakkonen, but that you got to have 2 goalies now. And I know Hellebuck's awesome. He played 60 games last year. He's another year older. Do you want him playing 60 games? Can they rely on Kakkonen to be as good of a backup as Brossoit was? I don't know. So there's a lot of questions that remain to be seen. And obviously they got that Brandon Yeager in the McGroarty deal. I don't think we're going to see him in the NHL this year, but that's still a nice prospect to have for the future. And I know what you're saying, that Winnipeg does get shit on, and the crowd in the playoffs amazing. It was disappointing for a regular season like that to end the way it did. And all these players, they've put that in the back of their mind, and they're not even thinking about it. It's a new season. Here we go. But as a fan, you're like, Jesus, I remember that series against Colorado, and it was nothing like we saw Winnipeg play like in the regular season. So that's why I'm not picking them to get in, and I would be happy to eat my words again on that one.
The fraud squad. Well, I guess we can move on. That was a great little breakdown to your team last year, Army, and we're going to move on to a team, I think maybe outside of New Jersey and Washington, who was a surprise with their offseason moves. Maybe you even have them ahead of them as far as the guys they brought in. A tremendous offseason for the Nashville Predators and Barry Trotz, bringing in Stammer, Marchessault, Brady Shea, Edstrom, and then also a backup goalie in Scott Wedgwood. But those top three names, those are the ones that stand out the most. Maybe getting a little bit older overall, but not a lack of experience and not a lack of hunger, given the fact that these few guys thought that they got pigeon-tossed.
They thought they got pigeon-tossed, and I think more looking into this season and being in Nashville and playing in that arena, like with that team and the firepower that they brought in, it's going to be one of the most fun atmospheres in the NHL this year. Like that place is going to be rocking. It's already a scene, even when their team hasn't been good. It's a fun arena to go to. And now those fans get to see Barry Trotz win free agency and not only bring in those guys, but re-sign Saros. And you're just laughing like, this team has a legit chance to win the division. I don't think anyone would have saw that coming before the free agency, but Marchessault and Stamkos, yes, while older, these are proven elite goal scorers that can score. They can make their power play better. Yossi is so sick at power playing the entire quarterback, and like his rushes, the way he plays, he's a superstar defenseman. And then now you just have a team that's going to be fun to watch. They're going to be fast. They're going to be physical, and they got a great goalie. So I'm more excited to see how these guys gel, because that's the question. Like Stamkos, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a different feeling when you put on that jersey, and with the excitement of a new deal, it's still like, holy shit, I'm not in Tampa anymore. Like, I don't know all these guys. I don't know how they play. I always had Hedman giving it to me. Now it's Yossi. And then Marchessault had that amazing run with Vegas. Like, he's in a different uniform. The best thing for Predators fans is these guys have something to prove. With my teams that I did so much with didn't want me, and now I'm out to prove them wrong and to light it up. So the atmosphere in Nashville is going to be wild. I think the team's deep. I think the defense are awesome. Brady Shea is one of those like undervalued guys. He skates so well. He could PK. He could be on the second power play. I think it's going to be an amazing year. I have them making the playoffs for sure, and I want to catch a game. But I do have some questions, right? Like you look right now, the second line centers, Tommy Novak. I don't know a ton about him. He's had some really, I would say, like awesome moments in the NHL, and you've seen his skill, and he's fast and he could skate, but like, can he play an entire season being the second line center? I don't know. Philippe Forsberg's a guy for me that's just incredible. Like his size, his strength. You've seen him score some Michigan style goals. He's a monster. Ryan O'Reilly had a year better than most people would have thought last year. Can he continue it? He's older. There's some questions, but it's more excitement for the Preds.
I think, well, Army, the one thing they lacked last year, especially come playoff time against Vancouver, and Vancouver's very good at defending, and they can adjust to any team's type of offense, but they couldn't put the puck in the back of that series against them in the first round. Very low scoring, but they've addressed that. What do you see as their weaknesses? I look at that back end, and outside of Yossi and Brady Shea, those two bottom pairs, I just don't know anything about these guys. Can they advance the puck and get that moved up to these forwards with the skill?
I think Carrier and Stastny are two young guys you're talking about that have potential to pop. I think the Evangelista and Novak conversation are guys that are kind of coming along that, so like to Witt's point about the veteran guys have something to prove. I think there's some young guys in that lineup from the back end, Biz, right up front to those guys that are getting put in a pretty good damn position to, put their feet in this thing all the way and just take it and run with it. And, you remember a few years ago, they almost snuck into the playoffs with like all their guys injured, all their veterans sitting out. And it was those guys that Evangelistas, the Novak, some of these guys that really stepped up and took the team and led the way, I guess, offensively and got things going. I know what you're talking about last year. They obviously didn't want to be in that position again, right? You have an opportunity to go and punch a hole through free agency, and they did and get some guys. 15th in the power play last year at 21.6% and 22nd on the penalty kill. I got to think that power play with Stammer over there just ripping bombs. Marchessault also out there. He loves shooting. He's going to be a shooter all the way. You got Yossi, like you said. Can it come together to Witt's point? But I think the perfect storm for them is to Witt's point about guys with something to prove, whether it's on the upper end guys that they got that are saying, screw you, I'll show you, to the younger guys that are looking to, hopefully take a big step and go for it. And to your point, Philip Forsberg, career year last year, 48 goals, 94 points. He's a stud. He can play it any way you want it. And he's a guy that probably doesn't get talked about enough in the NHL as well. Just with
I got
his
a couple
overall
questions
game.
here for both you guys, and I guess if you're looking for question marks with them, so Nyquist is 35 and Ryan O'Reilly's 33. Nyquist had 75 points. O'Reilly had 69. Nyquist missed one game. O'Reilly didn't miss any. Forsberg didn't miss a game. Yossi didn't miss a game. So it's like you gotta really kind of rely and think that Nyquist can have another season with 75 points. Yes, they brought in all this offensive talent, but who knows, right? Like he could not be the same player he was last year, and it could have been just an amazing season for him. I love him as a player, but there's a legit possibility that he's not the same player as last year.
Yeah, I think overall it's an unconventional approach where you would have thought probably a couple of years ago Nashville was going to start selling off and look to rebuild, where it was more of like, no, we're retooling this. And sometimes, obviously, with the league getting younger, you can come and get some of these older players in order, like on decent, 4 or 5 year contracts, and some cases 3, to come in and kind of replenish the team. So I was actually going to ask, how many draft picks do they have stacked up? Because this to me reeks like a team that maybe if they get off to an okay start, they could try. I have no doubt that Barry Trotz would trade some of these first, maybe second rounders in order to get themselves some help. I think with getting rid of McDonough and some of these other guys, that they have a lot of draft picks stocked up and that they could move. G's currently looking at it, but
they got 3 first rounders in next year's draft.
There you go. And there you go. That's why
2 second rounders.
So there you go. I this to me reeks of a team that could take advantage of maybe another team struggling, where another team is looking to unload some of these old wily veterans, where they could come fill in some of these spots if some of these younger guys can't come in and help out right away. Because if you look at all those guys over 30, like these are guys who are proven playoff performers, guys who have won Stanley Cups and can help them get it done. They just kind of need to fill in these other areas. If these younger guys aren't up to snuff, is that the fucking word?
Up to snuff.
Up to snuff. That a boy.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice job.
So Nyquist has 1 year left on his contract, so he's up after this year. So this is a big year for him. So you put all that in front of him.
I'm happy for him because he had a couple tough years, right? Like he had some years where he wasn't really doing much, and you wondered even if he was going to be an NHLer anymore. That kind of like, it looked like a guy who was going to end up heading overseas, Army.
Yeah. Yeah. And he landed in a good spot with opportunity, right? And a couple years ago too, they, like I said, they had a bunch of guys like Forsberg, Yossi, all their main guys. They were like out of lineup. They weren't playing any of these guys at the end of the year. And it was, they're injured or banged up and held out of the lineup. And it was just the young guys able to go with it. But some of these other guys were given opportunity. And, he's a big part of that team. Nyquist is a big part of this Preds team. So, I think just for Nashville fans, can it get any more exciting than to have, a team? They're right to the cap, but a team with a GM like Trotz, he comes back in the mix and he just puts his stamp on this team by saying, "Hey, like we're going for it and getting some big time names, some big time players." And at the end of it, yes, we'll see how it all pans out. But that's pretty exciting stuff. If you're
sometimes we don't give enough credit to coaches either. I thought Andrew Brunette, he kind of got the shaft in Florida, given their playoff performance 2 years ago. And obviously Paul Maurice was the answer. He went off to New Jersey, helped that team out big time. And then finally he gets to be the head coach of the Nashville Predators, where I thought he obviously had a incredible first year, where I think that he has a laid back approach. He's very intelligent, and I think he's going to get these guys firing on all cylinders. I have them making playoffs.
So do I.
I do too.
And I think when we did bring up some of the worries, like can these guys repeat their good seasons? O'Reilly and Nyquist and some of the maybe questionable lineups in the bottom 2 lines. it's Saros that is the thing for me. It's like the fact that you have this goalie is like it covers up any warts they may have. And quickly, as a shout out on D, fun player to watch that's really, turned into an NHLer in Nashville is this Jeremy Lauzon, who kills guys. One of the biggest hitters in the league. Sneaky name that if you watch Nashville play, he is throwing the ball, he's flying around. So keep an eye on him, maybe taking one of your favorite players' heads off. So I think that's probably good for Nashville. I can't wait to see this whole season play out for them.
What do we done? What do you guys got left? How many teams you got left?
This is
an interesting division. This division's pretty interesting when you look at it, right? Like with the Dallas and Colorado. And who would you throw next? Like what, Nashville? And then it's like, okay, like what else is going to happen with these bottom
the next team is probably the biggest question mark. And I'm sure a lot of people will have them as a sleeper team. And that's the Utah Hockey Club. Apparently they have a name picked, but they haven't announced it yet.
Really?
I think 100% it's the Yeti or Yetis. I think it's a no-brainer, such an unreal mascot opportunity. I think that the head of a Yeti on the jersey, like that big snowy white fluffy hair head.
Clayton Keller let it slip too. I don't know if you heard in an interview. Yeah, he was like, I think the name's going to be Yeti next season. I don't know if that's out there yet. And they're like, I think you just broke the news.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Yeah.
Clayton Keller on waivers for ruining all the chaos there in Utah. Okay. I guess, you know what? Let's do the 15 before we hand it off to Liam O'Brien, who is a member of that team, signed a 3-year extension. Good for him. A great glue guy, locker room guy, tough as nails. Whit, I'll hand it off to you, buddy, to break things down.
So the Utah Hockey Club, which is a new organization in the NHL. This is not the Arizona Coyotes moving over. Utah, the first goal scored will be the first goal in the history of the Utah Hockey Club's organization. So very exciting time. I'm more just like pumped to see these guys get to have a fan base. And that's no offense to the amazing fans that the Coyotes did have, the 7 of them. Biz is leaving the room right now. But the Utah Hockey Club, last year as Arizona, 7th in the division with 77 points as the Coyotes missed the playoffs, obviously. Connor Geeky's gone in Tampa Bay. J.J. Moser's in Tampa Bay. Josh Brown's in Edmonton. Travis Boyd's in Minnesota. But the arrivals army is where we're talking. They trade for Sergachev. They get John Marino from New Jersey. They get Kevin Stenlund, who had a big part in the Florida Panthers grinded out style as a huge body. And then Ian Cole, who has just proven himself to be a stay-at-home, right now in this point of his career, kind of a bottom pairing, but reliable guy. And I think it's just the excitement of like the guys up front. I cannot wait to watch Logan Cooley play hockey this season, Army. I think that he's going to pop off. I think last year was just the beginning. He's going to be a star in this league. I already, Clayton Keller every year produces. He can score. I have this team being really good this year, and maybe I'm just buying in, and maybe I'm just excited that they sold 15,000 season tickets and that all these guys get the chance to really feel like they're in the NHL. And it sounds crazy, but when they were at home last year, we went to a game. It's just like, what are we doing? And now you're going to this sold-out barn with a new owner, and Liam O'Brien talks about it, who is in it to win it. He will give them anything they need. He's talked to all of them. They're building this insane practice facility, and they're going to be able to be given a chance with new team, new jersey, new name, new city to really have a completely different turnaround from last year. So I can't wait. I don't know what you think, Army, but the forwards get me excited. I think that the Dylan Guenther extension we talked about, Biz likes him for 30 goals this year. I love Nick Schmaltz. Barrett Hayton's tough. Lawson Krause can play mean. He kind of needs to be. It's a smaller team. But what are your thoughts on Utah?
Yeah, I'm excited for. I think it's like, hey, welcome to the NHL moment for a lot of these young star players that they have. To your point, with an ownership group that's willing to pour all this into them. That's one thing I think exciting. If I'm a player and I'm in that situation, I go from getting dressed at a college barn outside, where you walk into the rink from the outside, from a separate building, into the NHL rink, which is like virtually a bowl. And I watch IceCon too. You guys are sitting in like no seats. There's literally no seats. There was
no back to the seats. There's
no back to the seats. It's just a bench. And so they're going to be in a real stadium, and they're going to try to retrofit it for hockey right now. It's not built for hockey, but I know they're going to put a lot of work into getting that done. And then the treatment, the setup, the care, I think the resources that are offered now through just being a part of the new ownership in this organization. I think that the players are going to be like, okay, like here we go. We're in the NHL, and this is the way it should be. And this is the care that we should get. And these are the things that we should have. So I think from that perspective, I think the fresh start element is super exciting for me for guys like Cooley and Keller, who's been there a long time, Schmaltz, who's a stud as well. Like these guys are going to get a fresh lease on life with a new team, new organization, a new city with new fans. So that for me is really exciting. Plus, I think the aggressiveness also in the offseason of going and getting some of those names that you said that can fill massive holes, solidify certain spots, make them harder to play against in a lot of different ways. And so I think there's lots to be excited about for Utah's fan base, or just people in hockey in general, with a new team coming in, that they're going to be like pretty good. They're going to be able to, stand on their own 2 feet, and they're going to have a team that's not just going to wither away. Because we've had Seattle came in, didn't hit expectations right out of the gates to say, yeah, Vegas, this is not an expansion team. This is a flip-flop over of another team, but they've done some work this summer, and they're going to be a team that you're going to have to be ready to go to play these guys. I think there's a lot of excitement also with this club and with these players. So that's what I'm looking at. I can't wait to see it. I saw Clayton Keller at NHL Media Day, chatted with him. He's fired up for it. Trained in the offseason back in Arizona with Matthews and all his buddies and had it going, but he's excited. I got to say, those jerseys too, as simple and plain as they are, they're kind of like a Maine black bear look, like them a lot. Almost, or the colors. But I got to say, in person, for how simple it is, just with Utah across, it looks pretty damn good. It looks really good.
How good can Josh Doan be?
So that's the thing. I feel bad for the Arizona Coyotes fans because I look at this prospect pool and the guys that can very soon in the National Hockey League make impacts, like Josh Doan, Matthias Michelli, Logan Cooley, Dylan Gunther, Barrett Hayton, who finally started developing chemistry on that top line with Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz. So I really like this team. I think they're going to be very exciting to watch. I'm a little bit, I guess, concerned about their size. Just like especially in their top 6. Obviously, Lawson Krause helps that up. Logan Cooley's a tall kid. He hasn't necessarily filled out yet, but maybe getting thrown around a little bit. But it just sucks that they lose their team when this team is trending upwards. Like you look at this roster full of the young guys, and you look at there's just so much goddamn potential. So I think Josh Doan is probably going to have a 20 to 25 goal season. People think that he's slow. I think he looks slow, but he's deceivingly fast. So I think that he adds a great, he's great on that third line, and he's going to have that Matthias Michelli making plays and setting him up. I think he's a natural goal scorer. He's not afraid to go to the hard areas. You saw that in that first game where he scored those 2 goals in his first game right near the blue paint. So overall, guys, I don't have this team making playoffs, but I see them making major strides. And Mikhail Sergachev, this reeks of me like remember when who ended up getting up? It was Florida who got off of Trocheck because he ended up having that nasty leg break, right? It's almost like, are you getting off him at the right time? He's going to have so much to prove, and he's fired up. So that's such a big add for them to add a power play guy, a puck-moving defenseman, a guy with that type of experience to kind of, help out those other guys. I like Dursey. I know he's a little bit undersized, but he's got a great motor. He ain't fucking shy to chuck him either. I think that Velimaki is very underrated, and no one really talked about him because he was lost with the Coyotes in Arizona. And then you get a guy like John Marino, who had a couple great seasons. He's a guy who came over. I think he was originally in New Jersey, Pittsburgh, and then moved over to New Jersey. So I don't mind their top 4, but I just don't think that they're there yet. I think that the goaltender, he doesn't get paid shit. I'm drawing a blank here. Vejmelka had an off year last year, where the season before he was standing on his head. So I would expect him to have a bounce back year, and just going to be an exciting season in Utah overall. But like I said, just not quite there. They have so many young guys up front that it's going to really be hard in that Western Conference to get.
You don't think they're going to bang on the door in a wild card?
I think that they're going to be in the hunt the entire season, but I just don't have them. I'd have to delegate to experience, and that's why I was between them and Nashville. That was where I was drawing the line, but I just like that those old guys that they brought in and with that experience. But it's going to be a great year there. They have tons of draft picks as well, stockpiled.
They got Ginla this draft,
and maybe if they are in the hunt, maybe they get off some of those picks. Man, they have so many stockpiled right now, and you can only have so many contracts. So some people like that philosophy of stockpiling them all, and then you get you never know what these picks are going to turn out to be. Use them in order to replenish that lineup if you do need a little bit of help in order to kind of get these younger players some playoff experience. So I really like that Tourney as coach, a guy who came over from the Ontario Hockey League, who doesn't get enough respect, and the work that he's done with these young players in order to help develop them. So I just really like the organization. I'm really sad that Arizona didn't get to see these guys flourish, but it's going to be a great year. And
I have them making playoffs. I don't know why, and I understand. I understand it's a complete reach. My main thing is the excitement and the change of pace these guys are going to have at home games. I think it's such a young team that they're going to be just like, oh my God, like the fans carry them the same way.
To be fair, they had an incredible record at the Mullet last year. To be fair.
I understand. I'm not saying that they weren't good there. I'm just saying like all of a sudden, like it's just different. It's a different feel. And the guys they have, like, I think that Barrett Hayton is a guy, and I know if you look at his numbers, he's a former 5th overall pick. It's nothing special. But as you said, at the end of last year, they really started connecting him, Schmaltz, and Keller. I think my main reason, I think Logan Cooley's going to go off this year. I think he's that good. Army, I know we were talking about him. You love his game as well. I think Sergachev's that good. The goaltending's question mark. It's more for me like Vegas came into the league and they had this fan base that just carried them. I think Utah games are going to be nuts. And I think Dylan Gunther's going to have a big year. And I know I could look like a fool on this one, but I think they somehow get in the playoffs.
It's just so hard that young up the middle in that conference. Like, look at Barrett.
The center spot, I know.
It's a little thin. It
is.
I think they'll be exciting. I think it's going to be exciting either way. I think with the excitement level, I think this team will respond as such as well with the way they play. And they got exciting players too, right? Like they got a young group of exciting players that are fun to watch. So little kick in the butt. Here we go. We're in a real spot. They're putting everything into us. Let's see what we can do. So I think will lead to them being in the mix.
In the mix, but not in for you?
Not in for me,
right,
but in the mix.
Well,
I think they'll push. I think they'll be there in the wild card banging away.
Well, I'd love to get out to a game soon. And now we can actually send it over to Spicy Tuna himself. Liam O'Brien joined us, I want to say 2 weeks ago, to talk about his move to Utah and what the team's feeling. So right now, enjoy Liam O'Brien of the Utah Hockey Club.
This episode of Spittin Chiclets is sponsored by the Late Game Movie. Let's be honest. For all hockey guys, eventually, all roads lead to beer league. But as you get older, shaking off the rust and lacing them up only gets harder, and even tougher if you're the new guy. Starring Zach Bell, a.k.a. Always Hockey, and Chiclets' very own Mr. Rear Admiral, The Late Game is a hilarious tribute to beer league hockey and a salute to the poor bastards stuck with those brutal late-night ice slots. This movie perfectly grabs the people and experience that comes with playing in beer league. The hockey action in the movie is actually realistic. Guys, I saw the movie. It was awesome. Rear did an incredible job, and I would recommend go seeing it if you have a passion and love for the game of hockey. The Late Game, folks. So crack a beer and check out The Late Game, available now in Canada and the U.S. on Apple TV. Go to thelategame.com/stream for more places to watch.
We are now pleased to be joined by a very special guest, Biz. Spicy Tuna himself, straight out of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Maybe the first human being from Nova Scotia to ever have the nickname Spicy Tuna, but I love it. Utah Hockey Club's own Liam O'Brien. What's going on, bud? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, boys.
So we were just chatting kind of before we started that you're all settled in there. Looks like you have a beautiful pad and you're right in downtown Salt Lake, basically. Like, how's the city treated you so far? The restaurants, everything. What do you think so far?
Yeah, no, it's honestly been unreal. We've got so much support behind us. You can already tell, and the people here have been amazing. You know, anything you need, they're willing to help you out. It's been a great experience so far.
Spicy Tuna. Normally we start from the beginning of guys' careers and how they got into hockey, but considering the last 6 months has been pretty crazy, I want to just dive into how you got the information that you guys were going to end up moving from Arizona to Utah. Like when was the first that you guys caught wind of this? Did you know before the media found out? And who addressed the team in order to tell you guys that this was all going to go down?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. We were in Seattle I think a few guys had heard rumblings the night before. And then that morning in Seattle, we had a meeting, and Bear told us, Coach Barry told us. So we're all kind of in shock, to be honest. I don't think any of us thought we were leaving Arizona, obviously with, the team being there so long and it kind of battling through adversities over and over and over again. We just thought, okay, like we're going to just keep trucking along. So when we found out we were moving, everybody was, pretty honestly upset, and it was, it was big news.
Well, I kind of went through it when I played with the Coyotes in a sense of like ownership changes, potential ownership changes. So when you say the adversity, was it more so like dealing with the moving into ASU and just like not really knowing what the future was going to hold for you, even personally?
Yeah, there obviously you played there, right? And there's always like turbulence, and I really do think that a team could work there in Arizona. I really do. I believe it can. I think it's a great sports market, and we had such great fans, and I feel so bad for those fans that don't get to watch hockey anymore. And I really hope that they bring a team back there, and they just need to get the rink in the right spot. They get the rink in the right spot, and it's going to work.
I think it must have been exciting for you though, because even though you're moving, it was like you really found a home, and you played pro hockey for a long time, undrafted, and worked your way up. Like a lot of time in the minors. We'll get into Hershey too, kind of a legendary like AHL organization, but there had to be a part of you that said, all right, no matter what, like I'm with this team, I'm with this organization, so I don't really mind where we're going. And you were rewarded with a 3-year contract this year. So it must have been exciting to know, like, I'm now a part of this team. I don't really care where we are as long as it's the same group. And now you have that, and even better like market fan wise.
Yeah, definitely. We've got like the best group of guys too. And I think when you're in the role that I'm in, it makes it easier when you love your teammates. And so like moving here was a no-brainer for me.
What about that intro too when you came on stage? I'm sure that had a lot to do with you establishing yourself as kind of the new fan favorite, because in Arizona
they had to
it was
sign him after that, Biz.
I don't think you really gave him much of a choice.
I get a lot of questions about that, because everybody thought, oh, like you planned that, or like like even Ryan Smith asked me the other day, like, hey, like, did you do that on purpose? And I was like, honestly, no. What happened was we were told 2 minutes before we're getting on stage, like, hey, by the way, you guys are going to be getting the mic, and you got to like stand up and introduce yourselves. And I'm like, oh shit. All right. And as the mic started to kind of work its way down to me, I could just feel the guys, like there's kind of an expectation there for me to kind of do something like that. So I could just see them staring at me like, hey, like get these people going, like get this place rocking. So I was like, all right, I'll give it my best. And I can't, it obviously didn't hurt me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, whenever you're not on the ice and probably not in the locker room, you seem very reserved. Are you very raw? Are you the guy who's bringing energy every day to the rink and snapping jokes around, making sure everybody's getting chirped and really making the team feel like a team? Are you kind of that glue guy in the locker room?
I think I do it in like my own way. I try to be myself. I don't want to like overdo it, or I don't try to say too much. But when it comes to like doing, before the game lineups or things like that, like I kind of have my thing that I've been doing, for a long time, ever since junior, and it's a little bit WWE. So I think whenever we get into situations like that, where there's a mic or something like that, I think there's just those expectations from the guys, like, hey, like get up there and give it to them.
Get them going. Now, how many, it looked like there was a ton of fans there, like a lot of maybe new season ticket holders or people who wanted to be a part of the hockey club's like fan base. How many people were there that day?
So I think we had in the building, I think we had 15,000, I believe.
That's unbelievable. And
then so they just let all these people in, and then you had another 7,000, I think. This is kind of just coming out of my ass, but 7,000 outside. So there's just a lot of people, and they were going nuts. Like, I'm excited for you guys to get in that building and see how loud it is, because it's a super loud building.
I don't think TNT has a broadcast till early January, and I was actually hoping, considering I live in Arizona, it's a quick drive or even a flight away, so I might pop up and just try to catch some of the action. It's funny that you said in your last answer, though, before that about WWE. Now, you kind of look like a WWE wrestler. Like you have the nice slick back hair, the manicured beard. Are you a big WWE guy? And is that why you kind of, when you're reading the lineup card and you bring that energy, is that stem from maybe your like of the WWE?
Not at all. But you know what? If you guys go on Google, you look up Liam O'Brien Sheamus. If you guys look that up, you'll see my AHL rookie party. I think it was Garrett Mitchell, Chris Newbury, Dame Byers, missing a guy too. I had 4 of the vets. They dressed me up as Sheamus. So I was like roaming around. This is in December in like a Speedo and knee pads. You guys can look it up. It's actually hilarious. It's actually hilarious.
I went as Hacksaw Jim Duggan one year too. I had the knee pads and the Speedo on too. It's a nice little get up.
Yeah. Well, they weren't letting me into restaurants or bars. They weren't letting me in anywhere. So I had to like walk in, like put this jacket on, and then the boys were like, oh, well, you gotta take the jacket off now. Like we get in the private room. They're like, yep, you gotta take the jacket off. So yeah, no, but great night. But yeah, if you guys look it up, you'll see it on.
Actually, I looked it up right now, and then I also see another one. AHL enforcers take fight to Twitter. Liam O'Brien tells Tom Sestito to take the rocks out of his head.
Oh no!
What's that from?
Oh, so we were playing him in playoffs, and he was in Wilkes. Well, he was in Pitt actually. He got sent down to Wilkes. We had fought a month before that, and I don't know what happened. He didn't like. I sallied after the fight. He didn't like it. Anyways, I ran a guy on their team pretty good. I got suspended for it. So then he went into the media and he had this interview, and he just, I don't know, he didn't sound too smart, and he was like chirping, yapping at me, telling me he was going to kill me, blah, 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 blah. And so I just kind of fired back at him on Twitter. And then I think it was game 3. Game 3 we fought. I think we fought 3 times that series, me and him. So it was a busy playoff series for me. But
yeah, you weren't you weren't shy down in the minors. I think when we played you when we were with Manchester, you fought Josh Gratton. So you would answer the bell no matter who it was in the AHL, which I think at that time probably had tougher guys than even the NHL. But now saying that, as far as the NHL, it seems like there's been like a little bit of like a revival of the heavyweight division. Are you excited? And do you think that that's why that makes your job that much more important, at the fact that even new guys like Rempe are coming in and all these young guys who are willing to throw down?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to see some young guys starting to step up. I think there's a couple of years there where we didn't have any young guys kind of coming in trying to do the job. And so it's nice to see that there's some young guys that are starting to find their way and into the league. And, Rep says, he's done a great job. He's come in, he's fought the toughest in the league, and you got to have respect for the guy. He's just a young kid. I was in the same spot as him when I was 20, right? I'm in the minors. I'm looking at the lineup before the game. There's Paul Bissonnette, there's Josh Gratton, there's Scott Sabrin, and the boys are like, all right, well, you probably shouldn't fight those 2 guys. Right. And it's like, it's great to see young kids, starting to take on the role.
I look at like your career and, Quebec Major Junior League, and I guess the PIMs were a little lower at the beginning. Were you kind of a late bloomer? Like, did you grow a lot at some point, or was this always kind of who you knew you'd be in pro, if you were to get to pro hockey, right? Like some guys get to junior, and Biz has even talked about he switched from defense to forward and realized this is what it would take. Like, did you have aspirations of being really offensive when you got to the Quebec League, or how did you kind of approach what you do now back when you were a teenager playing junior?
I think I still play the game the same way I did when I played in Pee Wee. Like I just want to take your head off. And I think that's why I've been able to get here and play in the NHL and have a role within the NHL, was just because from a young age, even when the cage was on, it was like, I'm running you. Like, if you run one of my guys from behind, like, I'm coming for you. So yeah, I think junior is tough for me. I never really had a great year in junior, a great junior hockey career at all. get 20 goals one year, but I think once I got into pro hockey, I had my role. And then from there, I think I just had access to, skills coaches and development coaches and, psychology, psych coaches, you have everything. And I took full advantage of that. I think, I lacked a lot of that stuff and in, growing up. And so I was just, took advantage of that and developed and, I was able to get my game to a high enough level to play in the league.
Well, I mean, you alluded to it. You played in Hershey, obviously probably the best place you could have ended up in a sense of getting those resources. You're basically playing in like an NHL barn. They're selling out every night. I'm sure that Washington's providing you with all those stuff you mentioned. Like, how did you end up getting there? Because you were undrafted. So you ended up, signing like a 2-way contract? Was it an East Coast AHL deal to start? Was it an NHL 2-way?
No, I walked onto the end of the NHL that year. So it's a crazy story. So I went to development camp, but I was hurt. The day before I went to development camp, I took a skate to the top of my ankle. It was deep cut. So I tell my agent, I'm like, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm going there. I'm going to go for the experience, whether I'm rehabbing the whole time or not. So I get to Washington. I rehab, I think 5 or 6 days. And I'm like, fuck it. Like, I'm going to throw the skates on and I'm just going to run guys. I don't care how much it hurts. I'm just going to put the skates on. I'm just going to run guys. So, it was nowhere near ready for that. Anyways, threw the skates on, played in that, the development game that you play in the end of the week, played in that, ran some guys that, probably asked a couple guys to fight, whatever, tried to make an impression. They call me in and they're like, all right, we're going to invite you to the rookie tournament, go home, get healthy, and then we'll bring you back to rookie tournament. So I was fired up. I'm like,
you're like, I did it. Right, I fucking did it.
Let's go. Right. So I go home, train my ass off. I, go to junior camp. I was supposed to be an overage in Sherbrooke. Fly into DC for rookie camp. I fight in the rookie tournament. Played against Philly. Fought that Moran, that 6'7" giant. And then Trotty was like, "We're going to give you a preseason game." I'm like, "Shit, all right." Play my first preseason game. Fight Bobby Robbins. And then I had 1-on-1. I had a Gordy that night. And then the next game, play against Philly again, fight Derek Mathers, picked up an assist. And then, play against Montreal, play a good game. Then I got a fourth, I might have got 5 games in there. I think I had 4 points and 4 fights or something.
You're like, I might make this team.
And anyways, I had a great camp. Trotty is like, all right, we're going to sign you. Or Trotty, my agent calls me. He's like, they want to sign you. I'm like ecstatic, right? I'm like, holy shit. I just went from playing my overage year in Sherbrooke to now I'm signing an NHL contract. I'll probably play pro hockey this year. And have my meeting at camp. Trotty brings me in. He goes, hey, how did it feel if I told you you're going to play your first NHL game against the Montreal Canadiens tomorrow night?
Holy fuck.
Are you kidding me?
Right. So I dress up and then I only played like 4 or 5 minutes that night, but I fought Prusty. That was my first game, first fight, Prusty. So
wow.
Yeah, that's how I.
Did you cry when he told you?
Oh yeah, I had tears in my eyes. It was crazy.
Dude, that's an incredible story because as you started telling it, like when you busted up your ankle, when you got cut, right? And you told your agent, I'm going anyways. He must have, like, even Washington must have been like, why is he coming? Like, right?
Oh,
like
I showed up and they're like, why did you even come here?
You're in their lineup fucking a month later.
You guys want to know the best part? My jersey number in Washington was 87. You think they were planning on keeping me around? My jersey number was 87. Legit. You walk into the training facility now, and there's like they have all the numbers on the gym on the wall, and there's like 87, and there's like me, and then Donald Brashear. Like nobody wears 87, especially if you're from Halifax.
No shit. I was gonna say that's your guy.
So I think I saw that you played around 12 to 14 games in that first year. Did you stay up that first portion of the year and then eventually get sent down, or was it kind of like an up and down thing all season that first year?
No, so I was up till December, and then I got sent down like right before it kind of sucked actually. They had the Winter Classic that year, so I got sent down right before the Winter Classic, which I was upset about because I don't think I would have played in it, but just like to be around it and take on that experience would have been pretty cool. So, and then I got sent down to the minors. They had their guys already, right? I kind of like struck gold at that time. Like Volpatti got hurt. I think he was getting his neck figured out, and I think Brooks like had an injury at the time. So they had injuries. So it was like I kind of just came in at the right moment, and then guys got healthy, and I kind of knew when guys got healthy, I was like, I think I'm probably gonna get sent down to the minors. Like I knew I wasn't there, like ready to play in the NHL yet, but I was willing to do the role at that time. So they're like, we got this kid, he's hungry, So anyways, I get sent down to the minors, and everybody wanted to fight me. It was probably the craziest year of my life. I had no idea what I was getting myself into.
It's kind of similar. It's similar to Jack Guy a little bit, Biz.
Yeah.
Right? Like you go to a rookie camp and like not many expectations, and boom, you're in the NHL. That's wild.
It all happened so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all happened so fast.
So the coolest thing, so I didn't have not too similar, but when I ended up making Pittsburgh, I think I played 15 games in that first year. And what was cool is the fact that I knew one day that I was going to be able to tell my kids, if I ever have any, that I got to play with like Sidney Crosby, Malkin was there, Fleury, Letang. So for you to be getting dressed next to Ovechkin, like, was there any silly stories that you can remember and just being starstruck about the fact that you're around these like legends in the game? Like Ovi's going to be the all-time goal record holder. Like that's fucking crazy. You get to play with him.
Yeah. Ovi was, till this day, he's always so good to me. I mean, he kind of like took me under his wing. I think he just appreciated the fact that I was a little kind of like this young, crazy dude, and I remember, I think like the funniest Ovi story was, I think we were going on a trip to Calgary, and I get on the bird, I got my bag and whatever, put it away, and I see Ovi get on the plane. He's got no bag, just has his toiletry kit. So I guess the whole trip, he just was like buying clothes. Like he was just on the trip buying clothes the whole time. Him and Kuzi and I think who's the other Russian? Maybe Snarls, maybe Orlov. They showed up to Cowboys. They were dressed up as cowboys. They had the full like head to toe outfit, jeans, boots, hats. I don't even think they kept the stuff either. I think they just like, hey boys, if you guys want it, here you go. Like
Iverson style.
Yeah, no, but it was it was cool to play with all the like Nicholas Backstrom. I got to play with Green. I got to play with John Carlson too, and all those guys. Like it was a veteran team. Jason Chimera, Wardo. Like it was a really cool team to play on. Definitely an intimidating team. Like I remember like practice, I'd be like, I gotta dial it in here. Like it was just, the puck would just snap around, and guys were so good. And I knew I just wasn't there yet. Like, so it was almost good for me to be sent down to the minors and develop and work at it.
That kind of goes back to like, a dream coming true for you. Like obviously you call your parents, I'm guessing. And like, is that who got you into hockey? Did your dad play? Was he a big influence in you in your career? Like, just at the beginning, and I looked it up, you're 7 years younger than Sid. So this legend from Nova Scotia, like when you're 10 or 11, he's coming into the NHL. Like you must have always kind of looked up to him, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Sid and Marchie are both guys that I've always looked up to. Just the way they carry themselves off the ice too, the way they take care of themselves. They're good pros. They're good, they're just good people, and they're great hockey players. And, I think we're privileged, where we're from, to have those guys, from Halifax or Cole Harbour. And, it's, those guys are still heroes for the kids coming up now. So it's cool to see.
When you were younger, were you going a lot of Mooseheads games? And was there like a guy that you looked up to as to why you ended up embodying the role that you did? Did you see some guy running around and the crowd going nuts and you're like, I want to be like that guy?
Not really. No, never. Okay. I would say my favorite players growing up were Rick Nash and then Scotty Hartnell. So I always wanted to have a good mix. I always wanted to be like I always wanted to have Rick Nash's, skill and be a power forward like that. And then I love the way Scotty played. He just played hard and he just ran guys and he'd fight and score goals. And I knew he had the hair too. He had like the orange beard and the hair, right? So yeah, those are the guys that I looked up to.
G let me know before we hopped on that you actually played under 17 for, is it the Maritime team? Like, I don't know how they divided it up, or at least when you played, but you played with Nathan McKinnon on that team, correct?
Yeah. So I grew up playing against Nate my whole life. He played for Cole Harbour and I played for Halifax. So we and he always played a year up, right? He was so good. So he was always with us. He was always playing with us a year out.
Was he like, even at 10 years old, like it was that evident, like prodigy style?
Yeah. And he was never really, when we were younger, he wasn't really a big, strong kid like he is now. Like now you see him and you're like, wow, okay, this guy's a monster. Yeah, he's a bull. And so when we were younger, like, oh, he'll probably be like a smaller skill guy. So it's really cool to see where he's at now in the NHL, and he's like a power forward, right? Like he's just so explosive and strong on the puck, and yeah. So yeah, we played with him. I played with him. I played against them, Adam, Pee Wee, Bantam, and then we played together U17.
You kind of look like a bit of an outdoorsman. You mentioned Marchie being from there. I know he's a big like bow hunter and shit. Do you ever go out with him in the woods and like hunt and shit?
No.
He's always posting the photos on Instagram. He's like killing stuff in the wild. I think that he said, I read in an article that he just does it to clear his mind and get away. So I just figured, like, since you look like an outdoorsman and a rustic guy, I figured maybe you're out there shooting with him.
I mean, I like to hike and do things like that, or I like to get outdoors, but I'm not hunting anything. No, not yet, at least. Maybe now. I feel like there's probably tons of spots to do that here.
You mentioned Hartnell's hair. Like, your hair is way more manicured than his is. I think we posted a photo on our social. I was just ripping him when he was at NHL Network this year for an awful salad. What's your routine? Because you're obviously all about your hair. Like, you have to be open about this. Like, you're a bit of a girl when it comes to being manicured and shit.
I honestly do nothing. I wash my hair I wash my hair maybe once a week. Maybe once every 2 weeks. And then I never put anything in my beard, like no beard oil or any of that. I get it trimmed. I had a barber in Scottsdale, and then I just found a guy here that his name's Cisco, good fella. And so he just comes over to the house and trims the beard up. That's it. That's nothing. Honestly, nothing.
Even in season, like when you're sweating and you're putting your helmet on every day, you usually go about 10 days before you wash it.
Yeah.
I was told you're never supposed to wash it. I think Murls is the one that's like, he washes his hair once a month. He's like, you're going to lose your hair even more if you. That's what Murls told me. Never wash your hair. I think he conditions it
once a month, but I would say I wash my hair probably 3 times a month. 3 times a month.
See, Biz, you're in there scrubbing it up every morning.
I got a Velcro head. I got an afro. I have to. I got flies around it if I go 3 days without washing it with the body odor coming off of my body. This is kind of a random one. I know you haven't been there long, but any differences, like big time differences about people from Utah? Like, I know there's a lot of Mormons there and stuff, and people try to make a big deal about like the docking going on and all the swinging going on. Apparently the Housewives of Utah is like the craziest one. I heard the Salt Lake City ones are out of the rocker. It kind of made me want to get a job with the team because of all the swinging going on. The Salt Lake City swingers.
I haven't been approached. Approached yet.
No
but I'll let you know when
yet?
I do. I'll let you know when I do. But there's always a thing on like, hey, they don't drink or da 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 da. Like, I've had my neighbors have dropped off whiskey, and I've had 2 neighbors ask me to go for beers, and I'm like, they drink, like, and I'm in the southern part where I've been told there's more Mormons, and people here are so friendly. I had a nice family. They dropped off muffins yesterday. Like,
Wow.
they're not even like my close neighbors. They're like 2 streets down. So
The problem is muffins may mean like, hey, we're
Yeah, it
looking to
does.
swing. Like your
It does.
wife could pop around the corner and be like, I forgot to mention to you, the neighbors who dropped off the muffins gave me a possible, little situation we could get
Honey,
into.
I opened up one of those muffins and there's a butt plug in it. What the hell is this? What the hell's going on here? Yeah, you can leave that one alone. We don't want to get you in trouble in Utah to start
you got
out. We
your
don't
new
need
fan
you getting
base.
TP whacked by the GM.
It just must be really nice for you guys to go from like such unknown in a college rink to now you're like, we got an owner that's willing to do whatever. I mean, Sergachev comes over and like all these moves, and it's not dogging Arizona and what happened, but you're now like in the NHL. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it is a little different, I'm sure, for all you guys.
Oh, we want to like, it's a different, for sure. Different mindset. It completely switched. I think we were in a rebuild and now it's like, hey, like, let's win, like, let's go. So, Sergey and Marino and, Colsey and, Stanlin, who just won a cup. And so it's great. It's great to have these guys. I've met most of them already and they're awesome guys and, just happy to have these guys a part of the team.
There was a story too that Ryan Smith, he flew down to Scottsdale. He brought you guys to Scottsdale National, the golf course, and he basically laid it out and said, hey, like, what is it that you guys aren't being provided now to where I can provide it to help you guys win more games? What was the feeling like amongst the group? And nothing to bash on Arizona about, but what did you feel that you guys could use as a group in order to get to the next level?
He was just like, okay, flights, like, how do you guys fly? Hotels, where do you guys stay? And things like that. Like, what needs to be better? Food, what needs to be better? Nutrition, what needs to be better? So he just tried to check all the boxes there with us. He wanted everything to be done right. And so far, everything's been done right, like really well, like top notch. So the guys are happy and it's been nice. It's been really nice. They're building that brand new facility for us in Sandy. Right now we're in our temporary one, but our temporary one is still great. And
I was going to ask how the temporary one is and when they think the new entire practice facility will be finished.
Yeah, so the temporary one is at the Olympic Oval. So it's the rink is like in the middle of this big speed skating oval. So it's pretty cool. It's unique. And then our facility is still not done. We're in there, like the change room and the dressing room is all done. So we're in there right now. But a lot of the other stuff is still not done. But it's great. Yeah, like it's, he didn't, he went all in on it. And then, we've already looked at the floor plan for the one in Sandy and it's going to be ridiculous. So we're pumped and excited for that to get done.
You mentioned Sergey. We talked about Ovi, another Russian. You played with Kucherov in junior. What was this guy like in junior?
Yeah, Kuchi's the man. A good buddy of mine, and yeah, I got to play with him. The crazy story about that is Quebec City had 3 Euros. They had Sorensen, Mikhail Grigorenko, and they had Nikita Kucherov. So they had to get rid of one of them. And we had a space for one. And so we ended up getting Kucherov.
That's who they got rid of?
They got rid of Kucherov, one of those 3 guys. Yeah. And I'm telling you, this guy was, as soon as he got on the ice, we're like, holy crap, like this guy is unbelievable. He was just 2 points a game. Like, how he is out there. Like, he's very smart, smooth, cool, collected, right? Just same way in junior, just super calm, lets the game come to him. Can shoot the puck and, sees the game so well. So he was dominant. Like, he was extremely dominant. We all knew he was going to play the NHL. We all knew he was going to be this good. We would talk about it. We'd be like,
really?
Like, all the boys be together and he wouldn't be there. We're like, Coochie, right? Like, he's going to be like a 100-point guy in the NHL. And
it was that obvious.
Here we are today,
then.
and like, it's a second-round pick in the NHL. Like, it's a pretty good second-round pick.
How was his English then?
It was good. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, he was a great guy. Like, he was just a good teammate. He was a very happy guy, like easygoing. Low maintenance. Yeah, really, really good teammate.
Did you ever have like some shady Russian buddy come around, or sometimes these Russian guys? Malkin would have these like 2 random Russian guys around in the locker room all the time.
Were they coming in red jumpsuits?
Oh yeah.
I don't think I played with another Russian that had that sort of thing where he had like his buddy coming in like the red jumpsuit, and it was like his treatment guy or whatever, but Coochie never had anything like that.
His vitamin guy. Just getting him the multivitamins, the Z-Packs. Oh my God, that's incredible.
Are you in like the anxiety part of September of like getting ready for the testing? Like, do you guys have hard testing with Utah?
Yeah, so we're a week away.
What do they have you guys do?
Everything.
We've got we used to have this bike test. It was like the wind bike, right?
Wingate? It's horrible.
Wingate, yeah. We would do that. We don't have it anymore. So usually I'd be a little more stressed out because that one was tough. But we don't have that this year, which is nice. We got like an on ice, skate test, got sprint tests, and we've got a bunch of other, tests. And so, this time of year is always, stressful, but I'm looking forward to the season. I'm looking forward to getting things rolling here.
As an English guy growing up in Halifax, like, how was it playing in the queue? Because it's not often we have guys who played in the queue on. Like, was it hard to adjust, like being in a French-speaking place? Like, there's French-speaking players on the team, like all the communication going on in the locker room. Like, was your coach French? Like, how does it all work?
So I speak French.
Ooh.
Yeah, I speak French. So I was lucky that way. I had a lot of buddies that were in French towns, and they didn't speak French, and it was hard on them. But luckily I spoke French. When I was younger, I lived in Montreal for 4 or 5 years. So I had like this base of French that I was able to kind of stick with. And, I'd be in French class and stuff like that. And obviously it was kind of a breeze for me because I already knew all of it. But yeah, I was able to, keep my French, and it kind of paid off for me in the end because I played in Rimouski and then I played in Rouyn-Noranda. Both towns are predominantly French. So yeah, I was lucky. What
were you doing in Montreal? Like one of your parents' jobs, or like what?
My old man got a job in Montreal. So we moved. I was only 5, I think, at the time. So from like age 5 to age 10, so I started actually playing a lot of my minor hockey in Montreal.
Were you rattled when you guys moved back to Halifax because you had all your buddies and stuff?
No. I was excited. I was excited to get back to Halifax. All my family was there. Yeah. We actually had another stint too. I had another stint in Toronto. I actually played 2 years in Toronto. After we had moved back to Halifax, it was Halifax, Montreal, Halifax, Toronto, Halifax. So Jesus. I was used to moving around. My old man got a job in Toronto, really good job. So we went up there and then realized, like we just like being around family. We moved back to Halifax again.
Do you go back there in the summers? Like you spend all summer there this year?
Well, I just had a baby girl. So I was in Arizona for most of the summer. So most of the time I ended up going home, training and spending time with family and stuff like that. But this summer I was only able to get back for a few weeks.
What's the dad life like?
It's great. It's great. Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, right? But yeah, it was a lot at first, and I'm sure right? And then you kind of get into like the swing of things. You're like, okay, yeah.
And then that's when your wife says, I want to have another one.
You're like, holy crap.
Oh,
it kind of slaps you in the face, but yeah, no, it's been so much fun. And
so Biz has said that someday if he has kids, when the kid's crying, he's just going to meditate through it all. Could you picture that? Could you picture yourself meditating, posing as your wife?
I've also had a vasectomy too, though, so I don't know if I don't know how strong my swimmers are to bust through that wall.
I don't think you're going to be meditating through any of that crying, but yeah, there's no way. There's no way. You gotta just take it on the chin.
You did mention earlier.
They'll just put the headphones on.
Yeah, exactly. No, he'll just leave. He'll just be like, hey, where's Biz? Oh, he just left.
Yeah.
He's out in the park.
No, but you did mention earlier, like in Arizona, being with that group of guys and how awesome they are. Like I've had the chance to hang out with a lot of them, like Kells, Krauser, like unreal group. So I'm sure that you have a lot of close friends on the team. Who are like the silliest guys on the team that kind of you're hanging out with the most? Like who are your closest friends on the team who give you a lot of laughs?
Well, I mean, the silliest guys, you got, Krauser and, Dylan Gunther's kind of like one of those like quiet, silly guys. Jack McBain. Like we got some really funny young guys too. But even that Matthias Michelli, like we got so many guys that are, just hilarious. So it's comical going in the room every day. And then, as for the guys I'm probably closest with, like Kells, Krauser, and then, pretty much everyone really like, it's a really close group. You've been around us enough, and it's Schmaltzy and these guys, like it's the best. It's just such a great group of guys.
Is Schmaltzy talking in lingo like his brother?
Schmaltzy's actually probably the biggest goof. Actually,
is he really?
Now that I think about it, Schmaltzy's the biggest goof. When you get him going, he's something else.
Him and his brother are fucking top tier. They're funny bastards.
He's got some of the best dance moves. You get that guy on karaoke, like it's game over, man. Like he just takes over, takes full control.
You mentioned Michelli, who like the fact he's from Finland and his last name's Michelli just always will crack me up. But Arizona was team not often on like national games. He's nasty, and I feel like he's somebody that normal hockey fans, especially out east, are like don't really even know who he is. Can you kind of describe his game a little bit, because he was great his rookie year. Last year he was even better. So I'm feeling like it's going to continue. We're going to continue to see his game grow as like a playmaker, right?
Yeah, he's got some of the best, if not the best, vision I've played with. He just sees the ice so well. He can find your blade from like anywhere. Like he's just his seam passes, like when he gets over the blue line, are the best. I think are the best I've ever seen. I've never seen.
That's
like,
what we talked about last year.
Like entering the zone on the power play. Like just that seam pass, like just zinging it through triangles, unbelievable. So he can score too. That's the other thing. Like he's got great shots. So they're trying to get him to shoot the puck more. But he's definitely a playmaker.
I think that's our and we're doing the division breakdown pretty soon. But he's like, there's a lot of guys who do fantasy hockey that listen. Like he's kind of one of those sleepers. Like somebody's going to grab him and win their pool because of Michelli from Finland. I still don't get that. He's got to have Italian family members. But the other guy we had to ask about, and we had him on, Logan Cooley. Do you see some of like what you were saying about Kucherov in junior? Like this is a future 100-point player. Like one of the goals of the year, granted it was preseason when you guys were in Australia, but kind of a game breaker, high draft pick, like future superstar.
Yeah. Like he's so dynamic and he's got so much skill and speed. He's creative, right? He's one of those guys. He's got that creativity to his game. Kind of makes something out of nothing a lot. It's fun to watch because sometimes you're just like, how did he just, that goal he scored in Australia when we were playing LA? We're like,
what the fuck?
Like never seen that before.
Settle down, kid. Settle down, buddy.
Yeah,
We're fine.
And that's another kid. Like he's a goof too. Like he's a funny kid. Super great kid, humble. And so we just have a good group of guys like that.
Grabner lost his roommate, unfortunately. That was a good guy to live with his first year. He'd probably be chucking a lot of weights and gaining a lot of size. Since we're on the topic of these young studs coming up for the Coyotes, when I went and hiked with Bedard on Sunday, and he was raving about Dylan Gunther. I love him. You said he's a silly guy. He's really good with the one-liners. He raved about his one-timer and how he's able to get it off from everywhere. So he was confident that he's a 40-goal guy in the National Hockey League. That's coming out of Bedard's mouth, not mine.
Yeah, so we 100%. Like we were out there today, and we were doing this shooting drill, and you're watching this kid shoot the puck, and you're like, what the fuck?
He's like
he just,
180 pounds.
His release
it looks
is crazy. Like, it's so quick. And it's not even just him. Like, we got Josh Doan too. You watch these two guys shoot the puck and you're like, oh my God. So we you know, our young guys are so good. They're so talented. You know, the guys, you know, I'm excited. You know, it's awesome. They're all great kids. So it's, we're lucky.
Do you guys start the year off at home or are you on the road?
We are starting the year off at home. First game's at home against Chicago.
Place is going to be buzzing.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have anything else, man. It was great getting to chat with you. And I know you're going to have your hands full protecting a lot of these guys, given the rejuvenation of the heavyweight division in the National Hockey League, buddy. So congrats on a 3-year deal. Well deserved. And looking forward to watching you play this year. And I'm going to hopefully pop up there and watch you live in action.
Yeah, I appreciate it, boys. Hey, thanks for having me on. See you guys around.
Yeah, congrats. For you to get that contract, it's awesome. You know, the way you got to the NHL is a cool story. So I'm really happy for you. Good luck with everything.
All right. Thank you, fellas.
All right. See ya. This episode of Spittin Chiclets is brought to you by Body Armor Sport Water, the alkaline water that provides real hydration with electrolytes for taste. Chiclets Cup was magnificent, and part of the reason was because of Body Armor support. Everyone was thirsty. Everyone was hot. It was about 90 degrees in the sun playing those games, and people were crushing Body Armor. It was amazing. They hooked it up. We can't appreciate and thank them enough. So Body Armor is where it's at. For me, it's about the wide mouth bottles. That's what's great. When you go into a gas station, you see Body Armor, at least now me, I love it. I'm like, thank God they have it. They send it to my house. My family loves it. It's the perfect water. And as I mentioned, it's got the alkaline. It provides real hydration with electrolytes for the taste. So also, you got to include the Flash IV after a long weekend. After running around during Barstool Survivor, I'm crushing some of that Flash IV drink, and I'm feeling good because it tastes great and it helps you get rehydrated quick. We cannot get enough of Body Armor, the sport water. It's, in my opinion, the best water on the market. So head on over to your local 7-Eleven and get your Body Armor sport water today. Well, we're on to Minnesota, Biz, and with that, we have a very special guest, the general manager of the Minnesota Wild, a friend of the show, Billy Guerin. Thank you so much for joining the boys. How you been? How's the summer?
Star Wars jock sniffer, Billy Guerin.
NHL player jock sniffer, Paul Bissonnette.
Okay, all right. That's how we're going to start off. I'm doing your job for you. I negotiated the favor deal.
You
gave him exactly what I said to. You didn't even have to work this summer. I negotiated the Brock Faber deal. I said the number and the term, and you just went with that, and he took it.
Oh, thank you, Biz.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
What a classy guy you are, Biz.
Crunching numbers.
I guess with that deal, though, we can kind of start there. I thought it was really cool, the quote you gave when talking to him of you don't need to change a thing. Like, that's probably one of the biggest things. You the pressure of signing that deal, but you signed it for the kid he is and the player he is now, right? Like, that's something you got to remind him of.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know, you see it a million times. Guys get these big deals, and I do. I really think guys, hockey players are great. They want to earn their money. They want to make sure that they're doing everything they can to make that look like, make it legit. Like, they want to earn their money. And sometimes when they try to do that, they try to be something that they're not. They try to play a certain way that, they didn't play before. They try to score more. They try to make more plays. They try to, raise the level of the plays that they make, whatever it is. Just do what you've been doing. And, Brock's so young, he's going to continue to get better, but you don't want him going crazy trying to, be that, because he'll just hurt himself. Like, that's just, it's too much pressure they put on themselves. So try to take that off of them and just let them play.
Is it a little nerve-wracking, though, given that much money in term over, especially in a hard cap era, to a guy who's only played one full season? I mean, it's not a common thing. I would imagine it's the first time that you've ever done it as general manager where you hand up that much money to a guy who's only played one season.
Do your homework, Biz. We did it with Boldy.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's why we bring you on. You're spicy. You're spicy, buddy.
Come on.
Okay.
No, honest. You know what, though? It is a little nerve-wracking, but I have a ton of respect for the veteran players, but I'd rather give a 21-year-old that looks like he's going to be a star, or a 22, 23-year-old, whatever. I'd rather give him the 8-year deal than a guy that's 31 or 32, an 8-year deal or a 6-year deal or whatever. That's where you got to make sure you're doing your homework. You're giving it to the right guy. I think there's got to be a lot of character involved. You got to know who you're giving it to. And I think you're seeing a lot of it happen now, but those are the players that we're investing in for long term, and we're going to get their best years, not when they're kind of getting older and maybe on the back nine.
I gotta ask, because you talk about Kaprizov and Boldy, but like my guy last year and watching him was Marco Rossi, and like all of the good things you hear about him coming in, it seems like he made steps along the way, like the early struggles and then finding his game. Like, you see this guy as a possible point per game scorer in his future. Like, what do you love about his game so much? Well,
I love that he's well rounded. You guys saw how coaches are too. They love these two-way guys, right? Especially when they're young. If they got the D zone figured out, they're willing to do that. They love it. So Marco's got that figured out. He's a very responsible player. I think when he learns the times where he can take more chances to produce more offensively, he will. But I think that just comes with experience. But I think what do you have last year? He had 40-something points and he had 21 goals. But there's no reason he couldn't, get into the 60s this year.
Yeah.
You got to get on the power play too for that to happen. So we'll see what kind of power play time he ends up getting.
Sometimes fans get a little bit impatient with some of these young guys. With Rossi, I believe he suffered from COVID and there was some lingering effects. Like, that obviously played a big part into his development as well, right?
Yeah, it really slowed him down. He had, I think it was that myocarditis, and it just really basically took a year off of his career at a young age. So we had to make sure that we kind of brought him up at the right pace. I think everybody was expecting a lot more from him, maybe at a younger age, but man, that took a lot out of him. It was pretty scary. I got to let my dog out of my office.
Oh, no problem. We'll just kill time.
That's all right. We'll just shit talk you while you stand up. No worries.
You did stuff in a locker.
I figured Biz would just take up most of the airtime anyways.
He just starts talking.
He just starts talking about himself. And
well, I got a question actually about you as a forward, right? Like, I got to know Matt Boldy, great kid, and he can score. I noticed watching, he's streaky, right? Like, he goes on like 10-game runs, he gets 15 goals, and then maybe quiet for a little bit. He's young. Is that something as a forward you just got to deal with? Like, were you like that as a scorer? And like, as a GM, can you talk to a guy and help a guy be more consistent scoring as opposed to like these runs of hot and cold?
Yeah, as a forward, I went through it mainly when I was younger, so I understand that he's a little more streaky. I think consistency is something, it's probably one of the hardest things to get in the game, right? Is become a consistent player or perform at a high level each and every night. But I think a guy like Matt is learning a little bit more year after year. He had a brutal start last year. He had one goal, late November. And then we made the coaching change, and then he had like 28 after that. So that's a pretty long stretch. If he can figure out the start of the year and then continue like that, he's gonna. I think Matt could be a 50-50 guy. I think he could be 50 goals, 50 assists all day long. He's that talented.
Big too.
He's a ridiculous athlete. Just a naturally gifted kid. If he wants to shoot the puck a lot more, he'll score a lot more. But I think that consistency is something that he's going to continue to figure out over time.
Billy G, you're not much of a complainer, but I want to say it was last year you got a little bit vocal about maybe some of the attention that Kaprizov had gained and maybe lack of calls, where you're seeing superstars in the league now when they are getting hooked and slash and gaining that extra attention. Normally there is a penalty called. Did you feel the need that you had to step in and say something just based off the frustration that Kaprizov was dealing with at the fact that he was getting that extra attention?
Now you're trying to get me to put my foot in my mouth.
No,
gonna get you fined.
Now you're trying to get revenge on me.
No, I'm not. I don't care that you stuffed me in a locker. I'm always going to be Team Billy G. But last year we had them on the broadcast, and I remember it was a week or two prior, and even throughout that game, I was paying attention, and I agree with you. Sometimes the Russians, they don't get the calls like the North American guys, and they deal with a little bit more shit.
You know what? It was just at that time. Yeah, I didn't feel. I just didn't agree with the calls that were made or not made, and I just didn't agree with it at the time. And you know what? Sometimes you just want to speak up and support your player.
How much of a loss was Jonas Brodin missing 20 games last year? Like, not talked about. He's kind of similar to Eriksson Ek and like doesn't really get the respect around the league they deserve. Like, hockey people know, but maybe like the random fan doesn't. But missing 20 games, it was just a nightmare for you guys with how good he is all around.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He goes so under the radar, but people that know, like, he is so good. He is so good. I've always said this. If he had a higher offensive game, he would be in Norris talks because he defends as good or better than the so-called top 5D in the league. Jonas Brodin defends as good or better than those guys. His feet are as good or better than those guys. He doesn't have the offensive part of his game to be considered in those, Norris talks or whatever. But on the defensive side, coming out of your end, breakouts, things like that, no question. He is one of the best defensemen in the league.
As a GM, do you ever look at I know your eye test is, it speaks for itself, but do you ever look at those analytic sheets as far as like breaking up plays in the neutral zone, closing on defenders and breaking up and closing off plays in the defensive zone? Like, do you take a look at those in order to make that type of opinion?
Yeah, absolutely. I look at that stuff all the time. We talk about it all the time. You know what? It's like his defense against the rush and coming out of our end they're just elite. And he's just, when you lose a guy like that for 20 games, you go back and you can look at some of his numbers and things like that. And you see why you miss him. I mean, he is in defending against the rush and breaking out and playing against, higher end guys like McDavid, like McKinnon that can really skate. He's one of the best.
You mentioned Eriksson Ek. I believe he got injured at the end of last season, but probably one of the more underappreciated 200-foot centers in the league. Just so consistent, provides offense all the time. Like, what type of a guy is he in the locker room?
Eki's, he's pretty quiet kid, pretty kind of mild mannered, but he's an animal. Like, he's like a workout freak. Like, Mr. September, he comes in and crushes all the tests. He's, I can't say enough good things about him. I think he had 30 and 30 last year. Like, he's unbelievable. Like, that kid is, he's such a well-rounded player. And he's miserable to play against.
Yeah.
Like, he's just, every single game, guys are punching him in the back of the head because they're like, he doesn't even know he's doing it. He's just bumping into guys. He's running people over. He's just awesome. It's great having him on our team. Honestly, I'll tell you a quick story. Like, my first year in Minnesota, I was just trying to figure out, like, okay, who are we going to keep? Who are we going to get rid of? This and that. I didn't really know Eki. Quiet guy. And we're in Montreal. They're on the power play, and he's killing the penalty. And they give it the puck back to Shea Weber, and he freaking wires one. And Eki blocks it. I'm like, wow. I would not have been able to do that. Like, and then they get the puck after it hits Eki. They go back to Shea Weber again. Blocks it again.
No.
Honest to God. Third time.
No.
They go back to Weber again. This time I think Weber's trying to hit him. Like, and he blocks it third time in a row. He can barely get to the bench. But in my mind, I was like, all right, my mind's made up. We're going to win with this kid. there's no way we're getting rid of him.
Can't question his toughness, but maybe his intelligence.
Yeah, maybe. I would have done the old way on that one.
Oh, imagine me. I would have got hurt getting out of the way.
Do you always address the team every training camp? And what's been your message, or what is going to be your message going into this one? And what are your expectations going into this season?
I do. I feel the guys want to hear from the GM at the beginning of the year. This year was a little more, it was a little different because John and I had talked before, and I felt like John was going to hit on a lot of the points that normally maybe I would have covered. So that was great. I could focus on something different. But to me, this year it was all about opportunity, and every day is an opportunity. And don't let it go to waste. You know, everybody's looking for this opportunity or that opportunity. They want to be given this or given that. I'm not giving me shit. You have to go out and make your own opportunity, create it. Don't let a day go by where you don't just use the opportunity that you have. You're in an NHL training camp. Like, you got to make the most of it. And we've got to get back to where we have to get back to. We have to get back to the playoffs. So those are basically the two things.
And we talked about this when you were nice enough to have us over to your house that night, but you made that hard decision of the buyouts of Suter and Parisi, and this is the final year where you got, I think, $14-15 million tied up. And is it hard not to think about, oh, when this is off the books, like next summer, what a different story for us? Or are you more just focused on this year right now?
No, we're focused on this year. I mean, you know, from time to time it comes up because you have to plan, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this time last year we were planning for this year. Now we're planning for next year in some ways. And you know, the decisions that we make now will affect us in the summertime. So you're always looking forward in that sort of way. But we're focused on this year because, yeah, we're not just sitting here saying, let's just wait. Well, let's wait a year from now. We'll be all set. Like,
yeah,
that's not the case. Yeah. We have a full season in front of us, and our expectations are high. Our expectations are to get back in the playoffs and do better there than we've done, and continue to get better. And, you know, we'll deal with next year.
My last question for you on the team is, like, you know, it was a 15-point drop off from the year prior. And it was like the Gustafsson numbers were like 2 years ago, he was incredible. And then this year was a little bit of a struggle for him. Did you notice anything that maybe affected his game? Do you notice something now that looks like he'll be back to 2 years ago? Like, what was it last year for him? Or was it more maybe just the defense in front of him a little bit?
Yeah, I think you nailed it right there, Whit. Look, he probably wasn't as sharp as the year before, but I think when people mention him now, everybody's like, oh, he wasn't nearly as good. Well, you're not nearly as good when you don't have Jonas Brodin for 20 games and you don't have Jared Spurgeon for 70. You know, like, when the penalty kill is crap, like, that affects the goalie. And, you know, the better your decor is in front of you, and the better, you know, if your forwards don't turn the puck over, if you play in the offensive zone, goalies' numbers are going to be better. So I don't always just look at, you know, oh, his save percentage was this. You know, it all goes hand in hand. You got to look at everything.
I had a couple last ones. I don't think we've had you on since the Dean Evason firing. Probably the hardest thing that you probably had to deal with as a general manager so far. My understanding is you guys had a big embrace in the office, and that was a very difficult decision for you. Just maybe touch on that. And the follow-up is, why John Hynes? Why do you believe that John Hynes was the answer?
Yeah, you know what? I freaking love Dean Evason. He's one of the greatest guys I've met in this game. And we had not just a great working relationship, but a great relationship. He's a good friend of mine. And he was so good for us. And, you know, we got close. You know, he had a big hand in turning Minnesota Wild around, like the culture and the expectations and all that stuff. He had a tremendous amount to do with that. And yeah, it's hard. That's a shitty part of the job. Like, that is not fun at all. And, you know, he's a friend, and it's just, It's just not fun at all. You know, and your other question, John, I've known John Hines for, you know, close to 30 years now. And I know John's detail in the game. I know how organized he is. I know his messaging. I worked with him for a long time at Pittsburgh. I'm comfortable with him. I feel like he really communicates with the players. There's a lot. And he pushes the guys when they need to be pushed. And, you know, he knows when to ease out the throttle a little bit. And, yeah, I'm a big believer in John Hines. So we're off to a good start in camp right now. I just love how it's kind of dialed in and really got the guys focused and ready trying to get them ready for game one.
And my last one, Billy G, you're such a smart hockey mind and intelligent guy. For a general manager, from a self-evaluation perspective, like this off season, do you always like look to work on something? Is there something that you felt after last season that you needed to be better at and that you try to work on this off season?
Yeah. And you know what? I always look at my staff, and I always look and see how happy everybody is. I want to make sure that guys that they're engaged, that they're proud to be working for Minnesota, that they like working for Minnesota, that they feel important in their role, that their voices are heard, all that stuff. So that's something that I really focus in on in the off season, making sure that everybody's kind of not getting what they want, but being heard. And I think that's really important. So I'm always checking on that in the off season. I always try to self-reflect on the job I did or our hockey ops group did. And I admitted last year, I don't think I did a good enough job with the depth of our organization. And that's something where I missed and I needed to get better at. And I get a lot of help from my hockey ops staff and our pro scouts. And, we've improved that a great deal this year in case of injuries. So yeah, you always have to if things don't go well, you always have to look in the mirror and evaluate yourself. And, hey, look, it's not just a team that missed the playoffs. So did I. So did the AGM. So did everybody in the organization. So I need to look at myself and get better.
I lied. One last quick one. Can you give an update on your captain, Jared Spurgeon, hip and back surgery, when you think he'll be back, if he'll be back for the start of the regular season?
Yeah, he'll be back. He looks good.
Awesome.
Participating in camp.
Awesome.
Full blast. And yeah, he looks great.
Great to hear. Billy, we can't thank you enough. It's awesome you'd spend the time just going over your team, and good luck this season.
Thanks, fellas.
We love
Great
you.
to talk to you.
Any more insults before you leave? The fans love hearing you ribbing me. Anything else? You got one for me?
No, that green doesn't look very good on you.
Well, with all that said, I do not have the Wild making playoffs, especially with that $14 million on the books from the Parisi and Suda buyouts, and Billy G just not doing enough to get the depth up in this organization.
But we know Biz will
you're
be
still
a healthy
on.
scratch in the next episode.
Yeah, he'll just change his
Well,
mind.
the good news is we're mushes, and you guys will probably win the division now.
Yeah.
So there you go. We appreciate you. We love you, Billy G, and you're doing a hell of a job, man, and we love having you on.
Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
We're talking Hawks.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, boys.
Good seeing you, buddy.
Hi,
Thanks-
Biz.
thanks
What's
for-
up, buddy?
I didn't know you were in that room over there when I came in. I would have came say hi.
No, it's all right. The game's afoot. I got it.
Hey,
How was
did,
dinner last night?
Did Bears lose that one today?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
fuck.
All right.
I never saw the ending.
Yeah,
okay. They were on
okay.
a
Okay.
I'm not sure. But
We're
yeah.
talking. This is a hockey podcast, not
No,
a football
I
podcast.
don't
This is a hockey podcast,
It's a
so
hockey
we still can
podcast.
just chirp you, though. We can still
but
just
it's
chirp you.
but let's stay on task. People are tuning in for hockey. They don't even care about football.
Yeah, so what do you think about Tivu Teravainen coming in?
He's back.
Yeah, he's back.
He's back.
He's back, baby.
He's back.
Are we hopping right into
We're
this?
hopping right into
wow.
this. He
okay.
hopped in. He sat-
Tavo.
Look at him as the producer chair. It's awesome. He looks pretty big in that chair, but he looks great. No offense. Departures.
That's fine.
Anders Bjork, Caleb Jones, Joey Anderson, Jared Tenorti, Austin Wagner. They
Who?
brought in Tyler Bertuzzi from Toronto.
Want to know someone else we brought in?
Who?
Because he came to the office and I was like, oh shit, is that Big Rig?
Wow.
Yes.
And I was like, shit, is
Yes.
he on the Blackhawks?
Yes.
So yeah. By the way, renewed my season tickets, so I'm all the way back. I was already in as soon as the Connor Bedard got. As soon as we got the number 1 pick last year, I went online, bought season tickets. I think I'm on auto renew, so I think that's for life. But I'm in.
Okay,
this team could be semi-competitive.
They're going to be better. They're not going to be in the playoffs, but they're going to be better. And I'm wondering, my question to you would be, you went to a Connor McDavid Oilers at Blackhawks game and you texted me and you said, holy shit, I understand what you're saying. It's different. Something's different.
My wife, I took my wife and she was like, who's that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's sliding his DMs.
Okay.
Just relax. Right? Not everything's got to be a sex thing,
It's
all
gotta be
right?
a sex
We're
thing.
talking about speed on the ice.
Oh, okay.
Do you notice
I do the
Bedard?
speed at home.
Do you notice?
I'm fast. I'm faster in bed than Connor McDavid is on the ice.
Do you penetrate the box? Do you penetrate the box as well?
Pucks on net. Pucks on net.
Bucks
That's
on
how you
net.
get 3 kids.
Just shots on goal. Shots on goal. Do you notice Bedard being a little
Yes.
different looking to you?
Yes. I also think like his first season, obviously the jaw injury sucked because it was like he missed some time and it's like you never want to have a rookie, be out for a little bit. But I think he's going to be incredible this year. I think it's going to, like, you can even see the flashes where the game looks slower for him than everyone else on the ice. And that's the special type of talent that he has. So I'm excited. How many goals are we thinking?
I think he's going to get 50.
50. I was going to say 40.
I was going to say
He's gonna
40.
get 50.
I think he's getting.
Let's start with 40. Yeah.
I think he's getting 40 and 40 this year.
Ooh.
A nice 80-point season,
Really?
some progression. Yeah, it's going to be hard, man. He's going to have some hard line matchups. And I was just going to follow up with, like, do you think that size will be an issue?
No, dude. Patrick Kane proved it doesn't matter.
Well, Patrick Kane's also a couple inches taller than him.
I understand, but that was like the whole thing when the Hawks were in their heyday, and it was who was it? Was it goddamn, I hate him on the Ducks when he was
Kessler.
like, was it Kessler? No, I don't think it was Kessler.
Bieksa?
You're
No,
talking
he was
about
on
a small
Vancouver
guy.
then.
You're talking about a small.
No,
guy?
it was a big guy. It might have been the Blues or
Getzlaff?
someone who was like, no one can withstand this type of punishment, and he was like, we're just gonna keep hitting them and hitting them. It's like, but dude, they're like, the Hawks are just better. Like, if you have skill, I think you guys know the game has changed where it's like, yeah, if Connor Bedard was playing 20 years ago, he might get his head cut off, but now it's guys are so fast, so skilled. So I think it's a different league. Speed. Who was that? I gotta find out.
Berglund on St. Louis?
No.
I'm trying to think of who you're talking about that was just beating down on the Hawks. Nobody beat down on the Hawks then. They just dominated everyone. That's what.
It was fuck, I hated him. I think he ended up coming to the Hawks. This is just too much sports in my brain.
This is a football Sunday with Big
This is a
Cat.
football Sunday. It was Kessler. You're right. You had it first.
Okay, well,
Kessler
we
said
could have
it.
saved ourselves.
Yeah,
3
no
minutes.
human can withstand that many hits, is what he said.
Really?
And then we won in 7. I think that was the series where we played that game 7 against the Ducks was just fucking perfect hockey.
Considering you have season tickets,
Yes.
outside of Bedard, do you have a favorite player?
Big
Do you-
rig now.
Okay, but somebody who's maybe currently on the team that
Give
you
me
like
someone.
watching?
Give me someone who I got to be excited
Tell us about
Who's our
Lucas
draft?
Reichel.
Who's our draft pick?
Lashunov. He came from Michigan State.
Love him.
Yeah, he's money.
Next up,
defenseman.
I didn't even want.
But he's got a
Celebrini.
broken foot.
I didn't want
broken foot.
Celebrini.
What do you make of
What is that? Is it?
Broken
Is he,
foot.
is he a Ryan Whitney clone?
I don't know. You
We
better
get
hope
one
not.
broken foot.
You better hope not.
The speed goes away. Fuck.
Do you think that Taylor Hall has the best DSLs in Chicago?
He does
sports history?
He does have some nice longtime Stoolie as well.
Yes.
Taylor Hall.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember.
I think I introduced him to Barstool
Yeah.
Sports, so you can thank me.
We should do. You guys should do a Spittin Chiclets like coaching tree. Whitney in the locker room. How many guys you got into it?
Yep.
Because there's a lot, right?
Yep.
I
Halsey was
remember
right
back in the day, I used to get so excited because just random dudes would follow me with the blue check mark and be like, who the fucking is Logan Couture? And I was like, oh shit, this is awesome.
And now you know you're old because a lot of these guys are retired.
I know Logan. I saw the other day, Logan's still playing. He's got a kid now. And I was like, God damn it, he's still out there. All right, good.
Yeah.
But yes, a lot of these guys are retired.
He was on the IR for the most part of last season.
I think
wasn't he?
so.
Logan
I think
Couture?
so.
He's not going to start the year, but he should be back. We chatted about that. In
He
the
was a
Pacific.
Shout out Logan.
He had
Yeah.
he had a 10-year window.
Those
where
Sharks
he was
teams were awesome.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
We always talked about like surviving the first 10 minutes in that building.
Yeah.
And they would just score in the horn. It was just a nightmare
The
to play
Shark
there.
Tank.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Are you a Utah fan now?
Yeah. I like all
that's
those.
terrible.
What do you mean it's
You
terrible?
can't.
Those are his buddies.
Yeah,
Those
but
are
you
his
lost
buddies.
the team.
Those are his guys.
Well, I wasn't part of the organization last year. I wasn't, given the fact that maybe ownership wasn't treating my former friends.
You
or
took a
not,
stand.
Not my former friends, my current friends, but former people who I was employed with. So I didn't really take a stand. I just felt that it was just like, it didn't feel as comfortable.
Okay.
It didn't make as
I
much
like
sense. Like I like to the year before I did 10 games because I enjoyed working with the staff that they had for the Bally's broadcast.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just kind of got a little bit weird, and it's but I wish them all the success. It sucks now because they have such a good prospect pool and all their young guys are unbelievable. And then all of a sudden they're off to Utah. It's a really big sky dump on all the fans that were there that supported it for that long.
What else we got on the Blackhawks preview? Well, I'm going to listen to this anyway because I need to learn up. It's football season.
I think the biggest component.
Foligno named captain was big.
That was big.
Big, huge.
He's a great.
It is.
Great locker room guy. Who, Foligno?
You don't know who Nick
I know
Foligno
who he
is.
is.
A piece of shit.
I know who he is.
He was the guy who last year Bedard's like,
Yes.
he's like, hey, he was telling Bedard, like, you could have caught me there. He's like, dude, you were going too slow. And Foligno's like, are you calling me slow right now? He's like, no.
But everyone's slow to Bedard, yeah.
Yeah, very true.
I think the biggest key to this season is like last year must have been like a mental warfare on some of these players because they just had no guys, especially when Taylor Hall went down. They've surrounded them with players. Right. So you bring in a guy like Tyler Bertuzzi, who's a good net front guy. He's a skill guy, could play on the top lines. Who else did they bring? I mean, you mentioned Patty Maroon, but Teuvo Teravainen, like he's fucking nasty.
He's
That's going to
back.
be a very difficult loss for the Carolina Hurricanes to get over. But their top six way more competent, so they have a little bit of depth to take more focus off of Bedard, which he was getting a lot of.
I feel like too, like it was smart how they took this offseason where like when you get a guy like Bedard, you could be like, all right, well, we're going to sell tickets now. We can just wait and, slowly build up. They're actually going to put a competent team, like you said, around him.
Something.
Right. Give him something. Try to maybe get that 8th seed, 7th seed. I don't know. They're not going to be great, but they could be in the playoff mix.
No.
You don't think they can make the playoffs?
No, I don't. Big
Rig told me they could make the playoffs.
Well, what's he going to say? He just got signed by him for
Well,
Christ's
he's being
sake.
honest.
I will saw my cock off in the office on a live stream.
Don't you still need to get circumcised?
Yeah, a doctor told
I'll
him
do
he
the
could
whole
die.
thing.
Are you getting a little nervous now with all these things that are going around Twitter where it's like the guy from Florida State didn't eat the poop and
What
there's a
happened
guy
to him?
he got run
disappeared.
off the internet. There's a guy last night, a Kansas State fan has to shove a 5-layer burrito up his ass.
Oh,
because they
would
lost
like
to
that.
BYU.
Biz would like
yeah,
that, though.
So like people are starting to up the ante and they're starting to get called out on it. And you still, as far as I know, still have an anteater.
We have a problem on this podcast of people like making calls like that and then not living up. Pasha's supposed to get a tattoo. Right?
Yes,
this is bullshit.
And guys aren't living up to bets they make, which upsets me. But apparently a doctor told Biz it's very dangerous for an adult man to get circumcised.
That's bullshit.
It's painful.
Dude, you know what I do every year? I pick a pinky team, a team that starts 0-2 that has Super Bowl aspirations. I'm like, this team's not going to win the Super Bowl.
Who you got this year?
The Rams. They won a big one today.
They were down,
They were down. They won that game. If the Rams win the Super Bowl, I don't even think a doctor will, like, you can't go into a doctor's office and be like, cut off the tip of my pinky.
You can use the saw he cuts his hog off with.
Yeah.
If Chicago makes
but
it.
I'm going to do
You cut off your pinky, but you can cut off your cock?
Yeah, because one's the actual surgery that people get, and one is you can't just be like, hey, cut off my finger.
Okay. Fair enough.
But I'll still do it.
I'm going to double down on the foreskin bet of the Maple Leafs winning the Stanley Cup, where I said I would chop it off to if the Blackhawks make the playoffs.
Love that.
The whole thing.
Legit. So you're getting circumcised.
No, you're getting circumcised.
No, I'll chop the whole thing off.
No.
I'll just keep my balls.
You're getting circumcised if the Blackhawks make the playoffs.
Okay, fine.
That's fair.
All right.
Big Cat, can I give you a player to get excited about?
Yes.
So you can go watch on defense?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Korchinski.
Okay.
7th overall pick in 2022. He flies. And I think last year, I don't know exactly, he played over 20 minutes. He's on the ice all the time. And he'll be the guy in 3 years when Chicago's like maybe competing for a cup again.
This year?
That is their guy. That is their defenseman stud.
I love that.
So now you can, and he skates
He's a
so
big
well.
guy?
I wouldn't say he's like enormous. He's 6'1" maybe.
Compare him to a defenseman from when the Blackhawks won the Cups.
Like,
Jarmelson?
Jarmelson was small.
No, he's offensive.
Jarmelson's not small.
He was not like huge.
No, he's
I think
offensive. Like,
oh, he's more
like
offensive.
you could say, like maybe someday he's like Duncan Keith.
Oh, that's big.
I'll whisper it. I'll whisper it. I'll whisper it. But he flies and he can move the puck and he can run a power play. So Korchinski, maybe you buy a jersey, a Korchinski jersey, Big Cat. That could be your guy.
Okay, I like that. By the way, we'll meet in the middle. Jarmelson was tall, but he was not like big.
He's jacked.
He was jacked, but he wasn't. He was under 200 pounds.
I don't even think he was that tall.
He was like 6'2".
I think
What?
6'2". Yeah, Jarmelson.
I just remember seeing him in a suit and being like, "Oh, you're not as big." But that's
Well,
also
they all got nice
Seabrook.
fitting
yeah.
suits.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
why
So
they're all
so
tight.
a Duncan Keith. Ceiling Duncan Keith.
Maybe-
That's high. I mean, that's
like,
crazy.
that would
praise.
be like
yeah.
a dream come true, but he's very good and like high pick, like not just like Duncan Keith was a second round.
Is he going to be top pairing?
Yes, I think he will
Okay.
be. Well,
maybe
they brought
maybe
it. They
a
brought it.
hybrid between Seabrook, Keith, and Jarmelson. Like if you put
Wow.
them in a blender,
Maybe throw in a little Johnny Oduya.
That would work.
Sure, sure.
Well-
if he gets a nice tan.
It's still the best was when
I don't
when we
think
won,
those Russians tan
we
very
won
well, though.
when the Hawks won in 2015, and Sharpie was nice enough to let me go out with the cup, and like we went out one day, we went out the second day, then the third day they did the cup at this bar called the Pony Inn, and it was like for friends and family of like the like sales staff and like all that. And I'm sitting there because I brought my friends to finally get a picture with the cup. And Oduya's there, and he's just like, "Where is everyone?" He was still fucked up. He was just like, "Where's the party?"
It's over.
Like he looked at me, and I was just like,
Go
"Dude, I
home.
don't fucking know."
Go home, Johnny. Just go home.
It was just he was the only player there and me, and he's the only face I recognized.
Despite the moves and the fact they are going to be better, but they're not going to make playoffs. Let's go.
No,
back.
they are.
Let's go back to the past in those 3 Stanley Cups. What are your fondest memories? Maybe who are you hanging around with the
Honestly, it's it goes back to the fact that that team was like it's a rare thing in sports where they were so nails where it's like they were down in so many series where it's like they'll just figure it out, and they just got better as the series went along. Like even the Lightning Cup final, they were down 2-1. It was like, oh fuck, the sky's falling.
4 straight.
It's just like, or 3 straight after that. Yeah, like they just every Q would just make the adjustments. And it would just be like better and better and better. So so many teams probably thought they had him, and they just never did.
Did you see that Jonathan Toews went to Burning Man this summer?
I did. Yeah. Hank went out with him the other night.
Oh, Hank told me the story. So
Yeah.
listen to this, Biz. So Hank's playing golf with this kid. Kid gets a hole in one. And Jonathan Toews is right on the hole behind them. And his cart's parked like right where the hole in one happened. So he's going nuts. And this kid's like, Jonathan Toews is my Tom Brady, Hank. Like, this is my hero. He loves hockey. Watch the Hawks win all the titles. So he finishes up and they're hanging out and Toews comes over. He's like, what's up, boys? Congrats, the kid. He's like, what are you guys doing tonight? He's like, oh, we're going out. Like, dude, would you ever come out? Comes out with the kid with his hole in one. It was like, Hank's like, this kid, it was like his dream day.
They literally went out all night. Yeah.
Did you ever hear Witt's hole in one story?
No. You hit one?
No, I didn't. I lied about one, and then my grandfather made me a plaque, and then passed away.
Lied about a hole in one.
I'll never get one. I'm not retelling this
grandfather-
story.
No, you can't get one now.
No, I don't even want one.
Is
I don't
that
deserve
worse
it.
than
Well, you
not-
do want one.
Is that worse than not following through
Yeah,
with
I want
cutting
one.
off your
You
foreskin?
definitely want one. I don't know. That's pretty bad. No, the foreskin's still
I
the
was like
worst.
16 though, so
Yeah.
like young, dumb.
Yeah.
not
What, did you
thinking-
even
not
get
thinking.
it close? Or was it the second shot? You just made the whole
no,
thing up?
I just was like, watch this to my buddy, and I was like, I got a hole in one.
I guess
I didn't know what a hole in one meant either, though. I didn't play golf at the time, so I didn't understand it's like sacred, you know. But like, I didn't certainly get one and then have my childhood idol Jonathan Toews hang out with me at the club.
Technically, I've done that too because I do the fake scorecards, and I've definitely put a 1 on.
Oh, yeah,
one of
yeah,
those
yeah,
where
he
people are
puts
like,
up-
holy shit.
They're like, oh, congrats, you shot 63 at
You just
Shinnecock.
post them on your Twitter.
Yeah, you can score whatever you want in golf. You just put it down. I shot a 72
Kim
at
Jong-un
Shinnecock.
over here.
Dude, I shot a 72 at Shinnecock. I probably played like half the holes. And I had so many people hit me up being like, I never knew you were a stick. We got to go out. Like, this is awesome. Like, dude, that was completely fake. What are you talking about?
Golf jock sniffers.
Oh, people get so mad about it. And I'll do it like, I'll be like 5 under in the on the front 9, and they'll be like, just lost my focus in the back nine, like went 10 over, and like people were like, what are you talking
I
about?
smoked, man. I got high.
Like 7 consecutive birdies, and then I had a quadruple bogey. They're like, that's not possible.
Actually, you know what? Another Chicago thing, back to the Blackhawks, Alex Vlasic.
Okay.
22 years old, strong, big defensive, played at BU, so I love the kid.
Oh, yeah.
They signed him to a long extension. He's only making 4.6, so that's something in like 2 years. You're like, this guy only makes 4.6.
Love that.
Shut down. He's your Seabrook.
Okay.
He's going to be
He's
your
the big
Seabrook.
boy.
Okay, so I'm just really reaching here to give you
No,
your
I
Hall
like
of
this.
Famers.
Yeah.
But that's a guy. Like, you got Korchinski, you got Vlasic, your young stud D-men, you got Bedard, you got some really good prospects.
Speaking of Seabrook,
really good.
future Blackhawks head coach. I'll call my shot right now.
Is he even coaching?
I feel like he could be
maybe not, but he's the future. I'm calling my shot. We'll just in 10 years
Seabrook's
when it
the
happens, we'll play this back and be like, holy shit.
Did you go to Chris Chelios' jersey retirement?
I did.
night?
It was awesome.
Oh my god,
It was so much fun.
Isn't that where your kid was like wondering who Wayne Gretzky was?
We went into Wayne's box and Kid Rock was smoking a cigar, and like I think Wayne was eating steak with his hands, and my kid got a picture with Wayne Gretzky and was like, it looked like my kid who was 4 at the time, 5. It looked like Wayne was using my kid to hold him up, like to hold Wayne his own body weight up because he was so buckled. But it was a great time. And then on the ride home, my son was like, I was like, you just met the greatest hockey player of all time. He's like, how is he the greatest hockey player? And he's like, well, he scored the most goals. And my son was like, how many goals did you score? And I was like, none. I'm
a hell of a golfer.
And I was like, I'm a hell of a golfer.
I do have a hole in one.
And then he got confused because we watched the when they shot at the in the intermission between second and third period, and I was telling him like they're gonna shoot the puck. And then on the way home, he's like, so which one of your friends got shot? And I was like, oh, man, this is going to be,
Jesus Christ.
This is going to be
wild.
wild.
It is Chirac.
Well, we do live in Chicago.
Come on.
What do you
Stop
make,
reading the news.
What do you make of the fact that they took away the Rockets shooting between the second and third period?
Lame. So lame.
Do you think
guys can't be horny anymore?
It's not fair.
It's fucking bullshit.
Do you think if Trump gets reelected, they'll bring that
Probably.
He's running on that in his Illinois.
He should run on that.
He should. It would work.
Yeah, I think so too.
But yeah,
did I tell you that Taylor Pyatt met his wife that way?
I didn't.
Yeah, because her friend shot, and we were having our rookie party here. We were here 2 or 3 days before, and there was a Blackhawks game on television. We were eating at Gibson Steakhouse. So there's a couple rockets shooting. One of which was Taylor Pyatt's wife's friend. So we go out that night to, I think the place was called Cuvée. Remember the club Cuvée?
Yep.
So we're down there, and I'm like, "That's the girl who shot." And they're like, "You're an idiot. You're just making."
Only
that up."
he would recognize. He wouldn't recognize like a Hall of Famer. He'd be like, "That's the girl who the
That's
rocket
the
at center ice."
missile launcher who put it off the post. And sure enough, it broke the ice. They came over, and then next thing you know, Taylor Pyatt's married with 2 kids. And
Love it.
You're welcome.
There
You're welcome.
it is. So that's why we need to bring it back.
You're
basically stopping guys from finding the love of their life.
Yeah, we could do almost like a dating show for one of the members of the Barstool family.
Yeah, no, it's sad. It's sad. They nerfed it all. All right, I got to get back to football.
Okay,
right,
thanks,
Dan.
boys.
Can we ask maybe 1 or 2 more questions or no?
Yeah.
Do you have one, Whit?
No, I don't. I don't have anything.
Okay.
Actually, who's your now white whale? You guys just keep hammering out big guests on Pardon My Take.
Who was
I think
it?
it's still Durant. Probably
Oh,
Kevin
yeah.
Durant.
Really?
Yeah, it was Rodgers for a while. I guess Brady, but he's been bad on those calls.
Oh, really?
Is he not getting better?
Belichick, I don't know. He's been calling blowouts. Belichick, Brady, Kevin Durant. LeBron would never. MJ obviously would be my personal, but I don't.
Should have bought his house and then.
I know that thing,
pack-
dude. That thing's been on sale for like 10 years.
No, it's
I know
sold.
it just sold.
Yeah,
for
you
like
sh-
10 million less.
Well,
Wasn't it? It was on for 20.
It was
24.
Yeah, but it sold for like 14.
14. You should have bought it and then worked in an interview as part of it.
Yeah, he really needs the money.
Yeah. He
Well,
did.
he's making
Literally, that
four.
thing
Well,
was
I-
sitting there for 10 years.
I think that he would have done it to get rid of that house at a certain price.
I got to
So
know who
this-
bought it because you don't buy that house unless it's like you're making a museum because it's just 23 everywhere and it's the court.
How can you not get Belichick now that he's like doing media and you're
I
the
know.
number one pod?
I know. It's crazy.
Tell
We
Hank
should've.
to do something.
Last question. How do you feel about Patrick Kane wearing a Red Wing?
It hurts. I really thought he was going to come back this year. Like I thought this was going to be the year.
I think Chief did too.
Well, that's probably why I thought that because I consume Chiefs Twitter.
All-time favorite Blackhawk.
Oh man,
Patrick Sharp.
I mean Sharp. It's Kane though. I mean, how can you beat Kane?
Were you in a bar when he walked in? What was his aura like?
The first time I met him, he was like, "Who the fuck brought the blogger?" And then Sharp was like, "No, he's cool. He's with me," because it was right after like all the shit happened and everything.
Yeah.
But that was the other thing when we went to Chelios's night. I explained to my son. I was like, "All right, we're rooting for the Blackhawks. Like, this is the team we're rooting for." And like, he got it. He like understood it. And then 5 minutes into the game, 20-minute standing ovation for Patrick Kane. And he's like, I thought you said we were rooting for the other team.
And then he sniped.
Yeah,
He sniped the OT winner.
God damn it. I was like, yeah, this is confusing. We'll do this later. So
did you get chills when he scored the OT winner?
I mean, it was incredible. The whole night was, the ovation was incredible. How can you not? He's the best. Showtime. I mean, he always comes up big.
It's showtime.
Well, Big Cat, we can't thank you enough. You're a legend, buddy. And you
didn't even know I was coming down here.
I believe
you're just doing. He's going on autopilot right now. Whit.
What does that mean?
That was autopilot ending an interview. We can't thank you enough. You're the best. That was autopilot, right?
You're a busy guy.
He just went on autopilot.
It was autopilot, but it's really from the heart with him.
Yeah, but like I was literally sitting upstairs getting ready for my show, and Grinelli was like, "Here, just pop down."
Hey, he could say "fuck you." We didn't even want you here.
I'd take that over autopilot. I just got autopilot. I think we're past autopilot.
I think you need to ask Jans. I say thank you to everybody.
He says silly. You're so silly.
He hates my favorite word, silly, and he just. Actually, between him and Jans, they fucking carved me, and I'm not even in a group chat. They have a text thread going. They shit on my ball hockey team. They shit on all my hot takes.
I don't.
Do you know who Jans golfed with the other day?
He played with who?
Jake Marsh.
Did he really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a great
So
pair.
he went from play,
I would have never guessed that.
He was playing with Dustin Johnson, Caleb, and Hank to Jake Marsh.
Jake Marsh.
There we go.
Listen.
There we go.
Jake's a great guy to golf with.
I guess that's when Caleb was like he just met Dustin Johnson. He's like, "Do you like being married?" And DJ's like, "What the fuck? I don't even know this guy."
That's a hell of an opener. That's a hell of an opener.
All right. Thanks, boys.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you to Big Cat. What an absolute beauty he is. We appreciate it. And I guess wrapping up the Hawks, because it was just Big Cat time there. Similar to San Jose and like so bad last year, they made enough moves where it's not going to be just like we're playing Chicago, we're going to crush them tonight. I actually like bringing in Martinez and Brody. It's like two legit NHL defensemen, definitely on the back nine, but it's responsible players that won't make them a complete pushover in their own zone, which was a disaster last year. We talked about how good Brossoit was. He's now there, right? So you get some goaltending help. And yeah, it's not time for the playoffs, but with their prospects and who's coming, I think in 3 years, they could be really competing for a Stanley Cup again. I do. And I hope it happens because I love when this team's good. I love when this market has a winner. Amazing place to play and watch a game. And if I'm a Hawks fan, I'm very excited. I'm in a good place mentally.
Actually, I like the Big Cat take where he said first year Bedard coming in, like you're going to get all these new season ticket holders. The building's going to be full, but you can't have a year like that. And you need to surround these younger players that you do see coming up and eventually being this core group surrounded by professionals. And you just mentioned like Alec Martinez, like Stanley Cup champion, scored the game winner in the finals to solidify that Stanley Cup. And these are the types of guys that you need rubbing off on your young players. Like it's like the little subtleties and details of as much as like after a tough game or after a tough loss, getting back in the gym and going to chuck weights, the way that you handle yourself off the ice, the way that your nutrition works, the way that you're doing recovery. So all these little things will help impact these younger players, and credit to the organization for surrounding these guys with competent guys so they can be a better team this year. So I have big expectations for Bedard. He has the weight of the world on his shoulders, but he lives and breathes it, just like the Crosbys, just like the McDavids, just like the McKinnons. And he had a big summer training, and I'm expecting 40 and 40. You think if he scores 50 goals, I will be so fucking happy for that kid, and it'll be so good for the league. They got the Winter Classic this year, so Chicago being in the mix is so good for our game, given how big this market is. So I just want them to be competitive. I want to have a blast when we come back here and do that live show. And maybe, just maybe, we'll get Bedard on stage because we have not interviewed him yet, and he's one of my white whales at this point.
We didn't mention Mikheyev comes over. I actually like him.
Speedy.
He flies.
He's so fast.
And
wouldn't want him in playoffs, but that's another story because he won't be.
And question mark in terms of like needs to make a step, Lucas Reichel. 17th overall 4 years ago. Every time he's been in the AHL, he's dominated. Can you make that step? Can you become a second first line player in the NHL? And that would just make this rebuild go even quicker. So Blackhawks are in a good spot. They're in a good spot, even though this year will not be their season to get back into the playoffs.
And as a former captain, switching subjects, is there some captain talk this week? There was a lot of them announced. Victor Hedman will don the C.
Makes total sense.
After Stamkos takes off, he'll be the 11th captain in Lightning history. And then also, you mentioned the Gudis of ball hockey, but the real Radko Gudis is going to get the C in Anaheim. Just a warrior. A Chewbacca out there on the ice, and well-deserved for that hairy bastard. And I think you touched on it. Nick Foligno, 35th captain in the franchise history for the Chicago Blackhawks. And our last team, we're going to shift over to the St. Louis Blues, who completely bent over our boy Ryan Whitney here with those offer sheets.
You too.
And what do you mean, me too?
Well, you went on a PTO there with me. You didn't make the team.
No, I got a per diem pack. That's all I expected going to that training camp. You
stole some t-shirts.
Yeah, exactly. I got some nice gitch, and I got to bring home the gear. I actually took the bag home as well, the St. Louis Blues hockey bag. And hopefully we're joined by Doug Armstrong for that.
Guys, before we continue, I'm here to talk to you about Labatt Blue. Lots of things are better together. Hockey, food, golf. I think nothing beats some playing or watching some hockey and having a Labatt Blue. And if you really want to take things to the next level, drink some Labatt Blue Lights with your friends, your family, and live life to the power of we. Take a page out of Labatt Blue Light book and enjoy your beers together so you can live life to the power of we. Labatt Blue Light, always flowing in Canada, always flowing in the United States. It's perfect for you and your buddies to enjoy a game or to have a bunch of laughs on the golf course while having a few beers. So find Labatt Blue Light at labattusa.com/finder. And now we are so lucky to be joined for our St. Louis Blues season preview by General Manager Doug Armstrong. Actually, Biz, I don't even want to talk to him.
Yeah.
He really dummied my Edmonton Oilers.
Yeah.
You take over this one.
I mean, Doug, 2014, you invite Witt on a PTO, and then you snip him with a per diem pack in hand, and that's all he got. And then this summer, you end up sewering him, kicking him right in the dick with those two moves you made by sending those guys offer sheets to his Oilers. What's the deal here?
Well, I knew his second career was going to be much more lucrative than his first one, so I wanted to get him out of there in 2014.
You were just looking out for me, Army.
I was. I could see greatness on the horizon.
Army, an all-time quote, too, after this. I'm going to read it for everybody. Doug Armstrong. I think it was reported that I wouldn't have done this to Kenny Holland. That's the furthest thing from the truth. Quite honestly, I'd do it to my mother if she was managing the Oilers. Did that come out of your mouth?
Yeah, it did. It was, I don't know why I said it. I think it was just more that this wasn't vindictive to the Oilers or anyone individually. It's just part of the business. And it just was a situation where I was trying to improve the Blues. That's my job. And I quite honestly would have done it to anyone. You have to take care of the franchise you represent. And for me, it's the Blues.
And since that went down, there has been talks in different media articles that we may start seeing a lot more of that in terms of offer sheets. Do you think that that's something that'll happen a little bit more often in the league right now based on the way the cap works and how you don't really have to give up crazy amount if the contract isn't crazy with the offer sheet?
Yeah, I don't think it's the compensation, Whit, as much as it is, you have to have the cap space or believe you can get the player because they might not have the ability to match for whatever reason. And if you look at a couple of examples this summer, like the Red Wings had two premier players that they've signed now, but they left $18 million there to make sure that they didn't get offer sheeted. And you look at the Boston situation, I think they got $8 or $9 million available to make sure they didn't get offer sheeted. So there has to be a situation where you think you're going to get the player. No one does this out of spite or to put anyone in a bad spot. The reality is, we did it because we thought we had the cap space to take advantage of a situation potentially because the Oilers, I thought they did a great job on early July. They added 3 really good pieces to their team. And to do that, they had to put themselves in a position where their cap space was at a premium. And we were a situation where we had the cap space and we want to take advantage of it. So it has to work in that sense.
from a behind the scenes perspective, like how early was this being cooked up? Would you say all the way back into last season? Or is this something where you're sitting on your hammock in the summertime where all of a sudden it pops in your brain? You're like, I'm going to be diabolical about this and ruin Witt's life even more.
No, I think obviously you look at who's going to be a free agent and you look at their cap situation. And as I said, it really started to take hold for us July 2nd, 3rd, 4th, when we saw how aggressive the Oilers were, how they really improved their team. Like you gotta remember they've improved their team. They had a good summer, and then they said, okay, well, if we did this, how would they respond to it? And at least what we do is we sort of break up into teams on why we should do it, and then a team on why we shouldn't do it. Then we come back in and we debate it, and then we again, it's only if you think you can get the player. And we understand we overpaid the players for what they've accomplished, and we're hoping they can grow into those deals. But that's trying to maximize the value of your cap space, which we tried to do.
So it's been, I think, 17 years in January that you've been with the Blues, 15 as the GM. So you've seen way different teams throughout that run. Like you had to build it back up, then a great run for a long time, the Stanley Cup in 19, and then now you're trying to build them up again. So how do you approach like rebuilding without tearing it all down? Like that's the main goal here, right?
Yeah, for us, we didn't see tearing it all the way down, and you know, as you guys know, you have to pick a really good year to have a really bad year.
Yeah, like
some years you get Crosby or you get Ovechkin and or you get McDavid, and some years you don't. And you see taking it down, you could go 7, 8, 9, 10 years out of the playoffs and maybe not get that marquee player. The year that you get it and you've earned the first overall pick, you lose the lottery. And it's funny, you look back at a year where Colorado had a really difficult season. They went from 1st to 4th, and they basically won. They got Makar.
Yeah. Yep.
And so it's sort of dumb luck on how that works at that time. But for us, we just didn't feel like going through an extended period of time at 50 to 70 points for the better part of half a decade or more was the prudent way to go. We've tried to keep the values of our organization, which we're always the strength of the pack is what's given us success over the years. That's the way the teams that I associated with Bob Gainey built and Dallas, and how we want to build them here is that we don't want to, we just build not relying on any one or two players, but more the depth of an organization. And right now, I think we have 12 first round picks from 2019 in our possession. So like, I'm not all going to make it. They're not all going to play. But let's say you get 3/4 of those guys to play, they can grow together for 5, 6, 7 years. And even our rookie tournament, like we just out of where they've played and things like that, we're going to have 5 first round picks put the jersey on for the first time next year in rookie development camp. Coming from Europe, coming from college. Our first round pick this year was hurt, so he didn't do it, and one next year. So again, we're just trying to build the way that we know how through depth, and we'll see how it works out.
I think it's fair to say you guys are in this retool phase right now. Like as a general manager, what are your expectations coming into this season? And I asked Billy G the same thing. Do you address the team and have a certain message heading into this season, especially at the fact that Bannister did take over last year? You got new leadership in the locker room as a head coach. And what's that message to the players right now going into a big season?
Well, for us, and again, I don't want to get the cartoon too far in front of the horse, but I think we've improved. We brought in, veteran players like Suter and Fasca. We brought in like the Joseph brothers. We brought in Texier. Now you're bringing in Holloway and Broberg. So we brought in NHL ready players, more than a handful to play this year on a team that had 90 plus points last year. So, I don't want to say it's this, we finish here or bust. But I do think that we've expedited the process just by the number of people that we brought in. And the exciting part is we've brought a lot of people in under the age of 25 that can grow with the Thomases and the Kyrus. And we signed Buchnevich. So I guess hope always springs eternal in the summer. And if you don't feel good about your team now, you never will. But we do have some excitement in our group.
Last year, leading up to the deadline, Buchnevich was a huge name and a big topic of conversation. And you just mentioned you decided to re-sign him. What went into that? Just because you've watched him play, underrated around the league, but he gets it done on both sides of the ice.
Yeah, well, it's funny because you can't control the narrative at the trade deadline. But I talked to Booch after, and I said, I know you heard your name out there. I'm not going to lie to you. Where we were, it was out there, but the reason you're here is because I asked a bucket load for you.
Yeah.
and that made us smile a little bit. And I said, we didn't hit the mother load of all trades. So let's talk. And he wanted to be here. And it was a little bit having Steen come in. Like when you're free and you're that age, you want the money. Like I get that. It is a business. You should get your money. But also once you get that, let's say the money's within 5 to 7%, you want to be in a winning environment or something that you believe can be a winning environment. So I had to sell Boots that he wasn't going to sign a 5-6 year deal and just be at the bottom, like what we talked about earlier, be at the bottom of the barrel for 5 or 6 years. He wouldn't have signed up for that. So we tried to sell him a little bit of a vision on how we could get back and be competitive quickly. He bought into that. And I hope we rewarded him a little bit with moving that ahead this year. And, we got to keep moving. I got to keep moving those goalposts ahead for our group. They've entrusted me to help their careers along. And that's my job and Steen's job and everybody else's job is to be competitive. And we've all seen, like, when you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. The reality is LA's won 2 Stanley Cups. I think they were the 8th seed and 7th seed. Yeah. So you got to get in. And I know one thing, we can never reach any of our short-term goals if we don't make the playoffs.
I mean, you said it, yeah, chip in a chair, right? You mentioned Steener. What's it been like having him around? And does he make you ride the Monarch bike with him? Because when I went to training camp, like, he was a throwback. He was basically Quadzilla. Like, you'd have to put both of mine together to look like one of his. He's an absolute workhorse, and I would imagine he's the same way on basically shadowing you right now and learning the ropes.
Yeah. So last year, he came onto our group in player development. I went over to Europe 3 or 4 times to meet him, and I could, just my own personal opinion was he had management qualities written all over him. His work ethic, his attention to detail. Those things you saw as a teammate, as a player, how he pushed himself. And he's the ultimate team guy. And, again, working and learning under Bob Gainey and Bob Clark, there was a lot of similarities. Having the opportunity to work with Steve Yzerman on some international events. Like the guys that put team first are the ones, and Steen does that. And I think he's got a great management career ahead of him. And he's all in, and he's, for what you guys know him, like he's a pro. Like he's quiet. He has 2 ears, 1 mouth. He's used them in that order. He's getting
like me and Biz.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going about it the right way. And one of the things we talked about internally, like right now, he needs to learn from our scouting staff and our management staff, but he needs to teach the players, because what he has is teachable to the players, and what he needs, we can teach him. And I think it's going to be a great couple of years as we get him up and running.
I actually, playing with Sean Horkoff, who's now high up with Detroit, they reminded me a lot of each other. Like, it makes sense, like the way they approached everything off the ice. So it's cool to see Steener make those steps up. A guy, a part of your team I got to play golf with this summer was Jake Neighbors, and what an unreal character, like a throwback, but a quiet 27 goals last year. And as what is he, 21? That's got to be exciting for you as he's an old school, like he'll throw his weight around, he'll get in the mix, he'll fight. You got to love seeing him make that big step last season.
Yeah, I think you're bang on. He is a throwback. He's got that personality too that people gravitate to.
It's hilarious.
You either have that or you don't. You know what I mean? Like he can walk into the room, and the veteran players like to talk to him, be with him, and then he can go out with a beer with a 21-year-old, not a 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, and they feel comfortable with him. He reminds me a lot of a guy I had the privilege to work with in Dallas, Brendan Morrow. Fights for the team, fights for the right reasons, scores goals, plays hard. Everybody wants to be around him, and he's got quiet, strong leadership qualities. And again, getting back to how this started, you add Broberg and Holloway to him and some of these other guys, Kyrou, Thomas. We're just trying to build a team, and he's a massive part of that. And I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Jake's on and off the ice.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Kyrou and Thomas. Those are two very, very important pieces to you guys. I guess I'll focus more on Kyrou. Maybe the communication between him and Berube last year, especially with a bit of that drama that went down at the start of the year. What are you hoping to see from Kyrou in his game this year, coming into this season, maybe giving those rumblings early on last year?
Yeah, I think, and he had a conversation that you're always can learn and get better, but the learning portion is like when I say young players, I don't put him in that group anymore. He's a man now. He has to take the next 6-7 years of his career. And that's going to define how you talk about him in 10 years. And that's the challenge that he has. You can put up points, but and not just him alone, but it's no good to get 30 goals or 40 goals and 40 and 50 assists to be minus 20. Yeah. That's not helping the team. So he like to round out his game, to become a player, a leader on and off the ice. And his leadership isn't going to come like a Jake Neighbors in the sense it's going to come just showing up, working hard every day and producing offense. And I'm excited about where he's at. And, again, I have to, I spend time with these guys and you end up building that relationship. And I'm getting at that age now where it's not as pure as much as it is almost not father-son, but like one where I just want to see him maximize his career. And I think this is a great opportunity with Robert Thomas, with some of these young guys to take charge of this thing. And we're really fortunate that we got a guy like Shen as our captain, and Parenko and Falk and Letty and Saw, like guys that have won before around these guys. And it's, they're great on sharing their experiences. And we need these guys to just keep drinking from that hose of guys that have won and know how to win.
Just going back quickly to that conversation you had with Kyrou, did you feel like he was more receptive and had grown and matured a little bit more, like in I guess, response to your comments?
Yeah, I do. And it was just a brief conversation on it. If we're going to go, you have to take us there. Like you guys know, there's certain alpha males on a team, and skill wise, he's an alpha male on our team, and he has to take us there. And there's no sense hiding from it. You got to get the job done. But you can't cheat the game to get what you need. The game will reward you if you do it right. And I think he can be a top point producing player like Thomas can, and still be a plus player and still be a positive aspect to our 200-foot game. But no, he does want that challenge, and what, like, you guys can understand that. We have the 4 nations, we have the Olympics. Guys of that caliber, whether they make it or not, they should want to make it, and they should think they're good enough to make it. And to do that, you need to be a well-rounded player. Like you say to a player like, okay, well, if you're just going to be just offense, you got to be better than McKinnon, and you got to be better than McDavid. Or you could be a well-rounded player and be better than other guys. And they're better to take option 2.
Yeah. And talking about well-rounded, like in talking to Neighbors and Kevin Hayes, who's now with Pittsburgh, they were both like, I don't think you have a clue how good Robert Thomas is with. And it's crazy because then I looked him up that night. He's 24 years old. It feels like he's been in the league forever. His rookie year, you guys won the cup, but he's definitely someone as a Team Canada guy that you're building this squad. You have to be looking at him because his 200-foot game is nuts.
And he's got sausage fingers too. His fucking hands are like a bear. He's huge. He's built like a brick shithouse, Doug.
Well, we were talking about it today, and like you look at a guy, and this is really the first adversity he's had to go through in his life. Like as a 17-year-old, he plays with the Chuck and Marner, and they win the Memorial Cup. Then he goes and wins the World Junior. Then he pops the NHL, and he's carrying around the Stanley Cup. Like, yeah, you just get to a point where, well, this is pretty easy. I like when this rolls out, and then all of a sudden he's missed the playoff 2 years in a row, and they just had their first child. Like he's a man now. Again, he's not a young player anymore, and I think having the year that he had last year, personally, I know the team wasn't anywhere near where he wants it to be. But he hears his name on this, and now I know he believes that he's in that conversation. And just talking to him and seeing in his eyes, he doesn't want to be in the conversation. He wants to be leading the conversation. And that's me saying that for him. That's not him saying that. But you know what I mean? You could just tell when a guy knows that, you know what, I do have the ability to do this. I'm going to maximize what I have. And if he maximizes what he has, the Blues are going to be in a great shape for a long time.
it was such a kick in the dick for Blues fans and you guys, and even getting to know Torrey Krug myself. Just a great person. And then he gets this news about being out this season. So, like, how hard is that for you to have to hear, and how are his spirits right now?
Well, it's very difficult. And, the season ends and everybody signs their exit medical and he's off. And then all of a sudden we get a call in July that he was dealing with something, and he's a pro. He's an old pro. He's an old school pro. You know what? A little bit of healing. He'll stay off and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And then he got back training again and it wasn't good. And we did more research and he had a serious surgery. And that first conversation was hard because when you've put everything and I'm not speaking from experience. I'm talking to two guys that do have that experience. Like, you put your whole life into being a hockey player, and then the phone rings and says, if we do this, you're not going to be a hockey player for at least a year. Yeah. And it was emotional. Like, this is who he is. This is, how he views himself. And so we had some good conversations. We're going to keep him very connected to our team. We're going to push him. We're going to do whatever we could do. But yeah, it was difficult. And then it's the hard part again. It's seeing the press conference and asking him about what it is. And the emotion wasn't from the surgery. The emotion was his love and passion of the game. And that makes everybody inside the game well up, because, like, as I said, I've never done what you guys did for a living, but you don't get to that level without loving every second of it. You love the hard parts. You love the grind. You bitch about the bag skates, but you actually miss them. There's all those things that and being probably part of a team too, in the locker room, those 4 or 5 hours a day that you can't replicate are going to be difficult to miss.
Doug, DraftKings Sportsbook has the line for fights from Bennington at 2.5. I'm going to take the over on that. Any truth to the rumor you guys wheel him out to the ice with a Hannibal Lecter mask?
We're going to take the under. He's not going to get too many penalties this year.
Have you had to call him in to calm him down? He's such an intense guy, and that fire is what led you guys to a Stanley Cup. But sometimes you got to probably pull the reins back a little bit. How are you feeling about him and where he's at coming into this year?
Yeah, I thought last year he had a great year in the sense that a couple of years ago he wanted that dust up with Fleury and you know what? At the end of the day, enough was enough. Like, he's not a character; he's a goalie, and he's a hell of a goalie. And the hard part was he did it for all the right reasons. He was disappointed how the team was playing. He wanted to change the emotion of a game. He wanted to change the momentum of what was going on. But ultimately, it can't come from that position. It just can't. His job is hard enough. And so I thought he did a great job. And we're probably at one more year he's going to have to deal with what he had to deal with last year, is that if the opposition thinks they can get under your skin, they're going to try. If the referees are tight at protecting it, they're going to give that guy that extra poke. And I thought Binner put up with a lot last year and was able to just focus on the task at hand. And he had a great year. He's another guy that's got short and long-term goals of 4 Nations Olympics. He's got reasons to stay focused. I thought he did a great job last year. I think with him and Hofer, we have an underrated goalie tandem that can keep us in a lot of games as we find our footing.
So last year, you make a really difficult decision, I'm sure, with Craig Berube moving on and Drew Bannister comes in. How do you decide to get rid of that interim tag? Is it what you saw when he took over the team? Is it discussions in the offseason that led you to say, all right, you're our guy moving forward? And also, that discussion with Chief must have just been kind of like heartbreaking in a way after what you guys created in 2019.
Yeah, it was. And so the Chief thing started back actually in 2016. He got let go by the Flyers, maybe 2015. And I was helping out Hockey Canada for the World Cup, and Paul Holmgren called me and said, Chief's looking for something to do, and so he started scouting for us for that team, and that's how I got to know him. And all of a sudden, he's coaching our American League team. Then he comes up as an associate coach. Then he becomes head coach. Then we go on a great run and win a cup. And to know Chief is to be a friend of Chief. And he is one of the best guys I've ever met as far as that, like loyal as the day is long. And, certainly a guy you'd always want in your corner, not because how tough he is, because how honest he is and what a good person he is. And so that was very difficult. and it made me feel good in the sense that, like, when you get traded as a player, and you think you're friends with guys in the team, I'm sure, and you never heard from them again, you probably think back, we're really that good of friends, I guess. But with Chief, when we had to make that decision, and then he would call me, I would call him. We did some scouting for us at the end of last year. I talked to him the other day about how things are going in Toronto. We try and stay in contact. So that the friendship is something that I'm going to remember as much as anything with Chief on how, like, I'm not naive. Without Chief, without Binnington, without O'Reilly, without Pietrangelo, without Perron, I don't have trophies behind me that they're not there. Those guys did all the heavy lifting, and so I call Chief a friend, and that was very difficult. But to get onto the Bannister part, it was an honest conversation. That, come on in, you're going to be the interim coach for the rest of the year, but what we're going to do, I'd actually say the rest of the year, you're the interim coach until you're not. and that you put a long list of names together, and then as we were interviewing people or talking about people, I got to know him. I got to see how he treated the players. I got to see how our team responded. And I put Drew's name against one guy. I crossed that guy's name off because I like Drew, or Drew was as good. And then all of a sudden, you go through the whole year, you see how our team responded, and we were down to a very short list of guys. And I thought he did a good enough job for that opportunity to come in with a fresh start for a couple of years. Again, we got back to that retooling part. This was before we had our active summer. I thought he had earned the right for a couple of years. Steen's taken over in a couple of years as manager. Everything seemed to point to giving him an opportunity, and we haven't been disappointed. He's run a great training camp, and probably his feet are a little hotter than he thought they might be just by the acquisitions we had over the summer. But he's excited about it. I think two guys, bringing a guy like Claude Julien, a guy that's won a cup, won the President's Trophy, been part of Canada's national teams on big stages, Olympics, World Cups. Like, what a mentor it is for him. And you got Otter and Mike Weber learning from him. It's a really fun group to be around right now. And I think Drew was taking it all in. And Drew's like a young player, like a Jake Neighbors type player. He's at the start of the infancy of his career, and he wants to have a long career. And he's putting the work in to make sure he's going to be a good coach in this league for a long time.
Doug, you've alluded to the Four Nations a few times over the course of this interview. How excited are you that the NHL and hockey has best on best again? And also, how excited are you to be at that round table with all those other guys with Team Canada, where just some incredible hockey minds? It must be a blast talking shop with those guys at that round table.
It's amazing how much you learn. I try and go into that like we talked about, 2 ears, one mouth. I usually end up the other way around, but I start that way. but I mean, like, whether it was Steve Eiserman and Ken Holland and Kevin Lowe, back in 2010 and 14 with Peter Chiarelli jumping in, and then in 16 I had Mark Bergevin and Blakey and guys like that, and now it's John Cooper, and it's. There's so many good guys there, but on the management side, I get an opportunity. Don Sweeney is going to be the GM of that Four Nations team. And
Witt's buddy.
My boy.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to working and watching Don put that group together with sort of a oversight on how we're going to roll that into the Olympics. And those guys will be part of that staff. Julian Brisebois, Cup champion, Jimmy Nill, a great 2-time manager of the year, and Sweeney, and then Val Dewis is helping us out too in a role. So we have a lot of good people there, a lot of different backgrounds. Some of the KG veterans like Jimmy and Donnie, and some of the up and coming bucks like Julian and Kyle. So it's a good mix. And then the coaches are just like my first opportunity to really work with Rick Tocchet. Rick and I got to spend some time together in the bubble. He was an early riser, and we were in Shawshank Pen there at Edmonton every morning, locked in, looking at the outside world.
You guys look alike. You look like you could be twins, you and Talk.
But that's a compliment to me, not to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I got to pump his tires here, Biz. It was Army's the first person in management to become a part of the triple gold club.
Holy.
He had 2 gold medals in the Olympics in 10 and 14. He's got 2 cups, 99, 2019, 2 world championships in 07 and 16. So it's cool for you that you've been around and you've won them all. So now the pressure's on, though, right? I mean, first time best on best in what seems like forever.
Yeah. It's going to be so exciting, and you know the top teams are so close now. Like the Americans, they're going to be a blast to watch. You know, just as a hockey fan, that whole next generation's coming, and they've been clipping off World Juniors for a long time. You know,
yeah,
they've been a hell of a program, and you know, this is the first time that Connor's going to get to put the men's jersey on for Team Canada at this level. Not the world's, but you know, at best on best, you just see him and McKinnon, and maybe a line of Eastern line with Marchand, Crosby, McKinnon. There's so many. Like Coop's going to be a kid in a candy store putting these guys together.
I could coach that team. What do you need Coop for?
Well, but then you look at that American roster too. Like there's those coaches are going to be happy too, and who knows what's going to happen with the Russians? You know, if they're in or not, but. The Swedes and the Finns are always they're like Canada Light, you know. they're hard nosed. They play hard. They play honest. I love Finnish players, and so it's going to be a great tournament. I can't wait for the Olympics, and I think the 4 Nations is going to be a great kickoff for the guys to get up and running.
If you need to hire anybody, I can give the Team USA the Nancy Kerrigan special. If you need I know
you won't get near that team, Biz.
All right,
you won't get near that team. Army, before we let you go, I do got to share this. So he goes on a really special golf trip every summer, and 2 years ago, I got a text said, "Hey, Whit, it's Army, and the guy just dropped out, and any chance you could make our golf trip?" And right away I said to my wife, like, "This is unbelievable." I said, "What's the itinerary?" He's like, "It's 18 nights." And we're playing
what?
And I was like, "Yeah, I can't make it, Army." So I didn't know where did this year's take you guys?
That would cost Whit half his portfolio if he did that trip.
This year we went to Bandon Dunes, and it was funny. So my roommate was Ken Holland, and it was we'd already put the off sheet in. So it was the 7 days, and him and I were rooming together, and they're figuring out what they're going to do. But we played.
Come on.
Yeah.
He's like, "I got a line for you. Say you would have done it to your mom too."
So we didn't really talk about it until it was over because I didn't want to put him in a bad spot. But no, we went to Bandon Dunes. We played 15 rounds in 9 days. It's a golfer's golf trip. It was crazy.
What was your favorite course there?
I like Pacific Dunes. I
like the trails a lot.
You don't remember. You were buckled the whole time.
No, not that much. When you golf that much, you can't get buckled. The guys who get buckled are easy money. They're donators.
You guys do the pink Whitney nips when you get the birdies?
No, it's a golf trip. It's a golf trip.
Hey, apparently he cleans up too every year. So,
oh, do you?
Yeah, Army. Maybe sandbagger someday, Army.
Well, speaking of cleaning up, my understanding is since the Washington Capitals got gutless and stole Cap Friendly, that you and the Blues have kind of created your own. That was what was explained to me before we hopped on. Is he wrong, or is that true? You guys got your own Cap Friendly database.
Yes and no. It's not nearly as in depth as what the Cap Friendly was, but we do put our players' salaries out there so that what if you're on the roster, this is what you make, and you must. Our fans, hey, they deserve to know it's a cap system. They want to understand how the cap works and what guys make, but. Cap Friendly, it went into pretty in-depth detail, but it's anything we can do to make our fans' life easier, we're trying to do it.
Okay, this is one last random one. If you could go back and undo one move you've made as a general manager over your course with the St. Louis Blues, what move would you undo?
Not signing you two.
What an answer.
He knows how to finish it. He knows how to finish it.
Hey, Arby, we love you, man. We appreciate your time so much, and we wish you the best of luck, especially at the 4 Nations. And we look forward to getting you on again, man. You're an OG, and you deserve everything you've gotten.
Thanks, Army.
Guys, always love being on. Always love listening to you. Also, take care.
Well, did you get a hole in one? We're catching wind here. You got a hole in one at the Bandon Dunes?
No, not this year. No, that was the summer at Doug. We won the cup, and then we went out to Cabot on that golf trip, and I got a hole in one.
Oh, holy, for Christ's sake.
28
summer
guys,
of 2019.
Probably got a 12-inch rope, too.
Yeah, I said to Kenny Hall, I said, I got to fly my wife to Canada because you can only take 10,000 across the board and need someone to take the rest of it.
Army, you're the best, and we appreciate it.
You guys take care. Thanks for
you
having
so
me
much.
on.
See you later.
All right, peace out.
Thank you so much to Doug Armstrong. What an awesome guy, a great GM.
What a funny bastard,
Yeah,
too,
I love
right?
it. I love it. That double, triple gold club, the first man in management to ever do that's wild. 2 cups, 2 gold medals in the Olympics, 2 gold medals in the World Championships, and they got high hopes for the Four Nations and then Italy 2026. So it's awesome. I mean, obviously Don Sweeney hates me, but then we have on 2 GMs that we're close with that are nice enough to come on, bust our balls. And I remember saying to Bree when he asked me to go on that trip, I'm like, this is unbelievable networking and being around all these GMs and hockey guys. And, like I mentioned, I think 17-day trip.
That's insane.
17-day trip in Ireland. And that's what
I think you have to be married over 20 years.
No,
to
I
get
think
the
it's
green
kids
light.
out of the house.
Oh, okay.
And then good relationship where your wife's like, yeah, I don't care. I don't want to see you for 2 or 3 weeks. And they love golf.
They pay for it.
They love golf. They do a big trip every year. I know Ken Holland, as you mentioned, their roommates are all.
I bumped into him in Edmonton when we were there for the Cup Finals. I went to say hi to Elliot Friedman at a bar, and he was there, and he came over, and he just seems like the best guy too, Kenny Holland.
Yeah, I don't know him, but Danny Cleary and Horkoff know him pretty well, especially Cleary after being on the Wings all those years. They love him. And yeah, golf nuts. That's what hockey players do. They play golf in the offseason, and those guys have mastered it.
Kind of a different tone now that it's just me and you. I mean, this was a crazy pod. We started off with Murls.
Where did we start this pod?
We started off with the Murls, and then we sent it to John-Michael Liles because we started out with Colorado after we talked about the Chiclets Cup. Now, we have a little bit of house cleaning to do about Chiclets Cup, but first, Murls kind of just disappeared after we threw it to Liles because he was having an issue at the airport.
Well, he didn't think he was.
He didn't think he did, and then he got Pearson'd.
He got Pearson'd, and it's so funny. Let me pull up the tweet because when he was traveling to meet us in Toronto and then drive up to London, he had kind of sent out a message, something. Oh, here it is. Oh, shit, I got to find
No, you're good. You can take your time. I don't think the people mind. We're already 4 hours into this pod, so I think it's just our parents listening. Singsy's probably still listening.
Yeah, I met Singsy. We got to finally catch up, and we had some things to maybe go over and clear the air with, and we ended up.
Some of you are wondering who the fuck is Singsy. Singsy is this animal who hangs out in the game notes chat, because when they do their YouTube show every Friday, starting at noon, that'll be kicking off, I believe, in a couple weeks here, because they will not be on the next podcast. As I mentioned, Keith Yandel will be joining us as our guest host. Give the game notes guys a week off in order to prepare for their launch of their season. But they open it up to the group chat. I don't know if that's going to continue to happen this year. They were getting so engaged with all their fans and stuff and communicating nonstop throughout their podcast, but he was the most hardcore one, and he actually came to Chiclets Cup. So he's a diehard game notes guy. And for all you people listening, like, they came on and did an excellent job through the first 3 pods of these divisional breakdowns. And it's great having them in the mix. It was great having them at Chiclets Cup. And it's going to be fun to keep expanding our Spittin Chiclets network, where we kind of have branched out to those 2 guys.
So here's the tweet. So Murls said, and this is on the way. This is from Sweden. I think he went to Amsterdam, and then he went right to Pearson. In and out of Pearson Airport in under 30 minutes. Did Ryan Whitney make the whole thing up?
That's what he texted you.
And I saw it, and I was like, 1, I was happy for him because he ripped through customs, and that can be a nightmare. But 2, I was like, oh man, he's getting pretty like cocky. Like he's thrilled with his experience, but like obviously I didn't make the whole thing up. I spent 27 hours in that godforsaken place, and I saw him at dinner, and I said, hey, pretty smooth. How? He goes, unbelievable, dude. I walked through, no line. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think things have changed. And I said, well, you're going back there, right? On the way home? And he said, yeah. I said, all right, we'll talk. And so he finished up with us, and he had a 9:00 flight. I think it was 7:15. He's like, I got to just get over there, international. And sure as shit, what happens? He sends us a text about 45 minutes later. He's like, my flight's delayed an hour. And it was like, Murls. I go, you were getting pretty cocky when you got to London. And he said, I know. And then boom, he hit us with the next text. I'm missing my connector in Copenhagen. This is adding 10 hours to this trip. No. I got a 10-hour layover now in Copenhagen. Army goes, I think you could like drive to Sweden sooner than that. So Murls got Pearson'd. And he kind of took it all back on a private group chat with us, and he realized don't ever think that you're in the clear when it comes to Pearson.
Avoid it at all costs.
I'm Billy Bishop till I die now. I said I will not fly to Pearson. It doesn't matter. I will not. If there's nothing to Billy Bishop, I'll drive up or I'll fly to Buffalo. I'm done. And he got crushed by him.
But we got to really think, unreal story. And I'm sorry that Murls had to go through that, but he said it was all worth it just to win a championship in the roller division. And we had him on. We had Army on, obviously. Michael Liles before that. Spicy Tuna was incredible. Congratulations to him on signing that 3-year extension with Utah. Then we had Billy G, who's fucking hilarious. And then Doug Armstrong, who's hilarious. So jam-packed podcast.
Long pod, I'm sure.
And I know we started out long-winded about the Chiclets Cup and how much it means to us and all the funny little storylines that transpired. One of the things we forgot to mention was how the setup is in that A division and how the Ottawa Godfathers,
the reigning champs of the A division in Street,
they got fucked. And
they did get, well, want me to go through what happened?
Yeah, you got to go through what happened. The way this tournament set up, it kind of jammed them up a bit where they ended up not even making the semifinals with.
So 8 teams were in the A division, and what happened was I believe one team went 3-0, one team went 0-3, which left 6 teams that went 2-1. So the top 2 teams were getting a bye into the semis, and then the next 4 teams were going to the quarters. Ottawa figured, all right, well, we're 2-1. We won last year. We're in, and then I think Mariah and somebody else and Taylor from Barstool, they were like, hey, you're out. They're like, what do you mean we're out? They're like, well, it's most goals scored as the tiebreaker. I was told that of the 3-0 team we're in, the next 2-1s, you guys led the way. You got the second seed because you had 30 goals. I think it then went.
We also brought one of the games to overtime, so got an extra point for that. So that's why we automatically locked in that second spot. So that helped us out. But people were a little confused that normally it's goal differential.
Which I think it maybe should be, but it wasn't. It was in the rules. It's goals for. And they didn't read the rules, and they started exploding. There was one guy, and I wish I knew his name, because he fucking unloaded on some of Jonesy's crew and some of our Barstool guys, like out of line, and just giving it to him how much of a joke it was that it wasn't goal differential. Well, yeah, I actually agree with that guy and that team that goal differential maybe moving forward is the way to go. But in the rules, and they pulled it up and showed to him, that was emailed out a month and a week in advance, I think somebody said, it was goals for. So read it and know, and then there won't be this issue. Now, they do have a gripe. It's like, if you're 2-1 and there's 6 teams at 2-1, maybe being reigning champs should have given them a leg up in terms of getting into the quarters of the semis. I get that, and I understand them wanting it to be goal differential. That's more of a better look on how teams are playing, but it wasn't. It was goals for. They lost their mind, and they were pissed off, to say the least.
Yeah, not the way we wanted to end it, but I mean, hey, I was even going to offer up where, because even though we locked in the second spot, I would have played them like a quick 15-minute game, like winner moves on, like as like a quarterfinal matchup, just so they weren't as fired up. But I think it would have been too hard to figure all that out. And I apologize to the Ottawa Godfathers. You were fortunate enough to win it the year before. I hope you guys still come out to the tournament next year, which I also hope we expand to 16 teams. And, maybe we can give you a little bit of merchandise or something to make up for this mishap. But probably a better way to handle it than yelling in people's faces about it, considering they sent you the rules. So I think that about wraps up this pod. I know it was a really long one, but I loved having on all these different guests, especially the Game Notes guys and a couple GMs, and it was a fun way to snap it around for these season previews.
Yep, and next week we'll be finishing off the last division we haven't talked about is the Atlantic. Keith Yander will be on. That will be electric hearing him talk to you about his thoughts on his team in the next Chiclets Cup and going over what I would say is probably just with Toronto and Boston, like the most talked about division throughout the course of the season. Right? I mean, you got Ottawa, you got Detroit, and Buffalo. What the hell is going to happen there? Right. Toronto, Florida, Boston, Tampa look really good again. It's an awesome division. We'll see what happens there, but we cannot wait to be back with you next week. We got some more special guests lined up.
Yeah, Revo's coming
Ryan
on.
Reeves gave us an awesome 30 to 40 minutes about 2 weeks ago. It was classic. He called out Biz in what should be an electric, I'm not even going to say boxing match when Reeves does retire. I don't know if it's going to happen, but you'll have to listen next week. We love you all. Thank you for your support, and thank you for listening this long. If you still are listening, you are an OG fan of Spittin' Chiclets. Peace.
Love you, Mom.